how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Hello everybody and welcome to South America League. SAL continues with week 3, playdate number 6. Here live in the action. I wish we were here, as you see, over beautiful Belo Horizonte in Minas Gerais in Brazil. Of course, a beautiful part of this entire continent that is represented in SAL. Hello, I'm Milosh on the desk with my wonderful friends from the NA League, Laxing and Foxy. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Doing pretty good, Milosh. Can't complain. I mean, back in finally watching the best region again. You know, obviously it's you know how it is in North America. So it's a nice time to be back, watch some real Siege be played.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I'm super excited to be back in the SAL. I think Fox took the words right out of my mouth that our region is kind of lacking, so it's fun to be in this region where we can see more exciting gameplay. And I think overall, it's going to be a super fun day, as yesterday was.
Absolutely. Yesterday was an absolute blast. No pun intended in there. And of course, for those that are joining us that usually watch NAL, aka Tier 2 Siege, I hope you'll enjoy this playdate all together. And actually, I want to talk about today's playdate, the schedule that we have for you, because as always, it's 5 best of ones as it is in all of our regions. Furia v9Z to kick things off, FaZe v Los, ENX versus NIP, Loud versus W7M, and at the end, the Black Dragons versus Team Liquid. Now, any match that really stands out to you, Fox?
Yeah, I think ENX Furia, obviously, just because, or not ENX Furia, 9Z Furia, because if 9Z win, they literally leapfrog over Furia, knocking him out of 6th place. If Furia lose, it makes things a lot more dire for them just being able to make top 6, which is such a head scratcher because everybody knows Furia is that great team. So the fact that they're even in a position like this is a real question mark for me.
Gabe?
I think a big one for me, honestly, is the Liquid versus Black Dragons. I mean, Liquid has yet to find success, not even a single win. They do have a single point, but I mean, I believe the record right now, currently, this is their longest losing streak of, I believe, 6 games, also in counting games all the way back to reload. So I really want to see Liquid start to find success because they have talented players on there, very historical players, and to not find any success thus far, it's kind of insane.
Yeah, it really is, and it's a testament to SAL that you can't expect anything. You can't just like predict the games, and Liquid have gone to 2 back-to-back max overtime losses, so they were able to push both Furia and ENX to max OT, which gave them a point in each game for a total of 2. But that's it. They still sit at the bottom, and at this point, at least Leo and Fresh yesterday were saying, you know what, maybe we should start preparing for stage 2 at this point, because unlike last year where the Liquid had their miracle run all the way to the Manchester Major main stage, there's no LCQs in our current system here, so that's something that you have to think of as extra. You have to qualify to playoffs, but after that, that's kind of it to get to EWC. Of course, with the 4 spots that are given for every region, except for EML, that does get 5. Though, from today's matches into the big plays of yesterday, our Intel plays specifically for you by our wonderful sponsors over at Intel. Let's start off with KDS and his ace here on the Nomad. Unfortunately, didn't win him the game, but still a valiant round for KDS and FaZe.
I mean, it was a valiant round. It kept them alive a couple more rounds. Yes, it didn't go in their favor, but, you know, it has to feel good to be able to win a round and do it yourself. I mean, his positioning is what really captivated this ace for me. Obviously, just constantly being able to get these 1v1 scenarios. He's isolating each individual gunfight going into the map. No overexposure on any single part. Like the way that he's able to put his back into the tuck of the Azami, so there's no way for a trade to be able to come through. Constant awareness of where he could get shot from, where he could be looked at from. It's very smart heads-up play from KDS, and it gave them FaZe the momentum to bring it back, but, you know, that was about it.
And for our second play is an incredible clutch by KZ Laxing. This was a beauty.
Yeah, I mean, this speaks into KZ's true individual prowess. I mean, the split-second decision-making here, you know, he could have swung out a lot sooner, but he plays this perfectly. Maybe not this last part. It was definitely got a little hectic there. He had one bullet in the chamber, but he does end up clutching out. But, I mean, this is no surprise coming from KZ. He's always been one of the top performers from Furia. I believe yesterday he was also the highest-rated player of that game, dropping 18 kills and 9 deaths, and it just really truly speaks into his own individual plays and what he can muster in these scenarios. And again, you know, the split-second decision-making is truly what makes a good player from a great player, and KZ just displays that there. He could have got overzealous. He could have peaked. He was in an unwinnable position, but he plays the time. He plays the spot perfectly and converts that into a 3K and then into a round win.
If you're the Buck, you're probably so upset that
yes.
Yoda's just running by him, tucked in that corner, just losing your team the round because you just didn't check. I mean, what a tucked spot to be. There's a steal to just not even worry about it. Just play the position.
It's good to see a Valk playing it, because if I don't misremember, Laxing used to play a lot of Valkyrie back in your competitive days. So, you know,
back when I remember throw the cameras outside.
Yeah, you can chuck them to basically another map, and you would still have everything functioning. When also before that, when the Deagle would kick so far, you might as well be shooting at another map. That's how much things have changed if we're really going back into it. But we're talking about KDS, KZ, big plays, big clutches, but we like comebacks, right? We like plays from underdogs. We like wins from underdogs. And one that has been all over the radar and then scooting under it has definitely been SexyCake. Is he back or not? We'll have to talk about that in our feature video.
Oi, meu nome é Thiago. É meu primeiro ano competitivo, meu nick é SexyCake, acho que é o primeiro campeonato que eu vou jogar profissionalmente e pô, tô muito ansioso, acho que vai ser complicado assim bater essa ansiedade.
Hey Thiago, welcome to Rainbow Six. Buckle up though, it might be a bumpy ride. Alright, jokes aside, everyone knows who this guy is. SexyCake, one of the absolute legends of our game. Right now, alongside Nesk and Cyber, he's one of only 3 players who've been grinding in Siege since the very first BR6 back in 2017. Just to put things in perspective, Nesk started with INTZ in 2016, went through BD, BRK, and has been leading Team Liquid for the past 8 years. Cyber popped up in Nox Gaming, then rolled through Merciless, BRK, Immortals, and MIBR before planting his flag with FaZe Clan, where he's been holding it down for 5 years straight. Meanwhile, Thiago was writing his own story, and man has he worn a lot of jerseys. Nox Gaming, Encore, Team Liquid, 00 Nation, E1, Los, and most recently ENX. Now, compared to Cyber and Nesk, SexyCake's career has had way more ups and downs, including that rough stint with Los in NA, where the team took 23 L's in 35 matches. Yeah, Siege punishes. But then came the redemption arc. Thiago took a step back, joined an underdog squad, grinded through the SAL Challenger Series, and after beating his former Los lineup, he clawed his way back into Siege's elite. Siege punishes, but it also rewards. So, SexyCake, how does it feel to be back?
É ser velho, eu acho. Mas ser velho e competente, talvez, porque eu ainda tô aqui, então é uma coisa boa. Muito boa a sensação de estar de volta, ainda mais subindo com os meninos que nunca estiveram presentes assim, alguns. Ter toda, tipo, essa jornada com eles na Série B e ter o mérito de subir e estar jogando agora a Série A é muito gratificante.
Perfect. Gratitude is everything. And we're grateful for everything you've done, Thiago. Oh, and at 26, SexyCake's one of the most seasoned vets in Brazilian R6, only behind Nesk, 30, and Cyber, turning 27 this August. Which begs the question, can you still be a seasoned pro and absolutely fry in Rainbow Six?
Eu acho que é um pouco de preconceito, acho que da comunidade de gamer, assim, no total de todos os jogos. Eu acredito sim que a idade afete chegar a um determinado momento, mas não tanto assim quanto o pessoal pensa, né? Tanto é que a gente tem vários dinossauros competindo ainda continuam sendo os melhores de cada time. E é só dedicação mesmo que você tem com o jogo e o amor que você tem pro que você faz. Cara, o que me move é o Rainbow Six. Eu gosto muito do jogo, então mesmo que eu fique um tempo sem jogar ou coisa do tipo, eu acabo voltando e então eu gosto muito de competir, gosto muito do R6. Yes.
All right, looks like we're dealing with Siege's less romantic here. But love alone doesn't pay the bills for a Brazilian pro. You've gotta have that X factor. So, SexyCake, what's the secret sauce you've picked up over the years that makes you one of a kind?
Cara, os fatores da minha história que fazem que eu ser hoje. Eu acho que todo mundo que trabalhou comigo sabe que eu gosto muito de estudar o jogo, que eu tô sempre presente aqui com o time e eu sou bem fechado, assim, o time que eu tô jogando, eu tô sempre junto com eles, assim, meio que só quero passar o tempo com eles, então acho que toda essa parte, assim, de amor pelo jogo, o entendimento que eu gosto de, né, fazer o GL, trazer o capitão aqui, poder guiar as pessoas, assim, e que eles confiem em mim, que eu possa confiar muito neles, eu acho que tudo isso forma quem eu sou.
Beautiful words from Grandpa Thiago, a true R6 dinosaur. Before I dip, all I can say is, long live SexyCake. In-game and out. Thanks for everything, man. Catch you all next time, squad.
And there it is, SexyCake, who's gone through a lot, and we're just kind of talking about this, and of course, because I'm old and I have back pain, I was still thinking back in the days when SexyCake was introduced to me as this super young up-and-comer that was still at that point underage and competing, because back then in Brazil specifically, you didn't have the minimum age requirement being at 18 until January 1st, 2018. Before SI, because that was the first time where you could officially qualify teams. SI 17, of course, there was INTZ that was qualified, but it was kind of a different system back in that first year, Davide. So yeah, there's a lot of young gunners that now are really old.
Yeah, I mean, me and Gabe included. Obviously, I remember back in the day, we're talking about back pain, and I remember Atlantic City, the event that I was first working as an analyst. Yeah, the Waka Waka joke, but I remember SexyCake being on that final stage, and the way he would sit, he was the first pro player I ever saw sitting with his knee up against the desk. I always thought that was really interesting, but I know for a fact, as you get older, you can't just sit like that for
didn't
hours.
He sit
on
like
end.
this? Wasn't it? I don't know if you can see. You can't see my knees, but
He had his
he was
knee
definitely up here playing. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah, it was like his knees high up to his chest, pretty much, and he has his foot laid on the table, on the chair. don't fall. Don't fall.
What is going on?
That actually hurt my back more than
He's
anything.
about to put his legs behind his head.
I was about to do some acrobatics.
Honestly, gents, what a way to say we're old. SexyCake is now also older, because it has been. By the way, hey, knock knock. It's been 7 years since Liquid won Pro League. That's how long it's been.
Jeez.
Wake up, Samurai! It is time. And actually, it is time to talk about our next matchup, because SexyCake is part of it. First of all, let's take a quick look at our standings. And here's what they look like. ENX, SexyCake's team, currently is sitting at 7th place with 6 points. However, their opponents, Furia, are just above them at 7, which is pretty incredible to look at. 7 points. W7M are at the top with 13, BD at 12, NIP at 10. Fox, looking at these standings, do they make sense to you if you were back with those, hey, start of the stage classes?
Hey, let's go
on?
Black Dragons.
No, I mean the standings don't really like make sense from international perspective. Obviously, we know teams like Furia are so dominant. Everyone said after the Reload win, "Oh my God, Furia's back." The dominant Furia, they're finally in full form. Well, not when it comes in regionally, but even teams like FaZe not being at that top spot. FaZe has always been dominating at home in Brazil, so obviously. Every team being so competitive to the point where one win could drastically change the top 6, it really is a question mark as to what is going on interregionally. But I guess that's the magic of best of ones. Anybody can win, anybody can show up, and hopefully the underdog story of seeing another Brazilian team make it into that top 4, make it to the next event. It's always a pleasure to see new Brazilian teams show up. You know, we saw Loud at Reload. You know, we've seen W7M over the last year slowly become a fan favorite. So obviously the standings don't make sense right now, but hopefully they'll shape up soon.
If anything, Team Liquid are the ones that have the most pressure to shape up and really make it to
Production
playoffs.
even gave them an extra point. They're at 1.
No, it is no. That is correct, because they started yesterday with 1, because at this point today they got to max OT in 2 matches, which means they get 1 point per game for a total of 2.
Yippee, let's go Liquid. You're up
Let's
there.
go. Maybe today they'll get to add a few more. We'll have to tell. Anyways, gents, we have our first game lined up, Furia versus 9Z, and let's just talk about Furia up first, because, well, yesterday they had an incredible match, probably one of the best games globally through this stage against W7M, an OT win 8-6. Wonderful. Everybody should go back and watch that game. But today, as much as they respect any opponent they're up against, they are looking to destroy anyone standing in front of them, Fox.
Well, it's interesting you bring up the word of respect. I feel like Furia this stage so far has not really shown respect. There hasn't been much discipline in their play. A lot of their play is just relying on no strategy, purely gunplay and gun skill. Obviously, when they go up against an opponent like W7M yesterday, it is a nail biter, a lot of back and forth. A lot of it comes down to still the 1v1s, to these big plays. The strategy that Furia shows at these major events is not something that they bring at home, and obviously that's exactly what we've been displaying. I mean, their biggest issue right now is the opening kill department. As much as they are getting their own respective opening kills and having highlight plays from huge players, they're just as equally giving away that same amount of opening kills, and that's why games are so much closer than it needs to be. But something that we saw over the last 2 play days when it comes to Furia is the fact that they completely abandoned strategy and they went to Clubhouse back-to-back days against Liquid, against W7M. And obviously Clubhouse is one of those maps, we always talk about it, you don't bring teams that you're better than to a map like that, but it is a very individual based map. So it just went to show that off of the back of those 2 wins, Furia is still insanely dominant when it comes to individual performance, and it could be something that we see carry on through, that Furia is just trying to make it into that top 6 off of raw mechanics, and then once the best of 3 phase comes in, that's where we see the strategy come through. But it kind of makes sense. They're going to maps that are amplifying their individual performance, because right now when it comes to strategy, they're not showing much. They're just trying to make it out with showing as little as possible. So, you know, kind of like the G2 saving strats for Invite. Hopefully Furia, you know, is saving strats for the best of 3 phase.
Well, on the other side, it's 9Z team, of course, the squad that we tout as having really held on to their core, their identity of being 3 Argentinians and 2 Brazilians here, Gabe. And honestly, not too shabby, given that it's their first time here in SAF.
Yeah, this is their first time. We saw in their interview last week, you know, talking about some teams, you know, they're just here to fill in a slot. They're trying to prove that that's not the case, that they are a team that can be competitive. But when you look at kind of the results so far, it kind of seems that they are living into that, just filling a slot in the SAL for maybe another team to come in. I mean, the most success they had was beating a team like Los, and then even yesterday's match against Black Dragons, it wasn't that great of a performance for them, going 7-3. I mean, it just wasn't the best result that we've seen, and they're already coming off of a loss from their game prior. So, I mean, for me, I got to see something from these guys. Now, I want to commiserate them for that game yesterday, because out of 11 of those opening kills, they had 7 of them. And for me, if you can just make those opening kills, put those into round win conversions, we can see a far higher success rate. But that does come down to the team just being able to pump the brakes, understand, okay, we got the first pick. Where can we find an opening? Where can we create a gap? Where can we force team play a trade game at that point, take more control? And I think if they just get those basics down and just that general understanding, we can start to see success. But I mean, we're getting down to the wire here where we need to start finding wins, and not necessarily even overtime wins. We need convincing wins that's just going to not only boost their confidence, but boost their standings into possibly making that top 6.
There's only 3 play days left after today, which means a total of 12 points. That's including today. Our map, what will it be? Our bands again, 9 maps. 1 will be left. We're going to play Clubhouse, Fox?
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
Money in the bank.
I expected 9Z to go to Clubhouse again. Obviously, just because of it being such a default map. Bank is one of those maps that's a Furia favorite. To be honest, taking them to a map like that makes sense. They want to be able to expose the individual style of play that Furia brings. It's a very big map, a lot of ground to cover. So if 9Z can focus on that team play, the trades, I mean, they have been so solid when it comes to opening kills. But Bank is one of those big maps. There's a lot of room for error after that opening kill. So just like you said, Lax, we're really going to need to be able to see that opening kill converted into a diffuse plan or objective-oriented focus, or else 9Z is going to just lose those advantages time and time again.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I was going to say, I'm
Gabe.
just a little worried. I mean, yesterday they only had 1 successful attack on Chalet, which is an extremely small map, which should force that teamwork, which should force that team play and trade potential. Now you're going to a much bigger map where you have to cover far more ground and then also deal with the aggression from Furia, where they aren't going to just let you walk in and take control for free. So it just leads into the question, like, how dispersed are you going to be around the map, or how close and concise are you going to be playing together? It's kind of up in the air, in my opinion.
Well, from a big map, we go to our big screen with all 5 of us here. XR Troika and Lynx join us on the show. It seems like the more the wheels of time turn, the more likely it is for Ollie to be back in SAL.
Again, you know, it's been a long time since I've been on a Saturday broadcast for SAL. It was really throwing me back to sort of 4, even 5 years ago, but it is great to be back here, Milosh. It's a region that I have always held very close, although it has changed quite somewhat.
Yeah. Lynx, how are you today?
I'm doing good. I wanted to drop that because you guys talked about, when Liquid last won Pro League, it was 7 years ago. 7 years ago was May 2018. I had just gone through the worst heartbreak of my life and didn't drive a car yet. I was 16 years old. So not to date all of you old guys with back pain, but I was not even halfway through high school last time Liquid won Pro League.
So you're having heart
And
pain
look
over
at you
back pain.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know what? There's going to be some heartbreak in this game, and it's all yours to cast. Lynx and XR Troika. Have fun.
I will. You know what, Milosh? I think I will take your advice, and I will, in fact, have fun for Ollie and I's first game inside of the SAL. Up until just a few months ago, this would have been a mixed region game, but since the combination, we have the Brazilian Titans and Furia going against the majority Argentinian, and certainly ancestrally Argentinian squad of 9Z. Ollie, how you feeling?
Feeling good. Looking forward to getting stuck into some Siege. Hopefully we see a slightly different brand to the Siege that we see in NA. I know that I think we're maybe both ready for a little bit of a mix-up, bit of a change. Get out to...
Throw 5 more M80 OXGs at me. I'm ready. I'm limber and ready to go.
You know what? I'm good. I think I would much rather sit back in my chair, enjoy a wonderful Saturday. The sun is shining. It's a nice temperature, and I can just sit here and engross myself in some SAL.
Good word. Good SAT word. You don't take those, but that would have fit. That would have fit right in on the SAT.
Fun fact: we do actually take SATs. We just call
Really?
them SATs. Yeah, we take them when you're in
I didn't know that.
primary school.
Okay, well, we take those in high school. I think they're...
Probably the same thing, to be honest with you.
Okay. All right. No need to disrespect the American education system that bad. I turned out fine, so you're okay. As you can see, the map is Bank. As Fox mentioned, this used to be an old Furia favorite. They were 14-4 on it up until Stage 2 of last year, since early 2023. Then it kind of slowly started falling out of their map pool. It got a bit more of a mixed record on it, but that's not because they stopped being open to playing it. It was left open as an option multiple times at SI. It's been the decider in many series they've been in. This is a map that they have stopped playing as much, but not a map that I imagine they've stopped practicing or being comfortable on as much. So KZ taking control of CEO quite quickly. Herd's the same thing. Obviously, they also played it earlier in this stage against NIP, though they did lose it 7-5. Map that they are very, very well.
Just to give a nod to the bans that we've had for the first portion of this game. Azami and a Castle, both of which hold incredible value here on Bank. And then a Hibana and a Monty this time. Typically, in NA at least, we've seen a lot of pressure on those hard breach bans and double hard breach bans, but in this instance, 9Z opting to remove one of the hard breaches, the queen of those hatches, and of course the Monty. So we'll see how that fares for them. Obviously, with the two architects banned, it is difficult to hold on into open area. And as such, it's quite a heavy time denial lineup that 9Z are going for, which honestly, at this point in the round, doesn't look too bad. They've had a bit of presence up in open, but they've not fought for it with any sort of conviction. Instead, they're really looking to lean into those 2 C4s, 3 Toxic Babe canisters, and plenty of Shumiko launchers.
It's almost hyperbolic to the extent to which they have brought time denial. Like, even the Mira, to a certain extent, you place it on that server wall, so it's more difficult to hard breach. And obviously, well, as you can see, even though Ace and Thermite are left up, neither have been brought by Furia. It's only those hard breach charges, so they want to go for an execute on that side. It could be a bit difficult. You still have to worry about the Shumikas, the Vulcan packs, everything Ollie said. So when you still have a minute 20 seconds for Furia to move, all that utility in their way, you're feeling really worried. But I think that's why we see Furia instead rotating to the backside. Nate has the diffuser. He's dropped into elevator. He is trapped, but it shows that Furia are looking to put this case down on the complete opposite side of what you would otherwise expect. One angle given up to Nade. KZ follows up with the next. Advantage solidly for Furia, especially as Will and Zhao both go down on the floor. Tuku stuck in gold for the 1v4. All those toxic canisters thrown on the side that Furia opted not to go early on. That'll be all she wrote for the first. Furia seemed to bait a little pressure over to the server side, and then all drop down marble and elevator.
You're going to make the server side difficult. You've got to be ready for that back elevator drop. You can't just expect a team like Furia to sit and go, oh, what do we do in server now? There's been a mirror window placed on it and it's popped. We can't breach it. I wonder what we should do. Let's just... No. They're not going to waste any time. They get that information and boom, immediately we see Nade drop in the elevator hatch. He picks up a couple of nice kills. Fair play to him. One of the downsides, and I know there's a lot of people out there that are big sort of Tachanka haters when we start talking about time denial, Goyo and Smoke are far more popular and, in my opinion, far more effective. Tachanka got downed there with 15 Shumikas still in his pocket. He's used, what, 5? Not very many. And you start to think and wonder how valuable that really was. As it stands, you're going up against a very well-oiled attacking side in Furia. We know this team has that synergy, regardless of whatever form they are currently in. 9Z have certainly paid the price for that. Not interested in going back downstairs. Instead, going to try their hand on this top floor, which, due to the bans, is made a little bit more tricky. No Azami, no Castle, means that there's going to be a lot of really long lines of sight that are going to be available for these attackers.
And also 9Z opting to ban the Monty instead of the Ace means the attack actually has an option to open up the Kanto walls. We see the Hibana Ace ban so often, and obviously it has its impacts on server. But when both those ranged breachers get banned, it makes the CEO site a lot stronger for the defenders, because no spot to repel and put an exothermic or a can opener on the wall, so not much you can really do. But now, obviously, as you can see, JV92 will bring those Selma charges left up, and not only are Furia's bans obviously having an impact, but 9Z deviating from what I would call the normal setup has given Furia more attacking options, but Herds, I think, thinks there's a gap that is completely non-existent as Nitro turns around and decapitates him outside of Janitor.
A gap that started to get very narrow very quickly, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Difficult to see the true vision behind that, especially when there's a clash knocking around. A quick rush into sight on the Ash is not really what we're looking for. Especially given how much there is to burn through, Ash's utility would have been very valuable indeed. KZ looking for something from below, just waiting for a bit more drone information to come in, knows that there's a mirror window and is going to remove any ability from a player to be able to stand behind that without giving away that he's there. Now, KZ, of course, can't watch that angle for the entire round, but it provides enough pressure to remove players from that mirror window inside a janitor, and it should free up the repels and the people that maybe are looking to repel into CEO a little bit more. But nice pocket mirror window there getting placed. Nitro just going to give himself another option, but it ain't going to last long if that skeleton key's below.
Ooh. KZ firing a lot of shots. I do like that pressure from below. Kind of makes you wish maybe Herds would have waited a little bit. Obviously, maybe he thought he had better information than he did, but you see the combination with KZ down below. That would have been a great time for Herds to maybe then swing around the corner, take a fight against the Mira, but that'll just be KZ applying that pressure. Really tussling with Nitro in this position for almost feels like half the round at this point. Furia have been stuck in this 4v5 for a long time now. Just trying to find an angle through which they can take the fight to these 9Z defenders. This clash has been staring at JV for almost 2 minutes. He'll push forward. 3v4 now, an advantage almost established for Furia. 3v3 despite the odds. They were stuck at the door. 9Z had basically kept them trapped at the gates, and all of a sudden, it's Furia advantage. Slim, but advantage nonetheless. Joe taking the long angle fight, and he loses it. 9Z were better for almost 2.5 minutes, and Furia do Furia things, being some of the best mechanical players in the world, and win around that, frankly, they probably should not have.
I was getting a little bit worried when you saw KZ watching that vert angle for realistically a minute. And you start thinking, what are the other players of Furia doing? Well, they were setting themselves up to try and pinch that clash. It was a brilliant pinch. We had a player coming up those main stairs. Not entirely sure how the players of 9Z inside of meeting let that player just walk up the main stairs, because that's really what they should be watching. They've not really got anything else to watch at that point. Sure, you're getting held from below, but if you're getting held from below and there's not much you can do about it, then watch something else. He's not going to get you. So a bit of a head scratcher there from 9Z in terms of what were they actually watching. And I kind of just feel like Furia were just allowed to sort of walk in. KZ obviously doing a great job below. Great pinch onto the clash. They'd gathered their information. They knew where these players were going to be. And, I mean, it's top floor. There's only so many places that you're going to be able to hide. It's not coming down to denial. It's not coming down to plants. It's not really coming down to anything of that nature. And despite losing the opening pick, Furia walk away with the round and make things look fairly straightforward. Round number 3, sticking to a rotation now. 9Z are going to be taking us into that open area, and this should force them to play a little bit more of the map. And we can maybe see a bit of that intention with some of the ops that have picked. We've got the Fenrir, we've got the Legion. There is an option there to play a little bit looser upstairs and to drop back.
I think you probably have to give some individual credit to KZ as well, who obviously, if you did watch the W7M game yesterday, not only was it a fantastic game for both teams, all 10 individual players, but KZ was the top-rated player, 154 EPS, 18 and 9. Had a massive 1v3 in church that we showed at the top of the show on the desk. He's been having a very, very solid league overall so far, but very, very solid weekend. So as you just saw in that last round, if you want anybody to try and help Furia claw back a 4v5, it would be KZ. And if you want him on any operator, Joe would be a very good bet. You can see anybody on Furia usually pick up these calls, pick up this SMG-12. But getting KZ activated will be quite nice as he's moving in from ATMs, and Furia setting up on the CEO windows. Now looking towards these defenders with the drone on one of them, in fact. Clear them out, get an advantage on this roam clear. Try and stop 9Z from getting anything of the sort. Nitro rotating across will dodge all that utility. Air jab will knock the Malusi down inside a janitor. Full middle from 9Z on this roam as the Legion starts crawling up. Nitro takes him off guard, hops out the window, 2! Hip fire onto Nade. Tuku getting the 3rd. KZ's lurk on front side nullified entirely. Fellapox will get 1, but that's just icing on a very, very poor tasting cake.
Already, even with a minute left, it feels like a bit of an exit frag. The diffuser cold on the ground outside. Nitro even managing to ping that after he'd gotten the kill. Hip fire as well, by the way, on the second guy on Rebel. Not easy to aim down sights and jump and all that sort of stuff nowadays in Siege, so not really got too many options. But JV92 and Felipox, they need to try and whittle these down. Looks like JV's got a bit of info here. He's going to find one. He catches an overzealous player, he may grab another, but with the clash, this is just going to be extremely difficult. There's no way that Furia should be able to take this win right now. Clash should just be able to gather all the info and crossfires hopefully established.
Oh, but I sort of lurk by. No way. JV in sight. He's got to be careful. He smokes the clash. Hello? And right around the corner! Hello? 2v4 from Furia. 3 in a row! I guess I know what kind of game we're getting today.
It's like being back in NA.
It's like I'm watching M80 Oshi again. Wherever you go. There you are.
I mean, there's no real reason you should be losing a 4 versus 2. I think the first guy getting taken out in Tellers is understandable because maybe as the defenders, you're still waiting for a little bit of info. Maybe you don't know where they're going to be coming from. You've got a clash. You've got a massive man advantage. Fair play. But that's a bit of a tilter. And I don't think that the timeout is going to be for anything other than that. That is a round that 9Z should have had up on the board. Furia did a great job in the first 2, don't get me wrong. There's nothing really that you could criticize. And they were in a great position from top through bottom in the round. Now, round number 3, you've kind of got to look at that and go, we can't be affording to give those rounds away, guys. We need to be getting ourselves a little bit tighter than that. Give JV92 a chance, and he will pull off a miracle. And I'm not saying that the previous round was a miracle, but it's the kind of stuff that you see when a team is very dominant and obviously feeling themselves on the day.
And if you do want to talk about the last 2 rounds that we saw, it was obviously 3 in a row for Furia, but CEO, Nitro gets the opening pick onto Herds, KZ3K with, as you said, a well-coordinated marble push, but when you have that 5v4 and the attack is just forced to either walk into angles that the defense could be holding or into positions that the defense is holding, you should be able to trade that down unless there is a 1v1 somewhere and a little bit of a gap and a little bit of space for Furia to operate. In the next round, JV gets that kill, but it's a JV92 double kill overall and a Fellapox 3K. It's 2 multi-frags, 3 if you want to lower the floor and count JV's double, and to big individual performances to put Furia over the line. 2 rounds where they lost the opening duel. Sure, that's kind of the Furia factor, right? That's what you're signing up for when you play a game against them. With one of the best rosters ever assembled in the history of the game, you're going to lose rounds like that. But unfortunately, you still got to be ready for it. And in a round like round 3, Ollie, let's be generous, act of God. You know, it happens. But you look at round 2, that didn't feel like an act of God. That did feel like more of a 9Z failing, and 2-1 feels a whole lot different than 3-0.
And for as good as Furia are, don't forget, they're very beatable this stage. It's not like they are massively outperforming. There's only one player in the top 10, and it's KZ. So you don't really look at them and think that they are this, you know, unstoppable force anymore. In the entire league standings, they're currently 6 with 7 points.
3 wins, 2 MOT.
They've dropped rounds, they've dropped games. It's not looking like the Furia that we know from, you know, previous real dominant runs through SIs and majors. But they're kind of looking like that today, and I think it's maybe just the quality of the opponent. 9Z really needing to step things up here as we move into round 4. It's going to be a basement defense again. They have got a little bit more pressure in that mid floor, and as we can see from the operators, they've opted away from some of that denial. They've dropped the Tachanka. They've brought instead a Valkyrie, a bit more information, another C4, and the Mozzie. What that's done, we'll see.
You know what's funny, though? I almost kind of wish they had stuck with it. Because if you go back to that round, all of that denial forced Furia to rotate to the backside, and what was opening things up? Nade pre-aiming an angle and people pushing down marble stairs, but Furia had to push into them and win gunfights. Now that you're extending further out, holding on to more control, you've actually reopened the server execute as a viable option, and it just seems like we won't even get there! What the hell is that?! 2 on the AR, and he whips out the revolver for the 3rd? No server execute necessary. Nate can just sit back and do goddamn nothing. A flawless for Furia or coming out of the timeout. And if round 3 was a chalker, round 4 is boomed.
Looks like the timeout was good for Furia as well. They managed to have a bit of a conversation about how they were going to take this game even quicker. 9Z really struggling for options. They attempted a little bit more of a roam to try and give Furia some problems. And as you mentioned, Lynx, it maybe would have been better if they had just turtled onto the site again and bought themselves a little bit more time. I mean, you think about where Nade dropped in round 1, just fire the Shumikas into Elevate. You don't even need to get a good angle on that.
Ollie,
you can bounce them in.
Do you know when Nade got that kill on a Nitro? There were 28 seconds left in the round. 28 seconds when Nade gets that 5v4. Obviously, I know they won. I get why they're hesitant to retry that strat. But if you've just seen that Furia are looking really sharp mechanically and are winning fights when they shouldn't, why would you then do a very individual roam with not a lot of utility when Castle and Azami are banned against a team that is really feeling themselves mechanically? You're giving them more gunfights to win.
Yeah, I'd be trying to take as few gunfights as possible. If I was in Nancy's shoes right now, I would be doing everything I could to bring util to just give me the most advantage. Well, it looks like they are sticking with somewhat of a gunfight strat, as we do have Naza on the Scopos. They're going to be trying to have a little bit of a roam and, I mean, waste some time, shoot a few drones, teleport back to site, maybe?
I can get
With the
behind
way that we saw Furia roam clear that last round, I just don't see it happening. Their information game is top-notch.
I mean, maybe that's why he brought the Scopos. He knows that if he actually tries to rotate back, he'll die. So he's like, if I can instantly teleport back, they can't shoot, what are they gonna do? Hack into the net and headshot me? Disrupt the connection? Well, they could if they find the other Scopos, to be fair, but... trying to make it work, I suppose. I do agree with your point, though. That early round intel already seemed pretty good, but in round 4 it looked excellent. So, sorry, like CEO, I suppose not a whole lot of roaming you can do. Joe will find a very nice kill, deal a very first death to JV92. Not the first time that Furia have lost the opening duel in this map, of course, but on this site specifically. That still didn't stop them from winning the round, but hopefully we'll see round 5, a shift in fortune for 9C.
First time we're seeing Furia bringing the Ying. Back when they played this map at the start of the stage, Ying was a bit of a mainstay, shall we say, in their attacks against NIP. Maybe just waiting for that second round of banning to ensure that it goes through and to kind of play a bit of a baiting game. The ROU projectors, they're going to get sent out as well. But Naza is in a good position right now on the Scopos. If he isn't known about, could be dealt with. Looks like the mute jammers are causing quite a bit of trouble inside a site as well. And not sure they've got any secondary MPs to really deal with that. Oh, Herd's narrowly dodging out of the Nitro cell, but he's going to have to commit to site.
He's got to commit to site. Joe, Nitro, both with some nice kills. Naza with a good flank. If that's what we're going to see the aggression be like for these last two defenses, I can certainly get behind that. That's not sitting and waiting for Furia to push you. That's being sneaky. That's being crafty. That's dodging the intel. It's only coming 5 rounds into the game, but a win is a win, and I liked how it looked.
It's a shame 9Z have taken until round 5 to heat up, because if we could have started this game, like, restart it now with 9Z 1 up, and like, yeah, that's a great round. They've just, you know, they've finessed Furia. Brilliant flank. Furia had no idea that somebody was out there, or if they did, they weren't choosing to deal with it. It was great information on the site. Those mute jammers did a fantastic job denying the drones, making the ROU projectors a bit more difficult. Furia didn't really have too many answers there. And as such, it just sort of turned into a bit of a site rush, and there was not really much time to do anything else. They had to kind of commit to plan A and just deal with the blows as they happened in the post plan. Still chance for a 2-4 split.
Think so?
Of course. Well, I mean, there's chance in that there's a round left.
Oh, that's true.
How it works out on this side, I don't know. We have seen Furia go with the old Rorador strat for this, as well as we've seen quite a lot over in NA and in other regions. We haven't seen them play Rora once so far in their attacks, and as they lock in their picks for the final attacking round in regulation, we ain't going to see it here either. Tempted for a little cheeky spawn peek, but you're not going to catch these guys out that easily.
Certainly, probably will not. Flank in the map. You probably catch that. You just saw on that Scopos, but you want to go for a spawn peek? I don't see it. That's why he backs off. It's fine, just for the early intel. Seems like we might be in for the Ying setting up on printer window. Blitz about to sprint in through this door and in through the cafe double. Got the Blackbeard as well to provide some frontline support, create the space for Fellapox. Never mind, Fellapox sprinting in turn. Blinded by the Candelas, but you don't need to do that. KZ checking the right angle, and nobody's there. Nobody actually inside of cafe at the moment, as it seems. Aside from that Yokai, Fellapox is generally clear to put this case down, but the Yokai can buy him time. Stuns him on that defuse twice. Allows Naza to push up. Fellapox got to fall off. Gotta take the gun, gotta win that fight, and he loses it. Herds picked back up, down in the frost mat, hopping in that window. Tuku shuts everything down on the backside. Couple rounds Furia won were close, and even though it's up 4-0, those last two from 9Z look good to secure a 2-4 half.
9Z going into the second half with some hell of momentum right now. That was a bold play from Furia, and I don't think they knew about the Echo. Had they known, I would imagine that Philippox would have done a bit of a better job of clearing the ceiling beforehand, or at least getting it on a drone and having a look to see where that yokai drone was, because the yokai drone was kind of the undoing. As soon as the call for the yokai drone comes, Blackbeard can no longer start looking for bodies, and he needs to start looking for the yokai drone. And that's exactly when 9Z choose to push, taking advantage of the chaos of the situation and picking up 2 rounds. I said there was a chance. There is always a chance if there's a round links. That's all you need.
True. And I mean, what? Basically 2 flawless rounds in a row? Sure, maybe you like lose one right at the end, but effectively speaking, really delayed on that tactical timeout's impact, but start out with a 5v4, basically perfectly repel Furia's assault. Not a bad trade. Not a bad trade at all. And now as Furia rotates sides, this is the worst one they had against NIP in their game earlier on in the stage. It's a 3 attacking split on the back half of the game, but Furia only picking up 2 defenses on the first half. Maybe if you've done some VOD review, you could see gaps in this lineup. NIP certainly did on Locker CCTV in particular. I think Furia by and large are basically sticking to the same lineup they actually ran against NIP, except for the introduction of an Azami on KZ. But when you got the Goyos, the Tachankas, the Zotos, and the smoke canisters, it's not even necessarily a Furia lineup. This is just a classic on server that we even saw 9Z ran at the beginning of this game.
I like the Vulcan packs.
I do too.
On the hatches upstairs.
I think it's interesting.
Oh, it's, I mean, deny the time wherever you like. It still denies the same amount of time, doesn't it? You know, it's what are you going to do about it? You haven't got Hibana. You can't. You know, you're forced into bringing the Maverick, and as soon as it pops, as soon as the hatch pops, the Vulcan pack's going to pop. So I think it's a good idea.
I think KZ actually just got burned by a Vulcan pack that got popped.
Ooh, maybe a Twitch.
I was gonna say I think a Twitch.
Yeah, if he was in a camera or something.
I was gonna say I think a Twitch might have popped it, and because you can usually tell based on how like the rhythm with which the health like gets whittled down. It seemed like a Vulcan pack. And with how good KZ has been, you do not want that player softened. You do not want that player looking worse for wear. Herds is going to be likely all or nothing. I mean, he's probably going to lose all that health in an instant if he goes down. And he's likely going to meet a lot of pressure playing on blue stairs. Though, when you look at it, you don't exactly have a lot of tools to deal with him. You're not placing those cluster charges on that staircase. You use the flashes, use the bees, but that shotgun is going to be a lethal weapon if you're not careful.
I wouldn't put anything past Will right now. He is a man of culture. Playing the Fuse Shield. Getting it done. Do love a little bit of Fuse Shield action.
Ooh.
Zoto canisters from Philippox desperately trying but unable to stop that from getting opened. Looks as though Will is going to go for the server hatch as well. Herds has dropped off. He didn't really have anything supporting him. He didn't have any Jaegers, didn't have any magnets, nothing of that nature, so it really was just an aggro position on the off chance, just in case. And now his value is far greater in the site with those 3 Toxic Babe canisters, because they're going to do a heck of a lot of the heavy lifting. Fortunately for Furia side, there isn't too much that can be thrown into sight that's going to do any harm, but there's plenty that's going to block lines of sight. Got those ROU projectors going in. We've got a couple of smokes. The first kill going to come in as Herds falls on that smoke. With all these ROUs going in, it's only a matter of time until a drop.
KZ's trying his best to stave it off. Player sitting on the hatch. He's crossing right under. Losing that smoke is brutal, but KZ will try to find a way to make it happen. Make it difficult for that player up top. Really nice Kiba. Burning key seconds for Nitro to take that line. Delaying this plant by just a little bit. Philippox has him lined up, but only one, not the second. Naza tries to push deep, but Nate holding the line, holding it firmly within his grasp. And from the back, Nade and JV92 bounce forth, ricochet into the attacking lineup, and take their first right at the margin.
It's kind of the big difference between the way that we saw Furia attack that site in round number 1 and the way that we've just seen 9Z attack it there in round number 7. There was no pressure, no attention on that backside. I'm not even entirely sure if the hatches got opened. Even if the hatches are opened and you don't drop it, it just gives the defenders something to think about, and the likelihood of seeing a player tucked deep next to that elevator hatch playing behind a deployable shield, it's slim to none at that point. You're taking a big gamble as that defender because someone could just drop and get you before you've even had a chance to react. 9Z just going for a fairly one-dimensional approach, and I commented, you know, they didn't have anything that was going to cause sufficient chaos. Sure, you've got Sense and a couple of ROU projectors. Sure, you've got smokes, but you need something a little bit more. Ying, Capitao, both of which are banned, of course, so that's why it's making it a little bit more difficult for them. Maybe some Grimbees. That could be a good thing. Get a bit of information. Looks like we are going to hit a rehost right now, as we did have a player just drop out, unfortunately, in the early stages of that round. We're only in the prep phase, so we can, of course, remake. Obviously, I don't think the players can talk to each other during this time, but we will get everybody back into the lobby as quickly as we can.
We can talk to each other. That's the important part. That's what matters.
That is all that matters.
You know, quick side note, I always put my rings on for these broadcasts, but you can't see my hands, so I don't really know why I do it.
It might just make you feel better.
It does
It's
make
like
me feel good.
It's like putting aftershave on.
That's a good
I always
point.
spray a little bit of I like deodorant and aftershave. I only have aftershave if I'm going out of the house, but for a broadcast I'll put it on.
Want to know something funny? I don't think a single day in my entire life I have ever used aftershave.
But okay, so like a fragrance then.
No. I smell
Really?
great.
Oh, okay. You're one of those people.
I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, I put on deodorant, I shampoo, you know. I smell good, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not an aftershave. I'm not axing it. I put the rings back on, by the way. You sold me on it. I think it is a vibes thing.
It's a vibe check.
It is a vibe check. Vibes seem perfectly chill in the Furia camp, man. Can't really blame them. On the first defense, up 5-2, won 2 rounds that arguably, you know, maybe you shouldn't have. With 9Z set up with their opening advantage, but you're not going to complain about it, especially after that excellent win over W7M yesterday. Coming out of today, not with the full 6 points. Obviously, OT, they only got 2 yesterday, but 5, when they're right on that line, Ollie, right at 6, widening that gap between you, ENX, and 9Z, the team you're playing right now, will be quite nice. Obviously, as you want to look at the standings, W7M, the team they beat, is still in first. Definitely one of the top 4 in Brazil right now. Them, FaZe, W7M, and kind of, you know, whoever wants to be in that 4th spot. Right now, it's Black Dragons and NIP. But I do want to say something, because I know people might look at these standings and think, what the hell? Furia at 6th? FaZe at 9th? Guys, you would not believe the kinds of things I have seen in the group stage of Brazil that FaZe and Furia will do. Sometimes, especially Furia, they will just lose their mind briefly. But then you get to playoffs, and it all starts making sense real quick. Like, that's where FaZe gets crazy. That's where Furia get crazy. I mean, they never win Brazil, but, you know, they still get crazy.
It's the same. I don't know what it is about this sort of area, this region. Obviously, it was very different back in the day when I was casting this region because it was strictly Brazil. Not 1995, not quite, but it was Brazilian teams, and then we'd have the Copa Elite Six. And that's where then you'd bring in the teams from South America and Mexico and all, and then you would get the sort of interregional or the semi-interregional stuff.
Yes.
But you would literally cast a whole stage of NIP losing every single game. All the games being very narrow or whatever. They scrape by in like a 6th place. Then they play the most amount of games in the Copa Elite Six to then win the whole thing. And it was frustrating to watch because you knew that they could, but they just didn't. And I don't know what it is. It feels similar. You know what I mean? It feels similar. We've watched a couple of great rounds from Furia in this bank game alone, and you think they would beat most teams in the world with that attack on that map, hands down. And yet they can lose 2 rounds at the end of their attacking phase to plays that you're just thinking and looking like, surely they knew, right? Surely they knew there was an echo.
Well, and that trend continues to this day. With the addition of the LCQ, it just got even more comical. You have the Montreal Major, or you have stage 2, where Liquid look. I can't believe I'm about to say this. Somehow not as bad as they look right now. I'm sorry, Liquid. Also, unfortunate for Diaz. I love him. Shout out, we miss you, Diaz. My NA boy. Liquid somehow looking worse than they did then, but Liquid were still not looking very good, and then somehow make Miracle Run and qualify for Montreal. Then you go to Manchester. Pretty much like the same thing. Or maybe that was actually stage 1 of 2024. Maybe that was Manchester. Either way, you have like a last place run to LCQ to main stage at Manchester. Then, previous stage, Los looked terrible. Like, literally the worst team in Brazil, grand final of Atlanta. It's just like, okay. Sure.
Why not?
Final of that LCQ was literally the worst 2 teams. It was Los versus Netshoes Miners. Like, they were literally in the 2 groups. They were the 2 last place teams. And they were both in the finals of the LCQ. Anyway, all that to say, Brazil has and always will be a chaotic region. And that's why we love it. Because they also produced arguably 2 of the best teams ever to play the game.
I can't believe that this is the first time that I'm going to be able to say this, given that we've casted together for, 3 play days now?
Something like that.
Who can?
10 seconds left before insertion.
What?
Who can?
5 seconds left.
I don't understand what's going on.
Cap can.
Can? Oh! I was like, I don't understand. What am I?
I thought you were gonna come. I thought you knew the bit.
No, I don't know the bit. I saw Tuku. I was like, okay, if you're gonna make like a toucan joke, that's not his name. I was like, that's just not his name. I was really scared where that was going. Cap can. Cap indeed can.
Get a little bit of the old Cap can in here. We love that from Herds.
I haven't seen much Cap can actually this stage.
It's because he's got barbed wire now. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Herds has even got one in pocket. That's how much he loves it.
I don't think he's picked it for the barbed wire. I'm gonna be honest with you.
This is Herds' spot, though. Literally, the funny part about this, what side is it? Open area? He plays this spot. Okay, what is going on? Oh my lord. Okay, it's a 4v3. Had a little double entry, Blackbeard Grim into stock. That did not end well. Joe has found Herds in CEO, though. So actually, somehow in that long angle, this is now worked out. Tuku, oh, I love that cutoff. That's my favorite of the round. Catches one more, walking right into the net down marble stairs. We get bored of bank. You hate watching these slow server takes. Well, how about I give you a 1v3 in the first minute and 15. 1v2 in the first minute and 15. Aid. Well, I'm not going to get anything. Tuku on for 3 in that round, all sitting inside of Archives. Ollie, what the hell just happened?
I love how he was in his shock drone like a second before getting that kill. Like, you've literally got teammates dead. Like, what are you doing? Like, surely you know where this last guy is at this point.
Got on the shock drone. He's like, oh, crack, 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 crack.
He's like, which button is it again? Just smash and escape.
Spill the Dr. Pepper on the keyboard in the process.
Oh, other fizzy drinks are available. So, super quick round from 9Z. Really looking to take some early pressure. They knew that there was going to be a roam game from Furia. They didn't know everything about it because obviously we saw the Capcom walked into. So we didn't know that there was an EDD on that particular door from Will, but what they did know was that there was a good and decent enough off-site presence and an opportunity to not only deal with that, but to hop in at site. Realistically, 9Z just won a lot of gunfights there. They tried that double entry, it didn't work, but immediately they were able to get back with a kill. And I think that little pressure that was being put through Tellers at the same time, if you think about some of the entry points, we've got an entry through main lobby into Tellers, we've got an entry through stock, we've got somebody on the rappel upstairs. Again, everybody just working really effectively to try and pinch and corral these players. You've got the top floor guys dealing with the top floor, you've got the bottom guy in Tellers, exactly as you said, waiting for those cut-offs. He knows the defenders are going to use main stairs because there's no other option. Like, are they going to go all the way down lobby? Probably not. Could be somebody on the lobby rappel. So, a really good and effective clear from 9Z. My only worry is, can they make it happen again? Because already this game is turning, it's turning quite scrappy. It's turning a little bit individual.
And even if they end up making this really, really close, because of those couple miracle rounds Fury got earlier, is going to matter. Will it end up being a 12-round barn burner, but Fury wins 7-5? Because in 6 minutes across this game, they were just a little built different. Had a little bit of the secret sauce and not much to do. Snipe that drone out of the air. JV92 makes his own rotate to get the hell out of dodge. CEO defense, as you can see, Castle not banned by 9Z. Azami also not banned. So operators completely unavailable to 9Z on this site will both be available to Furia as they create a fortress for themselves on this top floor. Velopox taking the standard angle close on these windows. See Ashen play this all the time in NA. Try to find the angle. Try to get aggressive. Try to take somebody out when they are feeling comfortable and safe.
Tuku trying to displace the clash, but Nade, knowing better, he just has to take a few steps forward, get out of the range of that Nade. Polar opposites in terms of what's available for both these teams right now. You can see his army buying some time there for Leapox. Able to plug up a couple of those gaps and keep himself alive. He's taking about half damage for that. The longer he can stay alive here, the better. Getting shocked. Reach opening right next to him. Not a great place to be right now, Azami or not, but he has to try and stop the pressure coming in from these windows. It is critical to the rest of his team surviving right now. You've got Zhao over on that main lobby. It's an angle that could be found, but eventually gets taken out on that vert.
Really good reaction by 9Z. I'm pretty sure the Selma actually got shot on the left side, but they still know he's there, so they rotate Tuku down just to decimate the floorboards. It shows that 9Z, despite them being, obviously, you know, not a full Brazilian team from a more inexperienced region, they really are putting the pieces together quite well, but if KZ hits that shot, that's just the perfect counter argument. You might be actually thinking, well, but we are landing shots. But right now it's Tuku. 3K in the previous round, a 417 menace at the moment. 5 in a row, all with that weapon, all watching the flank, and all on the Furia defenders that think they can get away with crazy plays like that. KZ's been quick peeking that for ages, and Joe just calls his bluff. Nade might swing and find one, but 9Z still have the advantage. Slow push from Tuku, that shield being a real problem, but JV92 not fully aware of the position. It had a 1v2 yesterday. He's only got 8 seconds to wait. Can he find Naza with this diffuser? In the smoke, he might be able to creep in. I don't know if the other angle's being watched, but there's no easy way forward. That Selma was opened up earlier, but the impact went out. And because of that, he's got no hole to walk in, but he's down the Twitch on the way out. Just a 1v1 inside the building. Nullified 1. Joe's got 2 flashes. If Nade starts walking towards that diffuser, which he'll make a hell of a lot of noise, picking up that shield. Won't even need the secondary utility. Turns to the right, exposes the left. 9Z just 1 round away from a tie game.
I like the vision there from Nade. I think knowing whether he's down the Twitch or not, he has to expect that the other player's outside as well. Picks up the shield. If there's an angle that he can place the shield on that can give him a little pocket of safety to try and get the defuse, then great. Turned into quite a close game here, all things considered. I know we've had some fairly swingy sides where it's been, you know, flawless for Furia or flawless for 9Z, a very quick rush round here and there. But 9Z are standing up to this team quite nicely at the moment. 5-4, getting the plant down in the previous round. And again, systematically dealing with those defenders. When you've got a clash and you've got an army on that top floor, it can be very difficult. But Tukan had such great presence of mind to go underneath and to deal with that Azami. It was basically the only angle that Felipox hadn't sorted out for himself, because you could see he was just trying to melt himself into that corner and get as far out of any visual that he could. Back down to the basement though for round 10, and this is going to be the acid test for 9Z. Can they attack this basement effectively? Given the amount of soak and time that Furia are looking to drain here, you have got to wonder, they need to be quick. They need to have some really good early pre-placed drones, because it isn't going to be very easy for them once they've got those hatches open and they're trying to execute on site. Last time we saw a bit of a lack of things to throw down the hatch, for want of a better term. We have this time got the Bees of Grim, so at least they should be able to gain a little bit more information as to where some of these defenders are hiding.
I do want to highlight Tuku again real quick, because obviously you mentioned some of the particulars of that round, but even though he might be 6-1 after the rehost, might seem like he individually is carrying, he's just really been being put in great positions by his team, in positions to catch Furia defenders flanking. And when you look at how that might get applied to a site like this, I mean, usually, he's obviously not playing the 417 now, but when we think of 417 ops, it's usually a lurk-up garage. I'm curious if he'll take that position or where they might station him, because catching these Furia defenders roaming is really quite important. Unfortunately, Herds finds a nitro early. That doesn't mean the round will go Furia's way. They have won the last 2 opening picks, and 9Z still find a way out in the round, still find a way, usually in a 2v1. Admittedly, has been with good performances from Tuku in a position where you can catch defenders rotating back, and right now there's only one upstairs just now spotted. Casey's already put down all of his utility. He can just kind of be a side quest, baiting 9Z into the map and wasting a lot of time, while even if they kill him, all they're getting is a 4v4.
Certainly not ideal to lose Grim, especially with KZ out there on the roam unchecked. The main fear in this round was the time, and if there's only just now drones going upstairs to try and find him, it ain't going to be very easy. A little Spider-Man action going on right now. KZ surely knows that that's where it could have come from, and eventually does get taken down there. Must have just had his backside sticking out. Jao's finished him off. Not horrendous, it isn't the worst. But if you've not dealt with the Vulcan packs, which I'm guessing you've not because you've not got a Twitch, you still need to get in and try and deal with those with some nades. There's a couple of nades remaining. You've got 4, so that's plenty. But find them and delete them. You've obviously got the fuse that's going to be able to get rid of some, but again, it's a little bit more RNG. You don't really know where those clusters are going to land. Still got to wait for the cluster charges to get off and start to get the hatches open. Furia should be able to choke this one out on time, especially now that they've brought that warden just for that extra layer of security in being able to look through the Sense ROU. We can see the nades now getting sent out there, destined for those Vulcan packs. 40 seconds, I really don't like the chances right now. We've got players trained on hatches. Main stairs, potential for a bit of a walk down, but an FNAT at the bottom of it. None of this is going to be easy.
No. Especially, they spent 7 of their drones just hunting down KZ. They've had 3 drones since half the round remaining. 1:10 have passed since then. If any defender is holding an off spot or holding an off angle, the likelihood that 9Z actually will have that information is very, very small. 10 seconds remaining. We're almost in the red zone, and all the utility's still going out. Big kill from Joe will knock down those Shumikas. His Herds is fully out of toxic canisters, and the smoke will not propagate to cover the defuse, so 9Z can still hold on. They can get this case down, but that might even matter. They get all the kills anyway. With very little time remaining, very little room for error, all of Furia fall to the guns of 9Z. The Argentinians come alive 3 in a row, all tied up.
It's a timeout angle.
I
think, yeah, it's a timeout moment. There it is. Thank you, Furia. Appreciate it. There is no way that Furia should be losing that round.
No.
They
no
didn't
way.
even get the breach open. The server wall was still fully reinforced. We had a player that ran through and tanked whatever fire it was that was on the floor, whatever smoke canister was just not clipping the right spot. We're in what, year 9 of this game, and we've still got people that can't throw smokes onto that default plant spot?
So hold on. I do want to say this. You know what I wonder? If you're Furia and you see server wall fully closed, what will most teams do there if the default plant spot is unavailable?
We go to the off plant spot.
Where is that?
Well, you can plant behind the bomb.
Around the bomb chassis is what I'm getting at, right? You could plant on that wall, or you can plant by the bomb chassis. Where was Herd smoking?
Bomb chassis.
You smoke in the off plant spot. So, obviously, did Herds miss it? Yes. I do want to say, though, I do understand his logic, because I do think if you see server wall closed, it makes sense to assume a team would go to the off plant spot. But that is not what 9Z did. He did what you described, which was insane, but potentially brilliant.
Oh, genius. In the heat of the moment, they're never going to expect it. But even still, if the server door, if the server wall isn't open, how are they going to hold it in a post plant?
That's
At the point where the server wall is closed, just rotate upstairs.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
You win from the hatch.
You got me on that one.
I don't know. I'm not a player.
Right.
I'm not a player.
No, that's a fair point. See, look, there's a give and take. Some good, some bad.
Is it good that we have a tied game?
That's exactly what I literally was gonna say. Is it good that it's 5-5? Is it good that it's 5v4? I don't know. Tuku's just shot KZ in the bowels of bank. Amaru is in the bowels of bank and is now trying to flank JV92 on the stairs. You gotta be careful, JV. Sprinting around like that. What's the play here? What is he cooking?
I love this from Tuku. He has so many options right now. Real Lone Ranger, though. No one really knows where he is on the side of Furia, and he can just pop up at a very inopportune moment. Obviously, the site's open area, so there's multiple hatches that he could choose to go up if he wants to get into the site, and still, if he wants to get in on the periphery. Dow getting a kill on... Nothing's going traded here. These guys are just literally getting picked off, and then the player just gets back on rappel and hides for a couple of seconds. Like, yep, got my one.
Man, I mean, looking like FaZe against Loud yesterday, just giving up these random 1v1s with nothing being traded. I mean, what have 9Z done? Tuku was crouch walking into the building, got a freebie. That guy was on rappel. Herds is still sitting up here. They're probably like, surely nobody else is up here. That's Herd. And they know he's there. They have a Z ping on him. Does he get the kill? No, but again, they know. Do Furia think they're playing a worse team? Do they think this team is worse than they actually are? Velopox trying to retreat, but... Oh, Tuku, I was about to say, he's been holding that flank for a while, but Nade will at least find him. Nade on the backline. Velopox, the two backline players for Furia, will try to not to let this slip away. They might just find it. Full committing on this roam. Surely 9Z don't start letting it slip now. Surely they don't start giving up these 1v1s as the Monty spots the Legion walking back. The Melusi will look to drop. Quick 3v2, a little reset.
Still time here to try and make something happen. Especially on that Monty. Got the ability to gather a lot of information. Some priceless intel getting gathered there by Nitro. I don't feel Fleepox has got a single clue. If it's going to be a Monty walking down the stairs, it's going to be even more difficult. He gets taken out as well. The floor's still getting ripped open. 20 seconds. Nade has to try and hold on. At this point, he wonders which way to look. Because you got somebody coming through Princess, someone threatening on the main door. It isn't going to be a good day for him. Finds one. The plant was being attempted. Gets the second, to be fair, but it's a direct trade. A lot of trades at the moment. Of course, the Monty still being alive there is the win condition. 9Z put himself onto map point.
I'm telling you, I think Fury, I think they're playing a worse team than they actually are. Like, you've just watched them. You've just watched them put two, like, three pretty well coordinated rounds together. Like, obviously, they didn't open up the server wall. But they have a nice call to rotate around, plant in the default spot to try to big brain Furia. You just saw Velopox work himself into a difficult position on CEO, and not only are they problem solving well by trying to use Selmas and nades, they then, when those don't work, they send a guy down below to floor bang you. You go back to the previous CEO round, where you guys are roaming all over the map, and what do? They got Tuku in the key spot to catch roamers falling back to, the open area site. 9Z are putting together good attacks. They are reading into your game plan. And so what do we do after 9Z have already shown they can take down solo roamers? Hey guys, what if we solo roam? What if we have one guy lurking in basement? What if Birds is sitting in front of a bunch of soft walls and CEO? Surely they won't do it like they did it literally 3 rounds ago. What's your idea?
That we solo roam.
Defenders protect
I think it's a great plan.
being defused by attackers.
I mean,
I agree. I just don't think that. I don't know. A Fury just not giving 9Z the respect. And they just expecting it's going to be. I mean, they played some really good attacking rounds at the start of the game. Like they looked fantastic. They've had some good clutches. They've had 2 rounds where they've clutched up 4 versus 2. On the face of it, take away those 2 clutch rounds, this game should already be over.
Yeah,
but we know that Furia is a team that can clutch. So you've got to give it to them. It's going to happen. There are going to be occasions where you have to have a couple of players really lock in. I don't mind that. The fact that 9Z now are on that map point, is that going to change Furia's mindset here? Are they going to all of a sudden just lock into a different gear and really start to try and tie this game up? Because, let's be honest, 9Z's basement attack, it's been very standard. They bring that fuse. They bring that book. They've got the bees this time. We didn't get to see what was destined for the Grim last time. This time there's a couple more adaptations. We've got the IQ and the Zephyr, so there's a little bit more going on there. But realistically, it hasn't changed too much. They're still relying on these nades or a direct line of sight to get rid of these Vulcan packs. It's not like they're bringing the Twitch. It's not like they're really trying to push the boat out here and be a little bit different. So for Furia, and from their point of view, just play where you're strongest. Play behind that utility.
And you know what? Let's be fair. I think that's what they are doing right now. The only roams they're doing, the hatches are already opened inside of open area for them to quickly fall back. But this is where, again, 9Z are genuinely playing very well. They've read into that, and Joe has said, okay, I'm going to take that control away from you. And so, JV, this is what I mean. The first one, all right, that's fair. You take the 50-50. You know the buck is there. He's just wall-banging the other guy out printer window. That's a great pre-fire. That is an excellent pre-fire. He has still wall-banged a guy into a 3v5. And it's like, okay, the round's not over, but it very well could be just over now.
There's a chance. There's a round to be played. There's always a chance. I don't necessarily like the chance for 9Z right now. And I think that Furia, knowing that and knowing the fact that they've got 2 picks, can just start to relax a little bit. They don't need to get too active. They can really just let the clock and the fact that there's only 3 attackers do the rest of this hard work right now. They've got some good flank gams in position. And I like the fact that they've got the back hatches open, the elevator hatches open. Got the 2 hatches in open area. So they've got plenty of option as to where they are going to try and drop. Not too much for the IQ to be doing here. Maybe the odd Grismot mine or the odd FNAT trap, but solo walk through garage potentially. Looks at least as though that's what Tuku's framing up for right now, and I can't think of a better gun to put on it. On the 9Z side of things, he's been lethal so far. If he can sneak through, I guess one of the saving graces is there's no one from Furia dead, so it's unlikely that someone's watching a camera. We can see obviously through the overview that there is nobody going to be there. Pushing the pressure and maybe just flooding that player into his line of sight there in garage. It's going to be very one-dimensional all through those main stairs, but oh boy, KZ cleans 2, and that's got to be round.
Got to be round at that point. Tuku accidentally telegraphing himself a little bit with that nade. All right. Let him cook. He got his 10, but such low HP. Not much he can do, and I have to think Furia, even though they could have afforded to rein the discipline in a little bit. Even taking the vertical angle on this hatch, not peeking whatsoever in the late round. They should win this, no problem. There it is. Overtime. First match of the day. 4 rounds in a row from 9Z, but Furia bookend this half with 2 wins on lockers. And now we find ourselves in a best of 3 rounds with Furia starting on the attack.
I can't really work out if that's good or bad for Furia. Obviously, they had a better split on the attack. But 9Z weren't any slouches on the defense, and they actually really picked it up, winning their last 2 defensive rounds. If Furia start this overtime the way that they started the game, then yeah, sure, but based off what we've seen, 9Z have just got better and better as this game has developed.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
See how the OT fares, and if the sides do stay the same with that level of advantage, or if it flips. Downstairs to the lock as we go. This was one that I don't really think that 9Z kind of got it right the first time, but looking at this lineup, it looks a lot better.
Yeah. That was my exact thought process, was the reason you lost that first round was not actually a strategic failing. It succeeded. You wanted to basically foreclose server as an option for Furia, and you wasted so much time doing so. They got the opening kill with only 28 seconds remaining. Grenade was stuck in elevator with a diffuser. You didn't win the round, but that strat, that's a win. You denied a whole default win condition. Going back to that, just expect the other side. I know it's like simple, like just expect the other side, forehead. I don't mean it like that, but now that you know how Furia are gonna react, maybe just play a little more passive. Don't peek nade in that spot. You easily have a round win back in round 1. Easily from this strat.
Furia not rushing to establish control of the building right now. Herds hanging out there inside a dirt tunnel. We've got Tuku playing on those blue stairs. Couple of drones working ahead. Top floor still getting cleared. Mirror window placed, and obviously the wall reinforced, so it will be difficult, but it looks as though there's some good info being exchanged for Herds here, but Will is certainly no slouch. Shot that explosive canister. He will dodge out of the way, but Herds opening it up. We haven't seen a solo walk through garage yet from Furia.
But what a time for it to come out. Remember, last time we saw this, Casey was full clearing upstairs on Deimos back in round 1, and now he's solo clearing garage, and they're lining up for him. We're throwing 3 bodies at this problem, and not a single one can hit a shot! Naza caught with a Zoto in hand. Joe down. Nitro, the first one, even finished off. And Herds put Will to 1 HP early. And Fellapox won't let that prey slip away. Nigh flawless from Furia with that trade towards the end. With a very nice solution to that early problem faced on basement.
Well, that's one time to use a little garage walk that you haven't done up until that point. I just can't believe how many shots Herds missed as well as the players from 9Z. It was it was terrible. It was like a really bad high noon shootout. I think having the Zoto canister in the hand was obviously the nail in the coffin there, and he was able to pick that kill up. I mean, someone's walking through garage like that. I mean, yeah, I get peek it together, but peek it together when you're both ready. You have to hit that shot. You've got to deal with it as quickly and as cleanly as possible. Yeah, a little on contact, you know? 9Z onto that attacking side again. Furia have regained a lead here in this match. Overtime match point now for them. And again, they are choosing to go down to the basement. Now, weirdly, this is a site that 9Z have been successful on. But, and it's quite a big but, I don't think that they will get that same level of success again, because it was a pretty bold and ballsy play that got them that round. It was a rush through the door, the wall was still reinforced, and they were able to get a plant off in a spot that Furia didn't believe for a million years anybody would attempt to do, because it was so silly, it was brilliant.
And then obviously you have the next time they defended, where JV92 wins a nice fight, and then with very good game sense is like, I'll pre-fire print a window as I'm falling down the hatch, and kills another one. Just for the montage, just what the Furia got him. These basement rounds have not been pretty for 9Z. They've had really strong moments, but they have been very close with opportunities for Furia to claw things back, and well, both times they did. This is the place that Furia brought you to. I feel bad for 9Z. This game really could have been a regulation win, but Furia, similar to yesterday, popping off in massive moments, and that's just something you can't always predict. Something, well, you can predict with Furia. You can predict it'll happen. That does not mean you can beat it in the moment. Might be able to spot that Tachanka sitting inside of elevator. Nade very careful about the outside of the square hall, but again, the hatch open. When you're not running a castle on Azami, this is the play, isn't it, Ollie? You don't want to hold too hard. You want to sit right next to a hatch, shoot some drones, fall back. You don't want to get caught with your pants down.
Nice little soft hold.
A little soft hold. A little soft roam, soft extension.
It's like you're holding an ice cream, you know? Holding an ice cream in a cone. You can't death grip that thing. You just gotta gently hold it.
You're telling me.
Nice little trick there on the fuse clusters, getting shot out at the right time by Felipox. Saves himself as Zoto. Oh, ooh, unlucky.
That's rough. That's unlucky.
That's not what you like to see. I don't think it's had too much bearing, though. I don't believe that one did explode a cluster, but I mean, maybe it saved him as Zoto for a little bit later on. How much good that will be, I'm not too sure. There are still 2 cluster charges left, and Herd's in a very tough position right now, especially given that server hatch is open. Trying to reinforce that with a couple of Grismot mines, sorry. Fire dissipates. It's only a matter of time until this shield rounds the corner and starts bearing him down.
Gotta be careful. He fell back around a minute last time, but he's really holding on to this go around. He's got the Grismot, can block that shield, can take the fight. Somebody might be committing behind him, but no, it's the whole attack, that is. The whole attack surrounding him on server. He's wasted a lot of time, but 9Z with a key advantage. 5v4, they can start trading this down. The Vulcan pack will dissipate with about 10 seconds remaining, and Nade's got this lineup with the Shumikas. Good rotate from Will. Go to the off spot because Herds isn't playing that smoke. Because he doesn't have the those toxic canisters. Nade's got to be ready. Is he rotating? Yes, he is. It's a game of adaptation and counter-adaptation, reaction from each team. And Furia might be the ones to come ahead as we get to low time. It's a 5v3, but Will's got to get in there. He's got to put this diffuser down. His health's so low. Can they find the angle? They're trying their best to cover. They see him at the last second. 8-6 in a nail-biter performance. Furia with 4 points on the weekend, and 9Z with a heartbreaking loss.
You really got a feel for 9Z there. There was a definite chance for them to pull that game out of the bag, but Furia a little bit too good in that overtime, winning that round on the attack, flipping it over and taking us back down to basement. A very popular site, no doubt, on Bank in general, but certainly in that previous match we've just seen, not being won very many times by the attacks at all. 9Z were successful on it, but as we commented, it wasn't reliable, and they were going to need the same level of luck, if not a little bit more, if they wanted to try and pull it off in that last round as well. Their attacks did just become a little bit too prescripted and a little bit too predictable. Furia, on the other hand, remaining that unpredictable and that very strong force inside this region. But, and I will asterisk this with quite a big but, not without their faults today, Lynx.
No, not without their faults at all. But 2 8-6 victories in the weekend so far. Really good game yesterday. Bit weaker today, but a lot to chew on when it comes to Furia, and that's what the desk is about to do.
Thank you very much, my friends, Extra Troika and Lynx, for this first game, a first cast. And by the way, Faults doesn't play in SAL, just to make it clear. It's actually SG and NAL. Anyways, yes, what a game. 9Z really dropping the bag here for it's like game of quarters in this game. Furia kick it off with an incredible performance on their first half, and then they fumble the bag, and then 9Z takes it to OT, and then we're so close and still still not enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really sold. I feel like Furia is toying with their food. Furia, the first half was just a phenomenal performance from them. They just, on their attacks, constantly go through. They're able to farm up all of the kills on attacks. But it looked like the same thing that we said in the pre-desk. Furia is just playing for the gun games, playing for the individual gun fights. They're not focused on strategy. And once the sides swapped, we saw that heavily on their defenses, constantly going for these fights, constantly going for these 1v1s. I mean, even in their attacks, there was several rounds where it came down to big plays, big individual plays. So it doesn't really make too much sense to me. It doesn't give me too much confidence. It really just looks like Furia is just playing to shoot at this moment. And only when push came to shove, once it came to the overtime, that's where we saw Furia lock in, start focusing on the strategy. I mean, in the end, last round, we saw the Goyo canisters, everything that they needed to be able to deny plant. So to me, it looked like Furia just wasn't taking it seriously until they needed to.
I don't know. I'd argue, to be honest. I mean, I don't think you're giving 9Z enough credit, and especially how well on their attacks are. Sure, their first half wasn't great getting 4-2, but I think that's the best case scenario of possibly being on 9Z, or best, obviously, getting a 3-3 half. But I mean, again, their attacks were extremely impressive. Their 3 attacks back to back. I mean, they were doing such a good job at just pinching these individual players. I mean, sure, you could argue Furia likes these individual engagements. This is what we're used to from seeing. But for being such a brand new team in terms of inexperience compared to Furia, I thought overall 9Z was just looking significantly better. I think obviously when it comes to that experience, that is where Furia was going to close it out in the end, is when you get it to overtime, when the pressure's applied, when you need to be mentally there. I think that's where Furia really shined in that moment. But I'd say through and through, I personally felt this was 9Z's game through and through.
I agree to a certain extent. 9Z's attacks did look good. They were doing a great job pinching Furia, but
they look great.
Furia gave them those openings to go for those gunfights. That is the caveat, is Furia was roaming on purpose. They were going for these fights. They'd get a pick and then stay there. They'd want to be able to buy more time. And that was the strategy that Furia went for.
But you could argue, though, in that same logic, then by that, too, you could say that 9Z takes those 1v1 engagements, but instead what we saw was a lot of teamwork, like a 3-man push to just eliminate one and then finding another. So, I mean, whatever way you want to look at it, both teams played really well today. It was quite the barn burner. Again, for me, I just think 9Z it really was their game.
Should have won it, really, if we're looking at it purely objectively from how things were. But at the end, the gunplay and the experience for Furia does pull them across the line Joining us here, though, is Felipox from Furia. Now, Feli, yesterday we were having a chat after your close win against W7M in OT. You were saying, look, a lot of respect to 9Z, but we're going to come in and we're going to roll over them. And you did win, but it was a tough game. Walk me through it.
Yeah, it was a tough game. We started the game really well, and then when we hit the 5-3, I think 5-2, we started losing rounds that it wasn't too difficult for us. We just rode a little bit, I think. And then they started to play well. It's a good map from them. So yeah, we always win on overtime. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you guys turn into a different team when it comes to overtime. It looks like, at least from this game that we got to watch, once you get to overtime, that's where you guys started playing a lot more team focused. I mean, in that last round, you used a lot of the utility to be able to stop 9Z and slow them out. But for the majority of the game, on attack and defense, it looked like you guys were very aggressive, going for these gunfights, individual gunfights. Sometimes, you know, on defense, we saw KZ up top and CEO. Is that a part of your guys' strategy to be going for those gunfights, to leave some players alone on an island just to be able to stall time? Or was it just, you know, maybe KZ or somebody in the moment feeling good about the position that they're in?
So we saw that in the first round when we did the turtle strategy, they dominated the map really quick. So in the second round, when we did it again, we easy to try to hide somewhere because we thought they were not going to drone really well, but they did drone him, and then he tried to just take time out of them, and yeah, basically that's it.
Well, Felipox, congratulations on the win. I kind of want to ask you, from just being the IGL, were you impressed at how well 9Z was actually on their attacking half of singling out so many different engagements from the players like you guys? Because as we know, I mean, you guys can shoot. There's no questions when it comes to anyone on your roster. But I mean, I was impressed. So I'm just kind of curious, was it kind of taking you back a little bit to kind of just rally the troops and be like, okay, we do have to start playing together, because they were doing a fantastic job at singling out you guys in almost every single engagement through the majority of those attacks.
Yeah, I wasn't impressed because we played this map against them on practice, and they were playing really well. I think we tied in scrims against them. So we knew they were going to play really well this map, and especially on attack. So I wasn't impressed. They are really playing well.
Honestly, this is good to hear, because it just means that SAL always gets that quality no matter where you are in the standings and the quote-unquote level of experience the team on the other end. Now, Felipox, next Saturday, you guys get to play against Black Dragons. What do you have to say to BD?
They are playing really well. I think they are on second spot. I don't know, nothing to say to them. We are just going to try to win, not on overtime this time.
Yeah, I was gonna say, maybe, you know what, we'll try to change that around, but otherwise we're always getting good games here out of Furia regardless. Felipox, thanks so much for joining us.
You missed it. What? Skins. They have a skin in the game.
Everybody's
buy
gotta
the
promote
Furia
the
skin in
skin.
game. Yeah. Please buy the skin in game. It's really, really beautiful on Maverick. You gotta buy it. Lexi already has one. And
Dude, you did give it to me.
likes it too.
You made me beg
Can I
for it,
get
though.
one?
You made me beg for it. You said, say please.
Can I get one, please?
I don't have any more.
Could I just get a video
Sorry.
of Laxing begging for a skin? That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, I can
I'm
send
begging
it
for
too.
that. Thank you. Thank you, Feli. Well, there you go. Of course, we do have the Furia skin for Maverick. Make sure you go in and you support all of our... We wanted to say goodbye. Anyways, Feli, thank you so much for joining us. It was good to have you on here to promote your skin and also talk about this matchup. Yet again, another overtime victory, but what a close one throughout this entire game. And we'll see some of the highlights of this game, because honestly, there's a lot of head-scratching moments, but also great plays from individuals that carried it across the line, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, it was great plays all around. I mean, this was a really close game. I think some people in chat, I was looking, they were very worried for 9Z going down 4-2. But I mean, even for Furia to bring it back, obviously not letting round after round slip away, get to their head. And like I said, I do believe that's where an experienced team is always going to shine, especially in a best of one, is as much as you do push it to an OT, when the pressure's applied, when you need to be almost perfect in these rounds to get it done, that is really where Furia can get over that hurdle, or an experienced team will always find their shine in darkness. Whereas as for 9Z, I mean, they were doing everything that they possibly could. It just comes down to just really focusing on those strengths and just not getting overzealous, not pushing, not limit testing yourself, and just playing your game. But again, through and through, this was just a really good back and forth from both of these teams.
Yeah, it was a real bloodbath. I think when it comes down to takeaways for 9Z, obviously, when they are able to fully execute, group up, and go for a push together, go for an isolated pick together, they did a great job at getting that man advantage. But if they can limit the amount of times that they're losing picks or losing the advantage or getting caught off guard by a team like Furia, obviously Furia is, the team that is going to take advantage of that. If they can limit that, then 9Z, will look a lot more comfortable as the rest of the games are. But at the end of the day, for Furia, in my opinion, when you got players like JV92 that are just putting up numbers, everybody on the roster is so good. In my opinion, I felt like Furia has been kind of toying with the league so far, and we've only yet seen a little bit of what's to come for them.
And JV was doing this in Reload, right? He's running around. The man is just having fun, living life, and yet still, next day, ready to go in game. And yes, of course, these games have been quite tight and pushing OTs, but who knows? Because once we get the best of threes, that's potentially where Furia will shine. But the real tester is BO3 when you're at this level and really land, but you need to qualify to that first.
Yeah, and it's nice to see JV92 bounce back today, because obviously his game against W7M, uncharacteristic
14 and
performance. Yeah, he was 4 and 12. He was not there today or yesterday, but today, obviously leading the team and always watching him. He's such a good DMR player, constantly holding those angles, able to get those picks or just put damage across the board. He's so impactful when push comes to shove, and he's one of those players that you don't necessarily see in the front of the fray, but somehow he is always so impactful. He's always in the right place. He's assisting his entries, and he's so consistent. I mean, I can't remember an event or a time or a season where he's ever not been, arguably the MVP, the silent MVP for Furia.
Yeah, and even him being the MVP, I mean, you have to give credit also to 9Z. I mean, Tuku in specifically, I mean, he was finding a lot of those gaps and creating a lot of that space being made for 9Z and their success. And the thing that always worries me is I love seeing these new teams come in, show what they got, highlight the players that they have on it. I just don't want it when it comes down to a stage for these players to get poached and to join one of the top teams, because, I mean, they obviously have what it takes. They have the success. But again, I mean, Tuku was a big factor for me for 9Z of just creating that space, finding those gaps, and then just getting multi-kills off those entry points. I mean, it was a really good game, like I said, from both these teams. I think for 9Z, again, it's all about experience. At least you got points on the board here today. But more often than not, when you find yourself in these situations, when you push it OT, you just need to realize where you need to put the priority and focus into and to get get the round done. Because again, we only got so many games left. They need these points to make it to top 6 to really show what they got in a best of 3 series.
Gentlemen, that was game number 1. We're just getting it started. We're going to take a quick break. When we get back, it's Los versus FaZe Clan. See you in a bit.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everybody, to SAL. We continue on with match number 2 of this Playdee number 6 of week 3 in South America. We overview the center of Aracaju in the north central part of Brazil, overlooking the beautiful ocean. And it's always good to have a bit of a view. We've had some time on the ocean in Brazil. My God,
A little too much time.
Incredible. That was the first time I ever got in an ocean in my entire life, in Rio de Janeiro, and it was a hell of an experience. Never done it before in my life. Just gonna put it out there.
I mean, I look like a cherry tomato. I don't know if you remember the sunburn that I ended up getting, and that was the longest time I've been in the ocean. I kind of forget when you dive down into the water in terms of like a regular chlorine pool, you don't really like get a taste of salt. And every time I went underwater, I always regret it. I just had all this salt on my lips, in my mouth. So I think I do prefer lakes and rivers over oceans.
Bro, you're from Minnesota.
Yeah,
you are not built for
lakes.
this. Yeah, number
lakes.
1. Number 2, you and I got whistled out of the ocean.
That's because we were,
but
because we were riding the waves. They just couldn't handle it.
Fox was taking a hard nap on the beach, which was incredible.
Dude, it was nice. You get like a wet towel on your head, and then the sun, like, I was just relaxing. I mean, you guys can probably tell I don't tan much, so obviously I was using it as an experience to relax, be therapeutic. You know?
I got a photo of you that looked hard as hell, so that's all I'm gonna get out of it. Nobody even knows that you were taking a nap during it, and I'll take that as a W. Anyways, gentlemen, we have a match on our own. Scorching sands between these two teams, the FaZe and Los, because here's where they are in the standings. FaZe are at 9 points. They're looking to gather all 3 to go higher up. With the pressure being put on the top 6, 1 point or 2 even through overtime is not as good as you think it is, and every point will matter. Los, however, want to keep their distance from Team Liquid because nobody wants to be in that position of shame, at least wherever Liquid is on the standings. Let's quickly dive into our game and talk about FaZe Clan, Fox.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe uncharacteristic right now of where they're standing. Obviously, they're the team that when it comes to interregionally, when it comes to the SAL, we're always seeing FaZe at the top. We're always seeing FaZe consistently dominate the league, not break a sweat, go to the events, and the events is where they find some difficulty. But obviously, now teams are getting keen to how they play, and I think that's been the biggest factor, especially with the new ban phase that's come in. I feel like FaZe has had a difficult time of being able to adapt against teams that are now hard focusing and countering them. One thing that FaZe's biggest weakness is that we've been seeing highlighted in their last 2 games was the fact that their executes have been lacking. That's the biggest issue. FaZe has always been that iron wall. They're able to set up, they go for the execute, and it's so difficult to get past it, to break apart the FaZe wall because they're so consistent, they're so methodical. But we've been seeing it that against the aggressive teams, they're just falling short. It just hasn't cut it. It hasn't been enough. And we're going to need to see some change for them to be able to bounce back. It's not end all be all, but obviously losing against teams like Black Dragons and Loud, regardless of Black Dragons' performance, it's not where you want to be if you're FaZe. FaZe is supposed to be the team that is going undefeated in the SAL.
Don't worry. Just like Furia, their saving strats is what I'm hearing so far, at least for later on in the stage, if not a bit deeper than that. But what about Loss on the other side? Because they're not doing too hot either, but they've had some recovery. I mean, yesterday, they're pushing NIP to the edge.
I mean,
they're getting a few points here and there.
Yeah, they're looking far more comfortable within their own region, respectively so, where they didn't have success through the NAL. But now, even then, sure, they might be at the bottom with 4 points. But when you look at their games, some have been relatively close. They are keeping it competitive, maybe outside of a couple hiccups. But yesterday in particular, I mean, NIP has looked like no slouch so far. So, I mean, the fact that that game went 8-7, it was a very close game. But when, we talked about the inconsistencies with FaZe, the biggest inconsistency with Los, to me, is really the entire team just coming together and having a performance together. Typically, there's always 1 or 2 players, maybe 3 from Los, that don't have a pop-off performance or even a kind of a mid-tier performance. There's always been just the lacklust in that area where you always have had Kurtz, Farius just popping off
on these rosters, the two MVPs, in my opinion, of this team, where if we can see Arthur, we can see Legacy, we can see Mr. just kind of pull their own weight, they all come together here, they would close out, I believe, a lot of these matches. But it's kind of just on the back end of some of these players just not being able to step into that spotlight and have a moment where I think, you know, now that your backs are against the wall, you need these points. And realistically, if they win this game, which is going to be a hard game, it's going to be a very hard game, but if they do win, that should propel them all the way up to 7th, which just makes them so much more closer to securing top 6, where every team in the pro scene wants to play in a best of 3. Nobody likes playing a best of 1 because you have to show up that day. You have to be perfect. You can't make mistakes, where at least if you can find yourself in those best of 3s where they're going to be shooting to make, you then have a chance to bounce back, fix your hiccups, go into the next max, and then try to push it maybe to a best of 3, or you get it done in 2. But bottom line is they need these wins today, and it really comes off the backing of everyone being able to show up today and put in their best foot forward.
A hot take, I think Los has like a starstruck issue. Every top team that goes to the events that they play against, they get smoked. W7M, they got 7-1. Furia, they get 7-1. They have close games against some of the bottom teams. But I think we're going to see the same thing. They're going up against FaZe. I think we're seeing another 7-1, 7-2. That's my opinion.
Look, you would think that about some of the teams, but that's not been the results that we've gotten so far. Anyways, our map veto, let's bring it up on the screen. From 9 down to 1 here in our map system. In competitive Siege, at least in the online phases, most of them are in best of 1s. And which map will we go to after Chalet getting banned? We are left with Bank to go to again. Lost this time on Defense, Gabe.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this. I mean, this is FaZe's one of their favorite maps. I believe we have yet to see Los play a Bank yet, but given, again, their performance, I mean, you're going to be looking at players like Farius and Kurtz, the big entry players that are going to be making a difference here. But again, no matter what map we find ourselves playing for Los, it just comes down to that teamwork. And you're on a big map. It's not to say that they can't force teamwork. Nice thing you're starting on defense here. So it does force a bit of urgency to play together, be able to play around another. But the biggest things that I'm looking for is going to be in those attacks and just the overall performance of players like Legacy and Mr. Because as of yesterday, they didn't have the best of showing. And they play very pivotal roles for this team in those flex supports. So I'm really going to need to see a bounce back in terms of just the overall performance from these players. And if Kurtz and Farius can't find the entry points, it really is going to fall on these players to be able to create that success for them. If, like I said, for Farius and Kurtz can't find it.
Yeah, Los lost, in my opinion. When it comes to Bank, I think there's no doubt in my mind FaZe is going to win. It just has to... I really want to see just a consistent closeout from FaZe, not a FaZe that's been struggling. I need to see a very solid execute-heavy FaZe where they can just shut them out, clean and simple. For Los, any round's a good takeaway from them, but Bank, FaZe, I couldn't imagine a better scenario for them.
Listen, I'm kind of pulling at straws a little bit here because, I mean, again, knowing I've played FaZe on Bank. And it's pretty much the exact same phase that we played back then. I know how hard it is. And for Los, it definitely is an uphill climb. But this is Siege in a best of 1. We've seen crazy things happen. Is it going to happen today? I don't know.
Lynx, can you help me wheel out Grandpa from here?
Last time Gabe played against Vidaking, Vidaking was like 4 years old. Like, he hadn't even bought Siege yet.
And guess what? They were still nasty back then.
That's true. They were. And you know what? They were nasty against ENX when they played Bank earlier in the stage. They won 7-1, so... I think
we should take a look at the score of what happened when Laxing was playing against FaZe. Anyways...
Watch that COVID. He wasn't there, so we kind of were at down.
We would have won that event.
Yeah, there it is. That's what I wanted to hear. Excuses. Anyways, Lynx Extra Troika, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gassan. Much appreciated. I also think they could have won that event if Fox did not have COVID. That's just my opinion, though. Like I'd mentioned very briefly before we got into the game, Ollie, FaZe have played this map one time so far this stage. It was the first game they played against DNX. They won it 7-1 with a 5-1 defensive half. They're starting on attack this time. Do you think that will change the scoreline at all, or do you think we're in for some FaZe dominance today?
I don't know. Based off the FaZe that we saw yesterday, I'm a little bit hesitant, and I want to see a very different FaZe today. Yeah, a little bit beatable yesterday. And, I mean, loss is no slouch, so I think FaZe really needs to lock in, because yesterday we saw them have a severe problem with overpeaking. and that's something that we're going to be quite critical of here today. Now, it's kind of difficult to overpeak on the attack, so we'll maybe put that on the shelf for a little bit. We like the attackers to peak quite a lot. It's usually the defenders that we look at and go, what are you peaking for? So, as we enter into round number 1, we've got Loss starting off on the defense, and we are back on our wonderful map of Bank. Back downstairs, slightly different bans here in this game as to the first game. The Cade has actually been removed, and a very rare opportunity for some Hibana play has presented. Now, giving Souls the old Hibana is maybe not the most advised decision that you could make. However, it was decided that an Ace and a Blackbeard were going to be far more valuable to remove for the first couple of rounds of this game.
I mean, like, you're never gonna blame a team for banning Ace on Bank or Blackbeard in general. So. I get it, but as you said, you get all of those hatches now. You don't have to bring like 18 can openers to open up the hatches on Bank. It's nice. Plus, the nice thing about because there's some maps, Ollie, you know, the Hard Breacher, he's got to wait a while to do his job, right? So he's sitting, he's droning. But on some maps, the Hard Breacher can do his thing within like the first minute and a half, and then just like focus on shooting the rest of the round. When you're attacking Bank Basement, that's one of those maps. You can get the hatches open in the first minute, and then all Souls has to do is think about how he wants to use his gun. He's in a very clean position to do his job early, then be in a good position to frag late, though. That's KDS's job right now, spotting someone over by the marble side, but quickly inserted into archives and tellers ahead of that drone.
It looks like FaZe know that there's a couple of people creeping around on this top floor, and they're just waiting for a little bit to get themselves into a good position. Mister, he's got himself into a sticky spot. Hatch open, so he can drop out, but he's desperate to get that drone before he does. Threatens the C4 and knows that the Monty is going to be there, and as soon as there's any sign of unshielding, he's going to drop his way back to site. Now, Arthur was playing upstairs as well. I think he has since hit that rotate as well, as we can't really see him on the minimap there. But it looks as though top floor has been gained.
This is the thing about lockers. Just don't overcomplicate it. If Castle's banned and you can't hold open areas hard, just do a soft roam. Shoot drones for a minute, minute 15. Especially if you get playing against FaZe who are going to take things slow. Odds are they're not going to blitz you like really quick. Fall back after. Make sure you got the smokes for late round. You got the Zotos. I will say, obviously you don't need to run the Tachanka, but hitting those 15 Shumikas is always nice. Furious, about to face a lot of pressure on blue stairs. This player can always be in a difficult position, but that's why he's got Mr. Outlaw right on that door to hold his back line, try to allow him to cross. He is covered right now. He's very nervous. Nobody is actively watching that hatch, but he'll stay for the moment and could find himself in a difficult situation.
Especially when the Monty drops. You're not going to be able to ignore him here, and the Monty pushing from one side, a player hopefully going to push him from the other. He's able to do the ring around the Rosie. He might be able to get away, but immediately gets taken out there. FaZe very quickly dealing with him, and he was the only problem, the only thing that was stopping them from starting to get this site open. We've got Cyber above, along with KDS, so those Bs are going to start to get shot down soon as well, and well, it's King. He's going to be going for a plant, and it looks like no one really cares. A very late smoke getting sent out, but that's not going to do anything.
Whoa, really late smoke. Actually, Arthur had that in his hand like the moment Vidiking started planting, and he let it go when it was already halfway over. He landed it correctly, too. Took down about half of Vidiking's health, but that is such a late smoke that basically gives FaZe around that. To be fair, it was a nice call. They did speed up the pace and catch Los a little off guard, but Arthur could have stopped that. Now as the bodies fall in the post, 1v4, 1v3, doesn't really matter. That one body difference, it's still a FaZe round, even if it went down to a 1v1 because of that plant being able to go down and Arthur being so late with that utility.
Get it thrown. If you're wondering what they're doing, they're probably planting.
It's sub 30. He had all three. Just start chucking them. Like,
yeah, just
what are you waiting
smoke the
for?
door.
It's a buyer's market.
And smoke selling. Not the first time, and not the last time we will see a bit of a smoke misplay on that site. It tends to be one of the more, I don't know, I feel like it's the one that we kind of come down the most heavy on because the lineups have just been the same for so long, just forever.
Same lineups, same spots, same timing often too, like usually pretty late in the round unless it's a rush.
Yeah, like, well, when was the last time Smoke's gas canister times got changed? Like, I just don't think it happens, does it? You know, they're always denied about seconds. Oh well. top floor, sticking to a rotation, not wanting to go back downstairs. Going to take advantage of his army being open and look to try and these CEO window repels a little bit. Mirror window placed inside a janitor as well. So all fairly standard stuff here that FaZe should be able to deal with. It doesn't really matter what lineup they bring for this. They are going to be opting for the Monty. VODs, of course, putting that Monty to great use in the previous round and really starting to bully and pin down some of these. But look at this! A jump out from Mr. Outlaw, immediately taken out by KDS. He took the Ash out. I don't know if it's worth as the Warden maybe to make that play.
The mirror windows, though.
I mean, Vert is a thing.
Hey, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna throw a tarot drone at the ceiling? Is KDS gonna use all his ammo to open up the floorboards? I don't think so. I get your point. Ollie, I see you. I see you. Okay.
Do you hear me though?
No, I'm deaf. I am not happening. KDS, by the way, nice on that trade. Second highest rated player inside of the South America League so far. So a top performer in that game against ENX to start to play today. Then again, everybody on FaZe was a top performer. Everybody above a 100 EPS. But in the couple of attacking rounds they played, he got himself some opening picks. Had quite a nice impact. Able to deny Mr. Outlaw getting back inside the building. Nice thing about a ranged breacher being available on bank, like we talked about last time, Ollie. You can open up that Kanto position. FaZe are really applying the pressure early. VODs already all the way up those stairs. He's got to be careful, but as Furious gets aggressive, Handy's ready for that peak. KDS and Handy, two of the best players in the world. I can say that for anybody on FaZe at the moment. VODs a fantastic Monty, and he'll play passive. He doesn't need to push. There's still a minute 20 seconds. Legacy will peek around it. Find KDS getting aggressive, and now FaZe are in a difficult position. Handy was outside. It's just VODs and Souls in the building right now. Souls finally getting into the fray. Finds Arthur. Where? I have literally no idea. FaZe have not let their foot up off the gas. As Handy now joining the Monty. Creeping up. One on rappel, two inside the building. Z-Ping's going out. Nice frag. Very good find as Los are keeping it so close. And remember, Souls is outside. VODs is all alone.
Not the easiest position for either team right now. Legacy on super low HP, and Soul sees to it that he's sent to the cameras. Immediately flicks on to Kurtz.
Damn!
And he's good for the second with the secondary. He ain't got time to reload. He's just going to pull out the pistol and dome you.
That was crazy. Obviously from Souls, but I mean, you gotta hand it. Like, you gotta hand it to Legacy. He was trying. He was holding on to checkers for dear life. VODs has been staring at him for a minute and a half, and he's swinging left, he's swinging right. He's like, please, just, please stop covering this, Monty. Please stop covering this, Monty. And he forced Handy into the building. He also forced Souls into the building. Really impactful position being held by Legacy right there. Obviously, we had Mr. Outlaw getting that run out early on, but FaZe knew what they wanted, opened up Kanto, immediately moved to the top of main, and while you did have Legacy going big, I think FaZe definitely giving him some 1v1s. Little bit unfortunate. But FaZe had a very clear vision of what they wanted, and while Legacy did a great job stopping it, it ultimately was pretty much only the Aruni actually standing in their path as an obstacle.
I think as soon as the Monty's opened on this map, you just got to expect that main stairs push on Spiral.
As
and
an
you just
option,
got to put
certainly.
everything, just everything toward it. Like, just put some bar down, put some F-Nats down.
Can you bring him a Lucy?
Get your ducks in a row.
Fenrir was up. Legacy was playing Fenrir last round.
Yeah.
Could have been good.
I just don't think you can allow the Monty to just walk up straight away. Like, there's got to be a little bit that you can do.
That's a good point.
I know the Cade's ban, but maybe even, like, Bandit Battery the Kanto wall. Like, don't give it over for free. You can't be giving that position away to Urbana for just placing a couple of pellets down there. FaZe are willing to move quickly, and they've shown us that. VODs already getting himself up. Nice little drone there. Going to give him plenty of option later on. And not only that, but Handy's on 0. We very rarely see 0, but Bank is one of the maps that you will see this operator come out. And it's mainly because there can be some fantastic cameras placed with that Argus that can be very difficult to snag.
It's such a wide open space like main lobby too. You could find a ton of spots, and the defense probably gonna find very few of them. One, because of the space, and two, like you said, Zero's just not brought. Argus cameras are not really the kind of thing attacking teams or defending teams, excuse me, are used to checking for. Just because Zero is such an uncommon operator, so Could be a good way to get some extra intel without Los even really anticipating it, and understandably not anticipating it. Within a minute, 10 seconds, again, Vidiking finds himself ascending the spiral stairs, but no bomb site. Stands on the opposite side of this floor. It's instead on the opposite, down below in open area. Legacy crawling on his stomach to get down that hatch. One player remains on the top floor, inside of stock at the moment. FaZe don't seem too bothered. They'll go for this half clear. Try and deny Archives a position for the defense to play.
Ooh, C4 nicely shot out there from Cyber.
Why he gets paid the big bucks.
Looks like Mister is going to be able to drop. Lion scan or not, he is out of there. If there's a Monty bearing down on you, you don't worry about the EED. You just go the EOD, you just get yourself straight out of dodge. Some good information now being shown on the Zero cameras as well. And so much so that Goyo might be going for a little bit of a rotate upstairs right now. He's going to find a chance, but not a finisher onto KDS. That's the opening pick here in round number 3. Still flicking these cameras. Looks as though FaZe are really conscious of these players getting antsy and starting to move around a little bit. And I guess, why not? If this floor starts getting ripped open, they are going to need to move from the site.
And you can see why FaZe are getting antsy. They're down to now 1 drone. Really glad Handy brought those Argus cameras, but he's still got 3 in pocket. FaZe probably worried because their ability to spot who might be flanking them is extremely limited. Outlaw going for a C4 on the hatch. Can get some vert. Likely just waiting to see if anybody hops in, pushes in from Archives. Vidiking waiting, but here comes this flank. He's got to manually watch it. It's good that he's concerned, but oh, he turns around at the wrong time. Legacy also finding Cyber, but FaZe keep it close. Now down 1 body. Oh, and KDS was down. Yeah, no. Andy's got to walk in. That was a 1v3. Los tied up pretty early. With so little intel, FaZe had to watch their own flank while pushing the side on low time.
2 rounds for FaZe then as we enter our round 4 banning stage. Any guesses what it's going to be? You're going to see the Monty taken away?
Probably see the Monty taken away. I think it would be a good bet from Los. For FaZe, I'm actually not sure. The smoke.
Ooh, smoke. When was the last time we saw a smoke ban?
Because Arthur was nailing it in the first round.
He was a menace.
No, it's a fair ban. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good ban. You can't argue with it. It does remove a lot of the power that you have on lockers, and you get forced into other things. Goyo's going to be mandatory now. No Tachanka as like a pseudo smoke.
I was curious if that we were going to see it. I was really curious.
Yeah, I honestly thought it. I mean, of all the things that I thought we were going to see, Lynx, Tachanka was higher on the list than Vigil.
What? The ERC wasn't a high priority pick in your mind? I mean, listen, okay. Here's the thing. I know we're obviously critiquing Furia for like doing a lot of solo roams. Like, if you want to do like a rat play with the Vigil, but then still have 2 people like shooting drones on the hatches, I think that's fine. That's more of a gamble, right? That's more of, you're like, hey, 1 player, let's see if you can make this work, right? So I'm not against this. But as you said, you're now really low on time because you got no Tubarao, you got no smoke. All you got are the Vulcan packs. Really lucky they didn't pick Twitch.
Is the Vigil going to buy you the 45 seconds minimum that the smoke is going to burn? That's the question. It's difficult to say as well. It's difficult to really understand if the Vigil does buy that amount of time.
Could, but also he couldn't.
Kurtz is up in the elevator. That's not too unusual. He can break that and get himself back down. But Mr. Outlaw going to be rocking around inside of open. Probably feels a little bit more confident now that the Monty's been taken out as well, but as soon as the Candela starts to come in, that's surely going to be a big indication for him to move. Here he is. He's holding a line of sight onto square double as well. He's got the boss G for that engagement. Actually getting himself into a bit of bother here in Tellers, and, well, did the Vigil burn the 45 seconds? I'd argue not.
Oh, Kurtz! No! Don't just sit there like that. They can peek you. No, guys. Not like that. See, I kind of feel bad for Farius. He put KDS to 1 shot with that boss G. It's a bit unlucky more than anything. You aim a little bit higher, and that's probably a kill. You get that 5v4, you can fall back. And then Kurtz wants to get to the trade, but he's just crossed the door and sitting in the corner. if they swing you, where are you gonna cross? Unless you catch them lacking, which of all teams to catch, I don't think FaZe will be that team. You're a freebie. And then Outlaw dies too. What do you even do here if you're Los? You kind of got to go for a play. You kind of got to go for a flank once they start committing. Once it gets like 45 seconds left. I mean, again, thankfully they have all this utility on site, Ollie, but I just don't know if I see it.
No, it shouldn't be enough. They have a C4.
Kills 4 people.
They can watch a hatch, they maybe get 1. But the plant really ought to go down here. FaZe don't need to overcomplicate this. They've got a good deathmark track onto Legacy as well. I mean, you know exactly where he's going to be, but look at that shot from KDS. Cyber as well, a flawless round. FaZe just picking apart that extension. Maybe the smoke ban was the play.
Oh.
I'm just saying. Look what it forced them to do.
I mean, we already agreed the smoke ban was the play. That wasn't really up for debate. It was like, oh, good ban. We were just more curious how Los would react, obviously. And they went with a bit more concerted of a roam on the top floor. And like I said, if they were playing more passive, I could maybe see it. But I think we should acknowledge you are in a bit of a tricky position with this combo of bans. Because the castle's gone, so extending is harder. You can't really get an open area extension done with just the Azami unless you've got like a particularly good... Unless you got herds on the Azami, right? Then you have Cade, so you can't get the hatches. So if you want to play hatches, you can only bring Tuber out. But then the smoke is gone. If you don't bring Tachanka, you've had like every single way of holding that bottom floor damaged in some way. So they try to do this weird Frankenstein's monster roam where you got the Vigil running around, you got the guy in elevator, you got the dude in open area, and they're positioned a little more aggressively. The Goyo's trying to trade the Vigil. But then obviously once the Vigil loses that 1v1, I get wanting to trade, but again, swing around the corner. You give yourself the option to exit that fight if it doesn't go your way. Honestly, Kurt's just like pushing so far out, holding that off angle. Maybe it works, but if they see you, you've got literally nowhere to go. I'm not saying that cost everything, but that did turn a 5v4 into a 5v3 that seemed very ill-fated.
I like your point about how they're really targeting every way of defending, particularly the downstairs, the basement level. But to some extension, you know, the rest of the map, Castle, great pick on this top floor, very often banned here on Bank. But maybe that just throws more fuel on the fire of you should be able to work without those sort of things because they are going to get removed now. We have got more bans. It is a little bit different. So maybe it's, you know, okay, well played FaZe, but equally time to adapt on the side of Loss because the bans haven't slowed FaZe down any. Loss removed the Monty and it didn't stop things from happening. FaZe haven't immediately gone onto one of the only remaining shields. It's not like they've started to pull out a fuse shield or a blitz or anything like that to try and, oh, well, we need a shield, so we're going to bring something that's maybe just not as good as the Monty for what we want to do. No, instead, they just change things up.
And it's not like FaZe when the shields got changed, it's not like FaZe all of a sudden started running around with the Monty. They've always been a team that likes to put Vidiking on the Monty, and he's just kind of like slowly lumbering around like a human drone trying to find an opening. They've never really been a big rush team with it. Yeah, even taking out the Blackbeard, it's like, okay, that's good. When you take out the Monty, like, FaZe, it's not a must-win operator. It's not like they're doing set plays. It's not like you're watching like C9 or somebody, where it's a really key part of the strat.
Thank God.
All right. On CEO, for example, ooh, I really like that. That's actually, I didn't even think about that. You can really be a menace with the range breach with that clash.
Retrieve shield.
I like that from Kurtz.
And he does still have 12 pellets left, but he's going to have to be a bit cautious as to where he uses them now. He can't just go send in another set over there because very likely that Kurtz is going to do the same thing, just dodges out the way of the nade, but that isn't going to be enough time to explode some Xkaros pellets. Pressure now going to come through stock. Good luck hitting those ones. That line of sight is going to get open now. Might have a bit of info, but you already know that there's going to be people there. FaZe really need to try and hints clash here because there's no good way of really taking this fight, and with Arthur just behind, might be a little bit more difficult than it initially seems. Another lion scan, more nades, option for a launcher to be getting sent in now as well. The net is certainly tightening on this janitor position. But quite rightly, Lost don't need to overswing. They don't need to peek. Now can get that wall open into square, which is essentially the main focus from the start of the round. But it's taken a while to get to this point.
Yeah, the net is tightening with quite a lot of rocks like stuck in it. Souls has been outside for most of the round. Okay, so he does now crack that mirror window pretty late in the game, but cracks it nonetheless. Flash will try to get active as Farius finds one, even at a 4v4, but two Lowe's players put to quite low HP. Dokubi call going out. I believe he heard that Clash take up that position on the close angle. Might be calling that he's trapped. FaZe are losing bodies in important positions. Vidiking cut down by Legacy and two players on Repel in such low time remaining. FaZe really have to pick up the pace. It might be tied, but Lowe's, like you said, they just have to wait. But Kurtz again, positioning that really does not pay off, and Arthur sprinting in front of the Repel on a CEO attack. You know they're gonna be there. Legacy has got intel, throwing C4s at Casper the Friendly Ghost on the opposite side of the site. 3v1, oh, okay. We're gonna see shots like that, maybe you just have a chance. Low HP. We saw Nate take some long angle engagements to that SMG-11 yesterday on Clubhouse. We know it can be done. There's only one player on Repel. He hears the guy Marble. Knows there's likely only one on Repel then, so that info isn't guaranteed, but it is likely. He goes to take it, but unfortunately, that 1v1's not the more important one. This diffuser's right in front of the CEO window. He checks the angle, but Cyber is more than patient. Ready and waiting. Takes that angle. 4-1 for FaZe.
I honestly thought that round was wrapped up. See the C4 below, you see the time left, and you just think, surely there's a bit of info. I even thought there was a yellow ping.
No,
I don't know if I'm misremembering that.
Oh, well, Ollie, good thing. First time of the day. Bust out the VAR.
I could very well be misremembering it just because we've got the overlay and I'm looking at it thinking, just C4 him, just C4 him. Unfortunate. I like the play from Lost. They were relying heavily on that C4 for that denial. FaZe dealt with the problems very well. Everything that Lost was throwing at them. The clash, keeping the breach safe, taking stock. FaZe just systematically took it apart brick by brick. As such, have given themselves a very healthy lead in this matchup. 4-1 currently, round 6 now in progress. Can they make it a 5-1 half, or is Lost going to find something in their back pockets here? It's a fairly similar lineup to what we've seen them run throughout the course. They've still got the Clash, they've still got the Goyo. They're bringing the Fenrir in for those FNATs as well this time. And the mute for some of that drone denial. Information has been a real key part of FaZe's game so far, and they've been very happy to use those drones. Often finding them at the end of the round having spent all of those drones and gathered as much info as they possibly can. So much so we've even seen FaZe bringing other intel operators. This time they've got the Twitch, so they do have option there with the shock drone to gain a little bit more intel. But realistically, it is going to be a close eye that is paid to what FaZe want to do here with this top floor clear. Very interestingly for me, they're actually bringing the Maverick this time. It isn't an operator that you look at and immediately think, oh yeah, open area.
I certainly didn't think so. I saw the Maverick and was like, that's interesting. I took a lot of TCSG shots. I feel bad for Farius there. Well, robbed on that one.
He doesn't need him. He's only got 1 kill.
That's me. That. We'll say, only 3 drones remaining early on. You mentioned FaZe do love using those drones. The worry is always, how much are you investing? How much are you spending? And what are you getting in response? And 7 drones used up half the round to go, and it's still a 5v5. Gotta worry. Gotta at least worry a little bit, especially as you're just now repelling in. Mr. Outlaw's faced basically no resistance. He can fall back at any time he wants, and he can even overstay his welcome. He's got the shield to protect them. Really don't know what the plan is from FaZe at the moment. They have been spread so thin. Various might have just gone on drone or reveal his position and fall back, but FaZe with only a minute left, and I'm still trying to figure out what plan A is.
Especially when Furious can just rotate downstairs again. Oh, surely they knew they'd missed in there inside of the elevator. I mean, if he did, he's baiting that he didn't very well indeed. where is he going to go here? Handy now rotating upstairs to try and retake some vert. I mean, FaZe have shown no real mind to attempting this vert at all. Surely this just isn't like a plain face check challenge. Furious in a fantastic spot at the moment, and the longer he goes unchecked, the worse it could be.
I almost wonder if that was a miscomm. Because you see Handy walk up and look towards E2. But obviously he was stuck E1, and I'm 90% sure KDS saw him. I'm not entirely sure, but a lot of time spent trying to clear a position that the Goyo was not there for a whole 45 seconds at that point. Souls is able to find Arthur, but Los can keep this man advantage solid, keep ahead, Vidiking running in. It's just Souls remaining on a printer window hop, and that seems doomed for failure. Only a 2-4 half, still a win. But really seems like it might have been a miscomm there with Handy tunnel visioned on the wrong elevator.
A real confusing last round to what has otherwise been a very good half of Siege from FaZe. I think you just chalk it down to a bad round and maybe some miscommunication. There never looked like a clear plan as to what the take was going to be. They never took top floor properly, and they never really went direct properly. It was kind of a hybrid of the two. There was a bit of a direct approach, then really late round there was a rotate up to that top floor to make something happen and to continue to search out these roamers. I'm not too sure. I think they would have been much better off just going for a full clear from the start, taking control of those flanks and working down on that quad wall. As it stood, there was a big presence main lobby, which, while it's not super unusual, it's not really where all the action happens on an open area defense, but maybe one that we just chalk down to being a bad round. Second half then, Lost switching over onto the attack, FaZe over onto that defense, a Monty Hibana banned, and a Cade Azami taken away as well.
You know the nice thing when you're playing Los? You know Arthur's playing a shield. You know every day of the week, every round on attack, that this guy's playing a shield. Because obviously FaZe, if they could, they'd ban 2. But you don't want Hibana on bank. Those hatches are getting open basically for free. But on the flip side, you don't actually have to ban that many shields, because you know Arthur's going to play them if it's available. So this is the benefit for a team. It's like, okay, well, we'll just counter the shield. If we know he's going to pick it, we know if we learn how to counter it, that will be effective. And what do you know? Arthur's on Blitz. Just like Arthur, his most played op in the league, or at least some of his most played ops, that is. Well, I need to actually find Arthur on the stat sheet. This guy is in. Where is this guy? I'm lost in the sauce. My ADHD's going crazy. I'm just gonna drop it out. Cyber's killed him anyway.
The timing of that was perfect.
Oh, I found him. Yeah, his most played op is Blitz. I was right.
Yeah, brilliant.
Blitz, then Monty. I couldn't find him because he's 44 out of 50.
It's a fair bit of scrolling.
Yeah. 3 Los players in the bottom 10.
Good value out of the shock drone there from Kurtz. In all 3 of the Vulcan packs, nice and early. Now, they have lost the Blitz, but Cyber has also fallen. One of the main differences, Cyber's actually playing the Valk, so maybe got a bit of utility that he can still flick through and provide a bit of information. He's on default cameras at the moment, which is always never a good sign. If they have remained unshot, he's very likely going to be able to hear Mr. Outlaw right now. And I mean,
not the one,
Mr. Outlaw missed. KDS's C4 certainly didn't.
Unlucky right there. Oh,
he's nervous.
He is shaken.
Like, how has a defender gotten there, by the way? Like, why are you worried that could be a defender?
They know it's a 3v3 on site. They spotted one garage. All these Bs are going out, and I'm really intrigued how this 3v4 is going to work. You watched the NIP game yesterday. Los tend to be a pretty slow team on attack. Very much liked going for the plant, playing their executes, but yeah, in a 2v4, I don't know if that's happening. We'll see the smoke, and there's Handy's flank. They knew he was there. They knew he was there. And he still flanked the guy, Marvel. Unlucky. 5-2 face.
The only way that could have been a defender is if there was a Skopos. And at that point, why is Skopos in TPing into small office?
Hey, Hey, sometimes, listen, sometimes you, like you said, you get nervous. It happens. Only Lewis had a tactical timeout. Oh, no.
Oh, wait.
I mean, they used it at a good time. Like, I'm not flaming that they used it at the wrong time. It's just like, not the best start. See, this is the issue, is like, okay, okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna do a little player hating. This is the issue, because back when Arthur was on, like, E1, Arthur was actually, like, that team was crazy to watch. Arthur was getting crazy value out of those shields. They were, like, demolishing teams on the attack in Stage 1 when they qualified to Manchester. Like, during the online stage, it was crazy. And then Arthur, like, I think he just got figured out. He's super aggro, always on the shield. And I think teams pretty quickly realized that if you know a guy's always going to bring the shield, we can find a counter to him. And Arthur just, like, keeps trying to make it work. He's going to the Thermite now, obviously. He doesn't play it everywhere. But if you got Arthur on a team, and you're going to base a bunch of attacking strats around a shield, and every team at this point is very good at countering Arthur on the shield, clearly, because he's 44 out of 50. It's just like I feel bad for the guy. Like, he wants it to work so bad. And when it worked, boy, did it. A year ago when it was working, Arthur looked incredible. Since then, he's been figured out. Probably why he's on Thermite right now.
Which is a bit of a shame as well, because if that's one of his abilities and one of his plus points, I kind of want to try and take advantage of that, but if it doesn't fit into the team, then it doesn't fit into the team. There's not too much you can do about it. A little bit of a crouch walk going on up these main stairs now. A very quick entry in through Garage, trying to catch one of these FaZe players off guard. Big worry, I don't see a drone at the feet there, and that's always a bit of an alarm bell. Just going to sit here and hold a passive angle. Fine, maybe find something, but you need that drone work to really catch up to the position that you're going to be holding in the map. And at the moment, it looks as though a lot of the map has been given away by FaZe. They aren't really looking to contend too heavily on that first floor level. And quite rightly so, why would they bother? They can rotate there at a later point. And good value now getting found as two players there inside of checkers, and only now the drone gets taken out. Great info, but what are you able to do with it? With an electrified Kanto wall, it isn't going to be too easy to get that open, especially with the Hibana band. Real belt and bracer stuff for there. Instead, square gets opened, and Arthur can get himself back out onto the rappel.
I feel like Furious wants to go up that elevator hatch and try and surprise the players playing there. Only issue, there are 3 there. Now, Amaru going 1-for-1 is not bad whatsoever, but like you said, those bandit batteries are stagnant. Souls even might be trying to trick on the Kanto wall. Now, again, obviously we got the ace, but no EMPs. It's going to be difficult to deal with. Amaru, honestly, might give up her life just to shoot those bandit batteries at this point, because with 55 seconds remaining, you run out of options. You don't have control of stock. You don't control a Kanto. Ferris has been lurking around Marble for the entire round, and he still doesn't have a clear way onto that top floor. Still not really a gap to speak of. So, if Ferris can't get up the stairs, if you can't get open Kanto, if you can't get his CO or stock, where's this case getting down? Well, alright. That works, I guess. KDS, unfortunately, just walking in front of the stock window has given Mr. Outlaw at least a way into that position, but Los potentially a way into the round. As FaZe might be distracted front side now, you can see Souls rotating away. Handy focused on the front. They might not hear this as all the chaos is going off. Darius suffers a team flash, but no! Cyber spots him! Watching the backside. Nice trade by Mr. Outlaw, but FaZe ready for all of Los's tricks. 3K doesn't matter. That Flores is cut down after his third. FaZe on match point.
Everything traded there for FaZe as well. They knew that there was a trap being set for him. And sometimes there's only one thing to do in that situation, and it's to let the attackers spring that trap and react accordingly. FaZe doing a brilliant job. It's a huge audio cue when the Amaru gets the Gara hook out and bursts through a hatch, especially if the hatch is closed. The hatch is open, a little bit better, but still, you're going to hear it, and you are going to understand exactly what's happening and where that is coming from. And FaZe doing a great job of reacting quickly. I like the attempt at a bit of a 3-2-1 coordinated push. Bit of a shame about the team flash, but again, that's going in there and should have just been a little bit earlier as a bit more of a sound sort of blocker for the Amaru to successfully make their way up the hatch. But again, it comes down to the trade game. FaZe not letting a single kill slip there. Everything getting traded directly. So much so, it puts them on quite an early match point here. Only 6 rounds to 2 at the moment, the loss. And with the siege that we've seen, there's nothing really to indicate that it's going to go any further than this.
It's hard to see for me. It unfortunately is. I mean, FaZe looked so good on their defenses against ENX earlier. FaZe in general are just one of the best defensive teams ever assembled. Not to be like, you know, not to glaze a little bit, but genuinely, like, they are really good. Though I will say, I've taken a bit this stage. FaZe no longer at the 75% defensive win rate. Now it's just 58.
Just 58.
Really fallen off. What happened to the team I love? Just kidding. But I agree. I don't know if I really see a way into this. Try to get Arthur activated on the shield. I don't even know where. How is Kurtz even dead? Like, they get the trade, but again, Cyber basically is built in. If you're new to watching FaZe, Cyber is like built in to die. He's built in for plays like that. And Valkyrie for Ram, I make that deal any day.
It's a good deal.
Damn good deal.
There's nowhere now that you can look to for soft destruction, and when you're attacking into that mid-floor site, you're going to need a little bit of soft destruction, even if it isn't your primary goal. Even if you're not bringing a ram, you're going to be bringing a secondary hard breach. And because Loss have brought the ram, they've gone for that single point of failure approach to things almost, and now they're going to be left thinking, well, we can't really we can take the top floor, but we can't really do anything with it once we've got it. How are we going to shift those defenders around on that first floor level? Well, you're going to have to get active with it. Arthur's going to have to get in there with the shield and start to try and push them around a little bit. You're going to have to leverage and use those yings, maybe for something that you didn't expect. Incandela goes out. KDS trained on the CEO repel, but the threat certainly coming in from behind him right now.
And he's still able to get the kill on Mr. Outlaw. Arthur moving on in. Surely got this one. Come on, there we go. Got the 3v3. Quick reload. 3, 2, boom. Got the 3v3, but KDS looking for that trade. Yeah, that's the easiest trade he's ever got of his life. It's kind of ironic that the core of that top floor hold being the Doc and CEO is kind of the last one to survive. Really like this from Los, though. Realizing there's a lot of roamers up top, they immediately hop in. Legacy gets one of the players falling back. And Souls is getting the vert, but the Ying might be able to get this. Mute contemplates the drop, will land on the floor. Now in the 2v2 post, huge frag by the Ying. It's all on KDS, 1v2, spots one! But that's the kind of dynamism we need. Los recognize the opening, make the call, get the kills. You still got 3 rounds to go. But I'm very happy with what I just saw.
Much better from Los there. I love the opportunity spot of seeing that the site is clear and immediately dropping and taking it. There was zero hesitation. They didn't really have any other options, to be honest. They can't exactly go and find kills at that point in the round. They have to commit to the site and do it in a big way. They did exactly that. FaZe uncharacteristically giving 2 1v1s as well, not pushing that together at the final stages. It's one of the first occasions in this matchup that we've seen where they've not been able to guarantee a trade. As the bans come in for the final time this game, we actually have the Blitz and the Valk both removed, so a bit of a nod, bit of a cap tip to Cyber, taking his favorite Valkyrie away, and Arthur losing out on that Blitz. But I mean, Arthur's got plenty of options. He's just going to flex over onto that BB anyway, and Cyber, well, he's going to have a little bit of fun on the Mozzie. Now, if you think that Valkyrie's an expendable operator, wait until you see how he plays Mozzie, because he is going to be out there.
Always put Cyber on an operator where he uses all of his utility at the beginning of the round, and he doesn't have to think about anything. Well, obviously, he does have to think about things, but doesn't have to think about saving his utility. What you want to do? Because what happens? Even in a round you lose, he takes out the Ram, denies the vert. Or, round 7, he takes out the shield. Focal point of an attack, usually whenever it's brought, or a focal point of at least some element of it. Sometimes he's found out by really good teams, and he's not able to have an impact, and FaZe kind of have to play perma 4v5, but Cyber has an impact. He's quite strong, breaking through that wall. KDS, ooh, can't even fall down the hatch. He's got to rotate all the way down Marble. But the moment he sees that pressure, he starts retreating. He waits a second longer. 4v5, that tuber out is down. Nice find by Kurt. Cyber checking that angle. Cut down by the 417. Los ready for this aggressive pressure. Softening up one, taking down the other. That's a very strong start.
Hatches are soft as well. There was an intention to obviously hold up there and then use the DMR to open up the hatch at a point that you need to drop off.
Oh.
Difficult engagement right now, but you're on the BB. It's not the same as being on the Blitz. This is a bit more of a calculated dance.
Ooh, smart nade. What do we do here? I was about to say, I think we just, I think we pack up and go home.
I think we leave. I think that's probably a good try from Handy, but he's done the right thing.
Monty Python.
What it has done, though, look at the chip damage on the remaining defenders here for FaZe. There's only Souls with full HP. Handy and KDS, both less than half, and Vitiking's taken a lick of damage as well. They need to be careful in the engagements that they start to take here. Fortunately for them, there's no nades. And Lost, well, they're already well on with getting rid of these Vulcan packs. They can now open the long angle, continue to drone out. Not going to be so easy for FaZe now to try and hold on for this minute. There's a lot of time here that Lost have got to try and systematically take away any of this utility. There are 3 Toxic Babes, 1 left now in Souls' hand, and a couple of C4s. They've got to be in the position to get them sent, and when they've not got a great amount of HP, you can't exactly tank a shot on the way to throwing one.
And it's also harder to go for a flank. When we've seen FaZe in this position, they like to flank up Marble, but with Handy on low HP, everybody on low HP, getting one of those off is going to be really, really difficult. Arthur down, has to pick back up. This is important time being spent, but it cost that last smoke canister. We've only got 1 C4 remaining, maybe a Zoto, maybe. Mr. Outlaw holding, Vidiking 0-6. Yeah, Los have the angles, they have the positions. If you want to get aggressive, you're just too low health. Might still have to be a comeback, but Los off the back of a great call, and then now great setup in round 10. I put FaZe in a tricky spot, losing 2 in a row. Just 50% ahead. 2 out of 4. Both have OT.
Potential timeout for FaZe. I would suggest. Wouldn't be a bad time to take it. Keep that little bit of a buffer that they have got. It's either going to be now or next round, realistically, unless they really save it for an overtime. Cyber, I mean, I know that that's his job, is to go out there and get opening picks, but it's almost becoming a bit of a consistent problem because he's not really being that successful with it. It's not something that he's doing fantastically well on the stage as a whole. He's 8 and 9 going into this play day, so not quite positive, not quite negative, just sort of in that middle ground of he's doing okay. But I think he needs to just be getting a tiny bit more value because it's coming down to one body really for FaZe. Coming down to a very fine margin right at the end of things.
You think I got the comeback in him?
10 seconds remaining.
I don't know really. Honestly unsure.
5 seconds remaining.
Difficult to tell, isn't it? Viking's obviously having a bit of a stinker.
Yeah.
Like, he's not really able to do anything right at the moment. He's 1 and 6, and we're in round 11. So it isn't fantastic on that side of things. I think there's a much more team effort over on the side of Lost. You've got Mr. Outlaw and Legacy both putting up decent numbers. Arthur's doing a great job on the shield. You know, regardless of his success rate on it, it's enabling the team to get quite a lot done as well. It's difficult to say.
Well, it is also difficult because, again, round 9 was kind of like Los realizing something in the moment and making a good call. That was the first, like, truly, like, solid attack beginning to end we've seen from Los. And obviously, if they win this, you know FaZe are going to take that tack. And it's neck and neck for both teams. Try and hunt down Cyber on that Scopos. If he's going to keep growing, if he's going to keep exposing himself, you can make a habit out of taking him down. That's a guaranteed, or all but guaranteed, 5v4. Default camp being shot as they are looking to open up Canto. Looking to deal with this vertical extension. Ooh! Only one Abandoned Battery taken down, and they'll be able to get the next, so it won't come just yet. All the utility flying in. Cyber actually playing with the rest of the team. FaZe maybe recognizing that they'll need very coordinated structure when holding this top floor. Don't want to send him off by himself. So Arthur trying to push up, trying to find a way, but again, more utility destroyed on that Canto wall, taking a tight angle, a tight line on an elevator, but yeah, if he spots you, your head's exposed. So Cyber looks up, takes the shot, 5v4 established. Looking for another as the toxic canisters go out. FaZe are very, very short on space, but the time just still advantages them.
Cyber can play tucked here as well. There's not too much that they've got left to try and unseat him. No flames. Only got... well, no nades, should I say. And Toxic Babe canisters to stem the flow. This is how you control these main stairs. This is what we didn't see Lost doing when FaZe were attacking it. Cyber gives himself up there. I don't think he had to make that move. It will open things up somewhat, but he's already got his kill, and there's still a player laid prone inside of Elevator. Soul's going to find his one. You're going to have to get off that Spider-Man repel if you're going to try and make something happen in this round. It's not good enough just having one player stood on Spiral. There's still a player in Elevator at this point. We've got a solo player out on the CEO breach.
Oh, they even know Handy was there, but he's ready for Furious to run that way. Catches him right as he's walking up main. That's Diffuser too. Legacy's been on Repel since 2 minutes in the round. Now he's got to rotate around. We got 15 seconds left, and this guy is running a marathon just to get up Spiral stairs. Handy's repositioned. He's got no idea they're there. Yeah, it's done. 7-4 for FaZe, recovering from their 4-7 loss yesterday to Loud. Looking beatable on that defense, but looking strong overall.
It was nice to see FaZe playing a little bit deeper behind that utility. Yesterday we saw him play very aggressively, and it really wasn't a formula that was working for them very well. Today we see a much more structured FaZe, and yes, there were still a couple of problems in that opening death, but all round it was much, much better, and they were happy to sit behind that utility a lot more. And guess what? That's how you win your bank games. You got to play downstairs and sit behind that utility. You got to play that top floor and stay tucked and not expose yourself to those angles and keep going, wanting for things. It was a valiant comeback from Loss, and there were times in that game where you think, you know what, they could probably take this to an overtime, but it was just a little bit of a stretch too far, especially after the start that FaZe had.
Especially just seeing that kind of burst of energy, like just a little too late in the game as well.
Yeah.
You got that good in-round call, then the good setup, but when you let a team go up 6-2 like that, it's always going to be a little difficult. But, I mean, Ollie, FaZe still looking good. FaZe obviously now pretty firmly in contention for playoffs at the moment, I believe. If we want to, we talk about all those implications and what have you. FaZe recovering from the big headline on the desk.
Thank you very much, Lynx and Monsieur Ollie, XR Troika. We are back on the desk, and it seems like things have realigned for FaZe. A big victory, and realistically, finally, a big-name team actually getting a victory in the way that you expect them to, Gabe.
Yeah, I think both Lynx and Ollie kind of hit the nail on the head there. Is that, you know, we saw FaZe yesterday that was playing far too aggressive, not the typical aggression that we see from FaZe, and amounting a loss then to come in here today, played the style of Siege that we all know and love that FaZe plays, is using the utility into their favor. And that's really what you have to do in Bank. You have to just play your defaults, stall out the time, drain out that clock, hemorrhage round after round if you possibly can, by just using the util and then forcing the enemy to just swing into unwinnable positions. I mean, this is the FaZe that we are used to seeing, and this is why they look so dominant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the defense, especially every step of the way, those smokes are coming out to the night plants, the C4s are coming out. I mean, it just really looked like it was classic FaZe, and that's what we wanted to see, right? Then bounce back and then be able to be that iron wall strategically that we're so comfortable seeing. You know, the trade game was amazing from them. Honestly, I would say, though, for what I expected from Los going into it, I'd say a 7-3 was a lot better than what I expected, what I gave credit to. I mean, Los definitely has a good individual play style when they were going for their 1v1s, getting their fights, trying to use those shields. They were trying to put them in the right spots, but FaZe just always had a response for them. There really wasn't a moment where FaZe ever was worried about the shields or worried about the utility. They knew every step of the way. Every gunfight was so calculated on when they would take it, when they would peak. They just looked so consistent.
And that's the consistency that led the kickoff there. KDS closing things out for FaZe Clan and getting all 3 points from this matchup, which is pretty important because this is now giving you a lot of comfort in the top 6. Though, let's speak to the experts themselves. And actually, one of them, JP, our FaZe Clan analyst, joining us on the desk. JP, good to see you again. Congratulations on the win. My question to you first is, well, we talked last time, right? And then you had, that was after the Furia win. That was great. And then 2 tough games against Black Dragons and Loud. What happened in those matches, and what did you learn going into today?
I mean, against Black Dragons was a lot of their merit, not gonna lie. They played very well the map, they could counter us. They are a team that we scream a lot against, so they learn how to play against us, and I mean, was their merit. We didn't play that bad, but was their merit, honestly. They're being proven, they are showing they are a very good team. Like last game, we played very bad. Like, we're not play ourselves, so the defense on Cafe, so the game was like pretty much lost on the first side of the map. We tried to bring it back on the attack, but I mean 5-1 is very tough to bring it back. So yeah, but today, like, we knew pretty much everything they were gonna do. They are like a team that like to go direct and using a lot of shields, play fast. So we were prepared to play against them. So we're like a very default game for us, honestly.
Yeah, you guys definitely looked very prepared against the shields. They didn't really have a response for it. My question is, as FaZe, you guys are consistently in the SAL, always number one usually, but always within the top 2 in Brazil.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of pressure now that you guys have maybe not had the most consistent start to the stage? Is there any pressure at all for you guys to figure things out faster? Just because everyone's so used to seeing you guys always at the top.
I mean, honestly, no, because every game we've lost, like the 2 games we lost, we knew everything we should done to win. Like, we know what's going on during the game that is making us losing. We'll be a little more desperate if we didn't know what's making us lose. But we were very conscious that what is making us losing, like some decisions, some gunfights that we shouldn't take. And I mean, it's a very conscious lose, so it's not desperate. We have like a lot of games until the end of the season. We still can like get top 1, top 2 spot.
Well, JP, congratulations. You jumped even further up back into your original spot that you were sitting. I want to talk about actually yesterday. I didn't get to talk to you guys. You guys played a lot more aggressive than we're usually seeing. Do you think that just is due to the fact that you guys, I mean, you said you weren't playing like yourselves, but is that typically what happens when FaZe kind of loses the hold or the round, or even like, because again, we always talk about how strategic you guys are. And yesterday it was just nothing but aggression. Then you go into today, it was back to the original: play your defaults, play the strats, use the util. I guess, again, the bigger question is, when you guys are a little frazzled, do you guys just tend to then go off track and play more of an aggressive pace game?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, when we are like too aggressive, or we are too confident on some gunfights, and we are not thinking very well on the situation that happened. So like a lot of the gunfights that we lose on Cafe, sometimes they punished us. If you watch the game, we lost to Furia and Reload. A lot of them, we knew that what we should do because Furia did to us. So we're just repeating an error that we shouldn't. So,
and
like, yeah,
just a follow up to that. When you guys are in that situation, especially when you get into a best of 3, is Vidaking the voice that is kind of leading that and telling people to slow down, or is it kind of just anyone within that roster that is kind of telling everyone, okay, we need to slow down, we need to start playing together? Yeah, I mean, the big question is Vidaking the one that is speaking, or is it kind of everyone that kind of takes that acknowledgement?
Yeah, it's Vita, 100% him. He's like our maestro. We like to say he could coordinate the pace of the game.
For sure.
Fair enough. I mean, JP, look, now it's a big win, of course, against Loss. You get all the points from it. Next play day, that is next Saturday, you get another opportunity to collect more points technically against 9Z. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
I mean, we expect to win. It should be a easy game. We expect to be. I never like to say easy game, but I mean, they are a team that are not showing like any incredible game, and we are expected to win. Just it.
Okay, let's hope that'll be the case, JP. Good to have you on here. Congratulations again to you and FaZe Clan. That is FaZe versus 9Z, game number 1 of next Saturday. Make sure you're tuning in to catch that matchup. Again, take care, JP.
You guys.
As always, good to have support staff on here with us also to discuss strategy and kind of what happens on the outside, right? It's always good to get that sort of different perspective. Gentlemen, I mean, if we were to look at the most valuable player in this matchup, who would really strike you as that?
Souls.
I was gonna say KDS. KDS for sure. I mean, he's lethal. He moves around the map. He's a slippery guy. I mean, 82% cost. He was definitely putting in a lot of the work. But again, when we speak into any player in specific, I mean, KDS yesterday had a dominant performance. Granted, they lost. He was 16-7. Today, he's 14-8. I mean, the consistency from this guy alone. He's always confident, especially when you see him in interviews. He talks the talk, and he also walks the walk. And today was just another step in the park, walk in the park for him. But again, when you're highlighting one player in FaZe, you realistically, it can be any 5 of those players.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I just only said Souls because I felt like every time FaZe was shutting down a shield, it was usually Souls shutting down the shield. And that is so difficult to do, especially when you're, you know, on your own some of those moments. And obviously, you're right. Every single one of these players is going to have a moment or a game where they pop off. And one thing that I absolutely loved hearing from JP was the fact that they gave so much respect to Vita King and the fact that he's the one calming everyone down, keeping everybody on the same page, because obviously you look at the stats and it was the same story as the last play day for FaZe against Loud. You know, Vita King had a rough performance statistically, but when it comes to in the server fixes, in the server problem solving, he is the man that's going to look, you're going to look towards. So obviously very great experience as a viewer to be able to see a team that just because your IGL or somebody on the team is underperforming, you still have that respect. You still look to them to be able to give you the answers when, you know, the going gets tough.
Yeah, and for the side of Los, I mean, this is what I was talking about going into this game. I mean, they're keeping games competitive, clearly, but it comes down to the entire team just being able to step up and play together. Similar to what we've talked about in the NAL with Wildcard, with Dash and Baby Shark, is when Bay, Spiker, and Kansan are all popping off, it's then 2 players or 3 players that aren't playing together. But when we saw last week or this week, we saw the entire team come together and they looked significantly better. And that's kind of the same situation that Los is finding themselves in. Is every player can be good at any given moment. Legacy seems to be the most, you know, consistent in some regards, same with Farius and Kurtz. But the thing is, the entire roster just is not playing on the same level or maybe even on the same page for that matter. I would love to, you know, understand comms and be in those moments of what comms sound like. But for me, the biggest thing, again, is if these guys can just all be in sync, understand the game plan, I do believe Los can start pulling away with some of these wins.
All I'm hearing now is I wish we all spoke Portuguese so that you could actually understand whatever the hell's going on in those comms. Honestly, that would be golden. Otherwise, we'd have to ask one of our wonderful friends over at the Brazilian.
He could do it for us.
We got our producer Andre. Yeah, he should be able to translate everything for us, right? That absolutely is in the contract of every single producer. We're definitely adding it to that long laundry list of what they have to do. Anyways, Laxing Fox, thank you so much. That was game number 2 for today. We're hitting the halfway mark in just a bit here as ENX take on NIP after the break.
How they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
And welcome back, everybody, to SAL. We continue on with our matches. Of course, a quick overview over a beautiful São Luís do Maranhão in the north of Brazil. Actually, not a place I ever imagined to be able to see here in footage, but it's good to see. There's beautiful, beautiful country here, and we have to get through to our beautiful matches that we have lined up for you. First of all, our standings, just to get a macro point of view of what is happening right now in SAL. Our updating standings look like this. W7M are at the top of 13, tied at 12 are BD and FaZe, 10 for NIP, 9 for Furia, 8 for Loud, 6 for NX, 5 for 9Z, and Loss at 4. Team Liquid, of course, waiting to play their game at the end of today. We'll see if they can rise above, though, this current matchup. We turn our attention to ENX and NIP. And gentlemen, NIP have the opportunity to go up, but let's talk about ENX and what they can bring today, because their win yesterday against Liquid and the one before against 9Z, that really propelled them so high up.
Yeah, we saw SexyCake in the interview, being this historical player, and then being a historical player on this roster. And we talked about early in the days of SAL starting, we wanted to see SexyCake come alive. We needed to see him step into his role, be that figure, be that leader. And we're starting to see a little bit of success. Sure, you could maybe write the excuse off, oh, they beat Liquid, oh, they beat 9Z. But at the end of the day, a win's a win. And that's the most important thing, especially when you're in these best-of-1 series, is that you can put points on the board. Now, the team as a whole isn't the most impressive in terms of stats, but they are all relatively close to one another. They all are playing with each other. It's just the important thing is getting over that goal of beating these bigger name teams. And going today against NIP has been no slouch thus far throughout this stage. It's really going to come, again, off the backing of SexyCake and that shield play. That really is where ENX is shining, and then Angel's playing off of that flex role in terms of the entry / support. Him being able to play off of SexyCake along with Bach, I think, is a very important key factor here. Now, Nigel, unfortunately, hasn't had the best performance on this team, but he still is doing his role to the best of his ability. But again, when you're playing against a team like NIP, and NIP in specific, especially on those defenses, you're going to be getting a very aggressive, fast-paced team, especially from players on the other end of that side, coming from Fantasy, coming from Hates. So you're really going to have to slow down a lot of the pressure that NIP is going to be instilling into you during this matchup.
Well, Axing, it's a very good point. Let's slow things down for this matchup. Next up on the block, NIP. Ninjas Pajamas, Fox. The team here is looking good. They covered their bases yesterday. Were able to collect 2 points against Los. Can they do it today? Just keep digging deeper.
I mean, every point definitely matters when you're NIP. Obviously, getting back your former glory of a roster that's been so storied in the game, and every single player on this team, like Lax said, aggression. It's just balls to the wall, constantly going for these gunfights, going for calculated, team-oriented gunfights, and that's, I think, exactly what we saw against, I believe it was Los, like you said yesterday, and it works. It works when you're going up against some of the weaker teams, some of the teams that aren't able to manage certain types of aggression. I mean, obviously, when it comes to the rest of the stage, NIP has looked pretty good, even against the top teams. Games are getting close. They are running into their overtime wins consistently, but that's just the name of the game. If you're playing aggressive, you're playing fire versus fire play style, sometimes a round's going to go in your favor. The next round, everything can just be shattered. But obviously, the whole team has been performing pretty well, and I do love the fact that they have 3 aggressive players, 2 more supportive players on the back end. It's a really nice split, and Hates, top 10 players of the SAL currently. He, out of everybody on this team, to put up this level of stats, to be that player on that flex role, to just consistently show up every single day. Obviously, he's been playing very well, and if the rest of the team is just able to know and understand when to manage that aggression, NIP could look like a consistent top contender for the league. But right now it's just aggression, and that's great, but they need to be able to adapt some passivity into their play style to be able to be a well-rounded oiled machine.
Actually, it is something we've been kind of poking at some teams, and this is in all regions, not just here in SAL. There are some teams with especially younger, less experienced players where it's like this twitchy finger that they constantly need to be moving around and getting themselves killed in situations that really should not be happening. And I feel like you can apply this to just too many players at this point, and maybe those Gen Z jitters would go down a bit. And I sound so old just saying that, but yeah.
Okay, boomer.
Thanks, Davide. Well, you know what? We have our 20-year-old Davide here that's playing up the words. Let's take a look at our maps before Lynx starts to try to strangle me through the monitor here. Our map ends. What do we get? You know what, Gabe?
Border.
How about you take this?
I have a feeling we're gonna get a very small map. Yeah, I mean,
my God.
Border.
Am I a fortune teller?
So again, this goes into exactly what I was saying that I need ENX to do in particular is to be able to slow down the attacks from NIP. As we know with Border, this is a very gunfight heavy map that when you trying to get into the building, you are going to be met with sheer aggression and bullets flying past your head, in your head, into your teammate's head. The second you go top east, the second you try to push through break, the second you even try to go out to any of the armory balconies, I mean, you are going to be met with aggression. So for ENX here specifically, you need to be playing your crossfires and to be able to force chokeholds to not let NIP find any headway, especially from players like Hates and Fantasy.
Yeah, I agree. I think managing the aggression is going to be ENX's first job. Getting into the building, slow it down, getting those key positions. That is the foundation to winning this border against NIP, because NIP is going to fight you before you even get into the building. They're going to try to stonewall you, stall your time, or fight body for body to be able to get some type of an advantage before you even get into that building. We're going to need to see ENX's opening kills be a lot more consistent just by limiting the amount of opening kills that they're giving away, because I mean, you can just see it in the head-to-head. NIP, when it comes to slaying out, they are obviously the team that you're going to be worried about.
Well, speaking of slaying, I think we should definitely get ready for our matchup. We'll bring up Lynx and XR Troika for this pre-game and have a quick little chat. My friends, we've had... Are you vibing out, Lynx?
Chilling. It's Border.
Are you voguing before Border?
Something like that.
Do a death drop.
I don't know what that. Oh no, you wouldn't even see me.
You know what that is.
You wouldn't even see me, dude. You'd see like my arm shoot up underneath the camera, and you would.
We don't need to. We don't need to. We don't need to know that. Just do it and just do that.
No, hey, you know what? I'll give Gabe some points though. If ENX want to slow down NIP's attacks, they did win 6 of their 8 opening engagements on defense yesterday.
Hey, it's a good start, and it's a very easier job to do on Border. It's just a matter of stopping anything from getting into the building.
Look, for those who don't know, Lynx has been our emotional support person here in the Discord. Our rock, yeah.
Holding it down.
Lynx will always be joining and watching through it. So there we are. But I want to lean on, today's rock in this Ollie Extra Troika. I mean, look, you've been casting NIP since, over 5 years at this point. Seeing how this team has kind of progressed over this time, what do you reckon their trajectory is like? Because it feels like we're going back to the good days. It feels weird.
Yeah, I mean, would you go that far? You look at the roster and there's only one player left from those good days.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay.
I mean, we've got new players.
I think he's talking to organization.
Obviously, no, I understand that, but I never feel like you can talk about an org. You got to talk about the current team, right? Because they're the people that matter on that. Right this second, right now.
Tell Europe that with G2 and everything.
I mean, Fantasy's on this roster, so what more can you want? One of my favorite players to watch.
Cons is on this roster, one of my favorite players to watch.
Why?
Sounds like we're set.
Cons, because he's the GOAT. That's it. Signed, sealed, delivered. Best Monty and SAL.
That's all you need to know. There you go. Let's leave it up to the UPS for this one. Lynx Exotrica, take it away.
I will. Thank you very much. And I mean, obviously, I don't know if Cons is necessarily the best player in SAL, but I've seen a lot of good Monty play from Cons. I've seen a lot of good fragging from Cons on the older iteration of NIP. When, to be fair, see, to Gabe's point, to be fair, NIP didn't have to be stopped from getting in the building because they just had a problem getting into the building anyway. The thing they had to get over was a mental block almost of getting in the building rather than any obstacle thrown in their way. Not as much of a problem anymore, thankfully, Ollie. Means that the rounds are ending at somewhere before 5 seconds left.
Which is good. I'm not always a big fan of the rounds going all the way. I get using the clock. I understand that it's a tool there to be used, but there's the fewer of the sort of time constraints that you can take from old NIP, the better. NIP, a team that really impressed me. You made a brilliant comment about the amount of entry kills that ENX were able to get yesterday. I was curious, because sometimes I can be a curious cat. So I had a look at entry. The 2 best players inside of SAL right now for entry are both Fancy and Hates, both +7. Now, a survival rate leaves a lot to be desired. However, if you want entries, they're the players you want to be looking out for. And seeing as the NIP has started on the attack, I am expecting great things from both of those two players.
Listen, I'm not. When you pay Fancy, you're not paying him to live. You're paying him to die and take somebody with him.
Oh yeah.
That's what you're paying Fancy to do. That's why he's salaried.
That's why he gets the big bucks.
That's why he's got tenure. I don't know about the big bucks. I don't know about the big bucks. NIP have not. We are still waiting for them to get back to that. Get back to that glory. It's FaZe and Furia still firmly at the top of the column. But ENX were able to take down an old name in Brazil, Liquid, yesterday, 8-7 on this map. Keeping Liquid down at the bottom. So only with 2 points in these OT losses. Did mention that ENX were quite good on their defensive openings yesterday. Angel might end up giving one to Wizard. Playing very aggressively on this big door. Quite claustrophobic right now. Stuck between that castle barricade. Now, his courtyard position cut off from below. Really like this from NIP. They are reading the weaknesses of this position perfectly. Not saying Fancy will get away with it. Angels remains in a difficult position as the Ash goes up. Watching a long angle. We soften up quite heavily. And Angels can live another day.
Very difficult to attack this sort of a setup on border. You remove the Azami and the Clash and think great, but you leave the castle open. And unless players do what Angel just did and peek around it, it can be very difficult. It should speeden up somewhat the way that NIP are able to take this and further take control over toward 90 and into CCTV. Looks as though Legion's going to have something to say about it, and I'm not sure if he's droned. He's certainly known now as he takes Fancy down and finishes him off.
Really good work from Nigel. Angel's taking all of NIP's attention, taking all of my attention as well. And the Legion slipped by, not unnoticed, but certainly disrespected, not dealt with. He's even popping Vulcan packs. He's got more utility to burn time. That's crazy. Swings out, spots one on the balcony, but he honestly doesn't even need to peek this. Just play your life. Wizard's got to be careful about those head holes. He's got to be careful about those angles. It's the threat of you that's the problem, not the gun you hold. Just the potential for it to get used. Cons might get him, but so much damage has been done just by two players. But Nigel specifically sitting inside a CCTV. Bach with his second, swinging and laying down a heavy line of fire down metal. 3K for Bach overall. ENX taking the first.
Doesn't bode well for NIP, really, the way that first attacking round went, does it? Kind of petered out of all existence very early. Yeah, they took control of Break Room, but where was the guy for CCTV windows? Like, just apply a bit of pressure. You shouldn't be letting a Legion just hang around there in the rotate spot, able to rotate either to Fountain, main stairs, beepers. Get the window open. Put a bit of pressure. We had some air jobs. Could have placed a few air jobs out there as well. Better job needing to be done of restricting the flow of those defenders in and around that space, because whilst the player that was inside of Break Room was taken out fairly handily, it didn't really mean too much when the site players aren't getting touched until, what, the final 20, 30 seconds of the round? Bit of a strange pacing from NIP.
Or, as you pointed out, Nigel not getting touched till the back half.
I mean, the CC player surviving until the back half of the round, like, come on.
But the desk wanted to see ENX contesting NIP at the entry, stopping him from entering the building. Well, it can't really get much better than what you got in round one. Can't reasonably expect it unless you wanted ENX to keep NIP outside of the building for literally the whole round. I think that's just a little extreme at that point. But you're able to do that on Armory and Archives. It is a second floor site. Usually when you have those second floor sites, it's going to be a bit more direct. It's going to have less vertical in the process. Now they're on the first floor. NIP might have a little more room to move, and by extension, ENX might have to cover a little more ground if they want to stop them from entering the building. Still have Nigel, now actually taking Angels as operator. Same position, but now has the UMP instead of the T5. But comparatively speaking, much less resources dedicated to him than previously. No Vulcan pack to burn time. It's really just an ACOG and a dream at the moment. Got that 90 rotate. I do appreciate this. Backing off pretty quickly to join the rest of the defense in office.
Ooh, nice little pocket reinforcement there as well for the fountain wall.
One more, too.
Kind of gives away, like, yep, you can take CCTV. We've wasted a minute. We feel pretty comfortable with that. Castle Barricade shouldn't last too long, though. We have Ash. We also have Hibana. Plenty of ways and means of getting those things dealt with either at range or up close and personal. Fancy just transitioning there, finding out a goo mine, and maybe going to try and turn his attention elsewhere now that the assist has been given there for that top floor. But don't forget, it still isn't entirely clear. There are a couple of defenders lingering up here. Angel in a real dangerous spot. This is a flank that really should be locked down at this point. He's going to be found out. Just takes a little pot shot at Wizard, but the angle is being held.
Ooh. We'll fire some downrange. Not able to find anything, unfortunate. Hates is found on that flank. So occupied watching East, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. NIP gaining ground, but ENX are making sure they pay for every single inch. Bach with his second, taking down the ace at that window down below. I was hoping ENX would fight for as much control as they could, keep NIP at bay, but they're fighting like their life depends on it. Tooth and nail for every single position, not retreating until a second passed when they should have. Only now do we see the defenders retreat from the top floor. Only now that they have secured 3 kills, 2 minutes and 20 seconds wasted. Pino softened up slightly, and God knows how much utility all of Wizards' Candelas spent on clearing a roam that ENX have won. We're using X-Kairos to break up holes in the floor. That's how dire the resources are. That's how much ENX have bled from them. Only 15 seconds remaining. The smokes can go out. That's the only sight occlusion. The only way you'll take this vision away. Hibana swings, Bailiff ready. Crouch walking with the revolver. Maybe egoing a little bit, but Wizards got no time. 2, 1, and 0. ENX taking 2 in a row.
If Wizard had a little bit more time, maybe.
I don't want to think about that. I don't want to think about it. Don't want to think about it.
A couple of nice kills there toward the end, but the fact that he didn't have any time was because of how much was wasted on that mid floor. NIP very quickly took control of half of the top floor, but neglected to convert that into a full clear. And with the operators that they lost, weren't able to get the floor open. If anyone would ever need an example as to why Hibana is a terrible option to open up vertical angles, we saw it right there and then. 4 Hibana pellets, and it does absolutely nothing. You get a postage stamp that you can look through. Typically, you want a skeleton key, you want a sledge, even a breaching charge, a ram boogie drone if you're feeling a bit bougie. But no, NIP reduced to the bare minimum. I think the only time it gets worse than that is if you're drawing for a pistol to open up some vert. At that point, just forget it. Just go next.
Just give up. Really strong performances from ENX, though. And NIP really struggling to deal with the problems that they are putting forth. Not that it's a simple process. I mean, you got, 3 defenders staring at you, but now that NIP have maybe cut their teeth a little bit, I'm almost curious. I want to see you looking towards the site. Maybe see if it's weak down there with how aggressive ENX have been. Maybe you can actually go for a quick execute, flood the site. Maybe the defense isn't ready to fall back. Maybe you catch him off guard. Khan's bringing the blitz. Could go for it. We see destroying a lot of doors upstairs, seeing a lot of droning right now. Gonna see another full clear from NIP.
I mean, have they done a single full clear properly?
True.
Like, maybe if they actually do a full clear.
Well, the ironic thing.
What's the ironic thing?
NIP are 2-0 in opening kills so far.
This doesn't seem to be hurting ENX, does it?
No, it does not.
And don't forget, this is Border, by the way. Like, we've had a Deimos and a Blackbeard band. That has very little impact on a Border game, realistically. Both of them are super new. Obviously, Blackbeard's been around forever, but the change is fairly new in Siege terms. And Deimos, in Siege terms, is a relatively new operator. So it's not as if the attack has been hamstrung with some incredible ban. They really ought to be able to deal with this a little bit better than they are. Air jabs going out this time, which at least should give them a little bit of surety. ENX have shown that they're more than happy to rotate and spread their legs on this top floor and get themselves into sticky positions, and hopefully the air jabs will make them think twice. Now waiting on this bottom floor just for a bit of drone information, maybe trying to target some of these mirror windows as well, as they're doing a great job of stopping the flow of these players upstairs. But a couple of quick explosions and boom, Blitz is in there. That was a nice Ash charge.
That was a nice Ash charge, and this is what I wanted to see. This is what I was curious about. Maybe it won't work, but NIP are at least understanding that with how aggressive this roam is, maybe they can find a way onto the site. How many vertical angles are there? Are the hatches open? Are they closed? They're long angles holding your position. Is it defenders close with a shotgun? They are paying attention to it, but we've spent basically 2 minutes droning, and finally NIP have decided on a course of action. But with how much time they've invested in seeing if this plan will work, I need to see something, even if it's a kill. There we go. Hates is... Or NIP as a whole 3-0. Hates with that nice opening pick, but that's not been enough so far. We need to see this diffuser go down. Need to see Fancy hold the line, but Florio gets the angle. They've not considered that position that the castle's been holding the entire time. And now the case drops cold. Somebody's got to move in with and recover with 20 seconds left. Hates finding important kills. They still have this advantage. It's only Florio, the man who denied that defuse. Surely NIP have the numbers. Surely they can close this out, and indeed they will. 3-0 in opening picks, but NIP take 3 rounds before they get there first on a quick sight hit in the late game.
I enjoy that. Quick sight hit in the late game. It was exactly that, wasn't it? It was the later part of the round, and it was still a kind of quick sight hit. It was kind of nice. I really like the Ash charge. I like the Blitz moving through off the back of those breaching rounds that were going off and really starting to take control. NIP, they'd not really done the homework. They didn't know that someone was in there with such an easy angle to try and deny that plant with. But let's be honest, if they get all the kills, it doesn't matter anyway. You are a little bit worried, though, when you see the diffuser dropping cold and there's still, what, 8 bodies alive, and you start thinking, or 9 bodies alive at that point, and you start thinking, well, they've still got vert on this. Like, if they can just play smart and play the site, open a bit more vert, they might be able to just keep hold of it. NIP managing to get the kills there, and I don't know if ENX just got a little bit jittery in some of the spots they were holding, because, to be honest, they looked in quite good shape. NIP with a round on the board, it avoids them having to take that tactical timeout to solve the problems that they've been facing here, and they can finally start to build on something. Bans at the start of round 4, we're going to get a Ying and a Mirror. Mirror has been a real key component, but not as crucial as this castle. The castle has been consistently brought. Nigel, someone that has played the castle in a couple of rounds already, I am kind of surprised. I know that it's easily dealt with and Fancy's going to be playing the Ash. I'm kind of surprised to see that castle let through again at this stage and for the Mirror to be removed.
I mean, yeah, both problem operators, but yeah, to your point, Castle has been quite impactful. Also, to answer your question, I went back and checked. There was a lot of antsiness from ENX. Basically, Fancy was actually the only guy on the bottom floor. It was 3 people all holding flank up top. SexyCake tried to walk down metal. 2 players in Fountain both end up peeking and dying. So, supreme levels of jitteriness, sadly. But, first one he dropped. You just got to be careful. NIP have called your bluff. They have ignored the roam, and it has worked. They're going to feel emboldened to do it again. Got to consider that as a possibility. Might be harder on Armory, to be fair, but it's still something you got to be leery about. Angels creeping around this bottom floor for the moment. Seeing if NIP wants to secure that bottom floor control as early as they did before. Field inside of 90. That'll be quick fodder for that Ash charge. Down it goes. Already the pocket reinforcement. Nigel might be giving up this position very early on. He was here for almost the entirety of the last Armory round. Instead, it'll be 90 where he makes his home.
Not much change to the pace in which NIP are moving with right now, but they've managed to gain a lot more control. CCTV is now in their hands. They just need to move through and take that, and under the cover of cons on the shield, they're going to do just exactly that. A pop shot attempted by SexyCake. He's only going to put a couple of points of damage into Wizard. Wizard will be very ill-advised to peek that again. With the Monty pushing through, CC is now theirs. Nigel in a real tough spot right now. Gets a good visual, but can't make good on it. Very cagey swings right now from everybody, as everyone knows where the other is.
This is how each one of these rounds have been, though. Even though the positions are different, got a shield introduced, Nigel's in 90. It's still the attackers and the defenders breathing down each other's necks. almost staring at each other through these walls and these reinforcements. And yet it somehow remains a 5v5. Fancy will eventually find that castle, but the trade's still quite good. 4-0 on opening picks for NIP. ENX will neutralize that advantage.
Good
Box
support.
spotted through the wall. Very good swing. Now, as that Monty creeps further and further into sight, SexyCake down to C4! How's he landed that one? Seemed a bit surprised he even got that kill, but NIP, firm control of the site. This sentry's been off down on a side quest on the bottom floor for ages at this point, and NIP have found it out all the way at the beginning. Nice little pre-fire to find the first, but diffuser down. Wizard can cover, get that trade all tied up.
Pretty clean from NIP. I was screaming in my head for someone to support Cons on the Monty. He had such a great position on that armory wall. He had great info as to where everybody was, and it just took a little bit of time, and sometimes it does, to get somebody into position to be able to support. But when the support came, it was there. Immediately picking up the kill. SexyCake had to fill the gap. Did actually hit a super nice headshot, but it was not enough. Relying on that striker downstairs or the sentry downstairs, excuse me, to try and deny that plant. Obviously, the C4 ripped and used a little bit earlier on into the round. NIP, it's been a slow start into this game for them, but I feel like they're finally getting up to speed. Taking a little bit more time in these gunfights, being a little bit more considered in how and where they are taking this map control, not just trying to go at things one-dimensionally. That previous attack was a great example of that, the way that they were really cohesive in the way they took CCTV room. It was much better. They may be able to salvage this half yet, and they're certainly in a good position to do so. 2-2 now, and ENX left to find a response. Not been successful in the previous 2 rounds, and it just feels like their mojo's been knocked a little bit. They came in super confident, really happy, and very convinced in the ideas and stuff that they were trying. And in the last 2 rounds, that's really waned, and you do kind of wonder, was it just a 2-round show that they put on, and are they just going to sort of peter out into sort of non-existence?
I was about to say, right now they're just trying to beat the one-trick pony allegations. Like, okay, you did this really aggressive roam and extension for a couple rounds, and NIP were clearly caught off guard by it. Like, genuinely, like, good job, like, good strat. But then they were like, oh, the site might be weak, and it was. And they were like, okay, well, they've adjusted and given us control of CCTV. The site will probably be weak again, right? They're probably pretty heavily holding an office, and that was correct. And so now, as we look and we're defending bathroom tellers, what do we have? Nigel and CC. 1 guy in armory. 2 guys in office. Another really heavy roam. So, as NIP are droning and they see that workshop is pretty clear, except for maybe Florio, you've got people creeping in, ready to pounce, and I think it's not a coincidence that NIP are really focused on this middle floor. Fancy gives it away just a little bit. ENX's first opening with NIP having a good read strategically, that might just even things up.
There's going to be an attempt here at trying to get this kill onto Florio. Near the Dokkaebi call go out, and Hates will eventually put an end to him. But a lot of damage has been done, and maybe the game's up. Florio calls, well, there's a lot of people downstairs. They're just going to go direct here. We need to be ready for it, so you better hope that ENX have those vertical angles available. Great shot there from Wizard. Another example of just catching someone way too antsy. There's no need to move there.
Oh my God,
magic,
so free.
the plank can start to go down. Held from the window. This is going to be really difficult to retake. Whether you've got vertical control or not, doesn't really matter at this point.
Angels was right there. How has this occurred? Wait, Angel was in courtyard? If he better have just got there, because the plant didn't go down on the default window. They ran into the cubby. Maybe they hopped in, but the fact that it's somehow gone down when they put that diffuser in a very tight corner, that smoke could have been a big problem for Cons, and it just wasn't. But Ollie, as NIP take 3 in a row, didn't that plant feel so free?
Oh, they are finding some huge gaps.
Yeah, minimal resistance, barely any utility, barely even a lick of damage done him as that diffuser was going down. ENX had a great game plan the first 2 rounds, but the moment NIP ran into it in round 3, these attacks have looked better and better as ENX have continuously failed to 1, bolster the site, 2, leave gaps, and 3, continue placing 4 people on a roam, and NIP have realized if we just ignore it, ENX don't have the resources or the capabilities or what have you to stop us.
At this point, it feels like all you need to be doing well on NIP at the minute is a reasonable memory and be able to remember what's happened this game so far. Because ENX are just trying to do the exact same things every single round, and NIP are just going, oh, we've seen this one before.
Except, not the exact same thing. They'll go, okay, we see you saw that armory defense. Nigel, he's 90 now.
Oh,
not CC door.
No, I apologize. It's, I mean, that's a revelation. I don't think that that would catch me off guard.
Honestly, sure. game changer.
It's a serious adaptation. I like this though. NIP, they've had success hitting the site quick before. They're going to try and move fairly quickly again.
Oh my god!
Open these castle barricades.
Wait, it's the same lineup as round 1.
Yeah.
There's just no Mira. They're literally doing the same thing.
I mean, it's pretty poor, especially given Mira's banned, because it means that they've just not got a plan as to how to make this work without the Mira. They just need to try and do the same thing again. But we've got Nigel playing in the same spot inside of CCTV. Same spot for the castle inside a break room. NIP, they can't be fooled by this twice. Wait for that Toxic Babe to dissipate, and boom. Cons is going to get himself in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing on this strat. Obviously, you know, you got to worry about all your positions. But Angels can easily be pinched from courtyard down below. You've got the Monty probing for information. And ENX every single time, no matter the site, have heavily placed their resources and their manpower in office. I'm really worried Armory might be weak here given the trend that we've seen before. But of course, the strength of this strat still continues to be you're holding CCTV. Nice shot from Nigel. And he was the saving grace here. And ultimately, you can run the same strat back, but if he's winning those fights, it might not matter all that much. It's NIP pushing office. Ollie, is this site as weak as it looks? Fancy finds one in Fountain. This is a pre-fire waiting to happen, but SexyCake catches him lacking. Fancy disrespecting the position a little bit. Now NIP have to regroup.
That's pretty poor from Fancy, to be fair. And again, poor that no one has gone onto CC balcony and dealt with Nigel. At least open the window and make it so he can't play there. EMP goes out, wall will be opened. Cons has the diffuser here. But surely this is holdable. ENX. They haven't got too much to go on right now. They've got a couple of goo mines. That's about it. Players in tucked positions. Florio going to go for an aggressive swing. But look at that from the Monty of Cons. You talk about disrespect. That's some serious disrespect.
I thought he was dead. I was freaking out when I saw that. Pino finds another. It's all Bach in the 1v3. Knows the vent window players there. Nice pre-fire. Nice pre-aim. Just a 1v1 with this gun up, but the Monty's distracting, and he falls to Pino. I gotta say, I'll give it to ENX. Might be the same strat, but we're starting to see some of that same success, but when it's all the same positions, NIP know where to pre-aim. They know how to think around it. And as they found that little bit of a gap in office, they just widened it and widened it as the round went on.
I'm going to give that one to NIP. Just because that's what the game did, you know?
Very brave. Very brave of you, Ollie.
I think it was good of NIP. That, you know what it is? I really hate using this word. It just feels a little bit lazy. It's like they're trying to do the bare minimum to get the plant down or to get the round over the line. Whereas you would see a team that's a bit more, that's maybe got a higher work rate, deal with
honestly,
a few more problems instead of sort of relying on people winning gunfights.
It's kind of contrasted by ENX, who were doing the absolute most to try and stop them from entering.
Oh, they're tryhards. Yeah, they are sweating right now. And that's also, like, it's both ends of the scale, isn't it? You've got to find that happy medium, and you've got to know when to turn the dial up a little bit and just tone it back a little bit. I mean, I myself, I have the dial at 11 all the time, you know?
Shut up. Well, if it goes up to 11, why don't you just make 10 louder? This one goes to 11. Re-releasing that movie in theaters. I've never seen it before, though I have it on DVD, so I could just watch it whenever I wanted, but I haven't.
Sometimes it's better to go and rewatch a movie in the theaters, though. I like it.
It is. I'm a big movie theater person. Like, I got, not to brag, I got A-list. I got my 3 free movies a week. I'm going.
You get 3 free a week?
Yeah, it's actually kind of a... You pay like 20, 30 a month, and you get 3 free movies a week. It pays for itself, like, immediately.
That's mental.
I know. But I also love movies, so, like, I'm going to see everything. But anyway, what I wanted to say, for Ollie distracted me with a cinema reference, which he knows I couldn't pass up. Very, very cruel of him. It really does feel like a story that half. ENX had a good plan. NIP figured out a hole in it. As there are holes in every plan, and ENX went, alas. Now we move to the second half. Early smoke ban from ENX. Saw one in the FaZe game, but that came out as the 3rd one on their attacking side. ENX have taken it down first, and the understandable Azami ban, which basically makes CCTV very, very difficult to take, and depending on who's playing that Azami, able to hold it solo. And while you see a lot of the same positions, I mean, shocker, we got one break, got one over by CC door. It's a lot looser. No castles on board. Well, there is a castle, but he's not. But nobody necessarily like completely boxed in. As we look, he actually is just boxed in. It is okay. It's just the same strat. Never mind. Just literally the same thing.
Well, it's kind of different, isn't it? I don't think they put the castle on long.
No. And hey, I like the addition of the Fenrir, though it seems like he might be going down. Oh, Nigel has. Oh dear. I don't know how that's occurred.
It's trade.
We'll take it.
Nigel traded him his teammate.
Okay, there we go. You know what I will say? With how easy ENX made that, clearing the same strat, it does seem kind of funny that it was harder for NIP to clear that both times.
Oh, NIP made a meal of it. Like they were like, oh no, this is the strat. We got to make this look like, you know, we're working really hard to get through it.
Yeah.
And ENX have just gone, well, yeah, if it's a strat we're going to play, it's a strat we're going to know how to play versus it. And I mean, SexyCake on the shield, shock. It's always going to be there. NIP are likely going to ban 3 shields. They've already banned 2. They can move quite quickly now. With Angel's getting a kill onto Cons. 50 seconds is an eternity in a border game.
Especially when you got one guy trapped in a corner. Like, this guy... What? Okay, he's killed the Blitz. He's blind.
No.
What? It's a 1v1. Shut up. Pino's got a C4. Knows he's in CC. Oh my god, what is going to happen here? We got 2 drones in play. I am really curious where they are. Got very recent info coming off as you know he's going to move that side. Pino pre-aiming it. How much does he wait? Shots go out. Knows he's left side around the small office. That has isolated Pino quite heavily. Bach instead pushing. He could land this pre-fire if he checks. Be careful not to sprint as Pino wraps around. Beepers will trigger. Very well played by Bach. Isolating him based off that spray. Counter swinging at the right time. I'm not entirely sure where all those NIP players dropped. But that came quite close. And you got to hand it to Bach for finishing it.
A little bit too close to comfort. I think that Bach played that 1 versus 1 incredibly well. 0 hesitation for a start. Yeah, he spotted on the BP, but so what? He has to take the engagement. Uses his utility very well. The stun from Zephyr's launcher. Boom, that goes out there, immediately triggers, tells him exactly where Pino is. He knows that Pino is very close to that break room door. Where else are you going to go to hide? You don't want to turn your back and start running down to half wall, or you're going to go into break room door. So, goes into break room door. There's no ring around the rosy. There's no baiting whatsoever. It's just, boom, I'm better, and I'm taking this engagement. I was looking down. I was pretty surprised to see Pino have the SMG-11 in his hand at that point. I thought, shotgun at close range, bang, you believe in it. You just got to let that thing fly as soon as you see him and hope that you react quick enough. But no, Pino had the SMG-11. Now, to be fair, he didn't really get a shot off because he was trying to ring around the rosy himself. He was trying to, boom, go out of the door, and he didn't get given that space to do it. Close round, and one that really shouldn't have been that close because ENX did such a great job of dealing with the NIP hold. There was no hesitation again in just saying, yep, okay, castle strat, boom, we know how to work this. Get SexyCake in there on the shield, start taking some ground early, get a couple of opening picks, Fancy goes down super early. It's fairly straightforward from ENX.
And most of the kills they got in that mid round onto Hates and Cons were just watching flank. SexyCake I went back and checked. SexyCake over on East. Catches Hates rotating on CCTV cross 90, just kills him. Cons tries to go support the CCTV player, rotates in front of Metal, gets killed by flank watch there. Pretty simple. Apply the pressure, make a move, watch where they move, take them down. Very strong game plan for ENX to start, which again, they took Liquid the full distance, all 15 rounds yesterday, and did take the W. Are quite well practiced on this since their game against them yesterday. A minute into the round so far. Bathroom Teller's defense. Always like to see the attack pay some attention to the courtyard and the passport customs position as well. See some reaction for the defense, but until Hates had left, it was 4 players on the top floor, but you can see he's a little exposed as he's moving down here, but will find a way to thread the needle back into the site and not avail himself to any angle being watched by ENX.
Slow approach here from ENX. Got a lot of info to work with. Know exactly where Fancy is. First down going to come in there onto Angels, but beaten to it. Pino takes down Bok. Much better from NIP right now. SexyCake still charging through that top floor with his pistol out, and with Wizard down, leaves things all equal. Not a lot of map control has been gained here, though. Fortunately for ENX, they still have a good portion of that utility. Most importantly, the Blitz and the Ying for those Candelas. And with the top floor now clear and SexyCake finishing Wizard off, might be able to whittle down these side players some.
You'd hope so. Another round where SexyCake on Blitz watching flank on East and gets a kill there. I'd like to see it from him. The weight of the round might come down onto these Candelas. You'd opting to bring the bulletproof. Didn't even place it. I have to wonder, that may have been an accident. He's not having the C4. It's really going to hurt you right now, especially as SexyCake drops. Florio watching the vertical. SexyCake not finding anything just yet. Unfortunately, a self-blind because of that Candela. Pino does take him down. That's a rough one to lose. Almost wish maybe you just started putting that diffuse down. But Khan's retaking the top floor. Finds a nice little engagement for himself. Now Pino and Hates have got Florio in a bit of a crossfire. He walks out. He is a dead man. He'll find one, but the time's too low. Khans has the vert. ENX will not tie the game, and I keep themselves a 2-round lead.
NIP keeping control there. Again, it was a kind of a weird clear, wasn't it? Because top floor was attempted to be cleared. Passport was also a really big focus from ENX in that round. And it just kind of resulted in not too much happening. They didn't get too much control overall. Had they gone for a full top floor clear and sent one guy into Passport, or maybe even 2, you never know. But got the top floor clear done first. And you maybe think that that's where they missed out a little bit of an opportunity there in that round. NIP starting to feel a little bit more relaxed in this series. I think the first couple of rounds, certainly, it felt like they were playing a lot more tense than they are now. ENX have always felt like a bag of nerves, so there's no different vibe that they're giving me at the moment. I'm kind of feeling the same. But from at least from the NIP side of things, it starts to feel like they're a little bit more comfortable inside of this fixture. And they should be. They're only 2 rounds away from tying up this game and putting it to bed for the week. They will have to keep control of this top floor site. And let's be honest, this is somewhere where ENX looked very good when they previously attacked it in round number 7.
I mean, Nigel literally shot his teammate in the back of the head and still won the round. Pretty weird to start, but as you said, after that, it was looking pretty good. They used that blitz to very, very rapidly clear office. But also, I mean, Ollie, last time we went to Armory Archives and ENX defenses, it was the exact same strat, and what do you know? NIP drop it, and then immediately rotate to something else. Try to change it up entirely. No castle, not anywhere in the general vicinity. Probably will see a light CCTV hold, but given the lack of a castle and the lack of an Azami, you will likely have to fall back in all likelihood. Also, gone are the days of the deployable shield on the circle desk. Don't really see that often anymore, so I think we'll just see whoever's holding it rotate out of 90 pretty quickly. Fancy's been getting in some pretty aggro positions, though, and I will say NIP have done a good job, or excuse me, ENX have done a good job at cutting him off, catching him when he's rotating back last time, but just they're setting up for another CC clear.
I like the Warden pickup from Fancy, recognizing the Blitz has been played every time, and if he comes head-to-head with that, he might want a little bit of an advantage. SexyCake is just going to boldly smoke out. With these players still inside of CC, it isn't going to be a given that they're going to get that ground and take it easily. and pot shots through the wall and an opening pick onto Hates. But all in all, you've got an opening pick. You've wasted 2 smokes. It hasn't really given him the control of CCTV because they had no one there for the cutoff.
Which is kind of strange. They were able to get 2 kills on cutoff positions last time. 1 from E stairs, though ironically it was SexyCake, and you don't really want the blitz holding the cutoff. Wizards just retaking the position. They're just back in CC. Fancy will get shut down, so I like that from Angel. It is a good find, but you've let them get really aggressive really quickly, but you made them regret it. And that's what I'll give you an X for credit. At the end of the day, it was looking a little dicey. They had control on the position. Now in the 5v2, Pino again trying to cross, shut down. Basically a flawless round for ENX. Looked a bit odd as they completely left CCTV in the mid game, but still had their sights trained on it. NIP take the bait, ended up losing it.
It was like they'd just thrown a lobster out, a lobster pot out. They've caught a lobster. They take the lobster out and they throw the pot back in, and another lobster just goes straight in. And in this story, CCTV is the lobster pot.
I'm sorry. The way you say lobsters, really.
Well, at least NIP can breathe a sigh of relief because this is going to be the last round of Blitz. So, SexyCake, you're going to have to find something else to play, and of course he's going to go for the only remaining shield in the Fuse. It is, by far and away, the least scary. Fuse is one of the heavier and louder operators in the game, and you're not necessarily bringing it for the kit as SexyCake right now, because he is just going for any shield he can. And why not? He's pretty good at it. And it's doing a pretty good job of corralling the NIP defenders at the moment. Now, the Clash also got banned. Kind of a surprise to not see the Clash leveraged a little bit before that, because obviously Clash is a good counter to other shields in that you can slow from a distance, and you have a shield on defense. Never a bad thing. You can place the Clash shield down now as well and peek from behind it with that very powerful secondary. So, kind of a weird one from ENX. I don't know if they were expecting NIP to play a lot of Clash in the second half of this second half, but we will see. It at least leaves other options open, namely the castle, which again won't be played, but will likely be played on a different site. We are looking toward Workshop, so it is going to be a top floor hold with an element of staying up there for as long as you can, make a good bit of vert, and then have an option to rotate up there later on if you so need to.
Could also just be, I mean, we've seen teams sometimes purposefully not play operators the first 3 rounds. Then when the final ban goes through, then they break out something and they use it like they abuse it for the rest of the half. Flash could be one of those operators if she can get targeted early on, so when you don't see her as that second ban, you might think, oh, maybe I can get away with it. ENX is like, nope. If you have any plans, we don't want to do it.
I just feel like you get into a real, like, double bluff, triple bluff zone there. Because
yeah,
are they really going to forget that you're going to play the Clash? Like,
I don't know.
I get what you mean, but I just don't.
About.
Yeah, it is fun to think about. It is very much a theory exercise.
Yeah, exactly. I saw drone hip fire. Hates finds himself on East. You did mention that SexyCake's done a good job at clearing the shield so far, and I would definitely agree. Though both of the times we've seen a good clear was on armory rounds. Hates has been isolated. If they can find a way to walk up either 90 or break, get a nade on this guy's position, I mean, Angels is right there. Could send some secondary utility over the top. Force him to rotate either top or bottom. Ooh, unlucky the Gershmat's fallen there. He's keeping one in pocket to try to stop that shield from going in. Good reaction by Angel as one player from NIP falls. Yet Hates remains steadfast in this position. Angel's just baiting his attention. Even if he goes down, if ENX refused to bite, Hates is seemingly got to be fine to wait.
The attackers have to do something in this situation. It's no good knowing there's a player on those east stairs. You need to get in there and deal with him. Hates likely has a Grismot mine to help him here as well. Not in pocket. Pino gonna find one onto Florio. Levels things up for the time being. The hard breach element of this attack has been removed, but Hates just gives himself up like that. Hello?
All right, I guess. Really?
Okay,
or
just keep walking up east. Yeah. Just keep walking up east.
I mean... All right.
East stairs, baby. That's my staircase right there.
The Battle of East Stairs 2025. Where were you? All right. That's nobody wanted to give up that position. That Lion, he was not moving. Hates, he was not moving. Hates dies. NIP were like, no! They took it. They took our stairs. Timeout from NIP. Yes. I really
Content
can't
of the
get over it.
timeout. There are other portions of the map other than East Stairs.
Well, actually, so something I wanted to talk about during it, but we were just so focused on East. I was like, please tell me he's going to throw this nade, right? Like, please tell me they got some kind of pinch lined up, like, literally anything at this point. And there was literally nothing going on. He sprinted in before he used that util. But NIP had also seeded Armory. Like, SexyCake and the rest of the team were just, like, milling about Armory, like, the entire round. And when nobody was over there and there was one guy East, they're like, okay, I guess we can pinch this guy. And then all of NIP rotated up East Stairs. So what was happening the rest of the round is, yeah, genuinely, they might be saying there are more positions than East Stairs because there was basically nobody Armory except the guy that died first. And if they were there, they fell back super early.
Oh, you like East Stairs? May I introduce you to West Balcony?
Dude, you're not going to believe this.
What?
You like East Stairs? Dude, that stuff, that's made out of stone. We got metal stairs now.
Oh, we're going up in the world.
But budget surplus this past quarter. Got an upgrade.
Yeah. We saved our budget for Q4 so we could get metal stairs.
Yeah. We got some new voice lines for the siren.
Out of the way.
5 seconds left.
Okay.
Okay, it really seems like NIP might have... People really have separation anxiety, because now they're getting stuck on rotate holes.
Okay. A little outside Banshee. Don't mind if we do. So, NIP have taken the timeout. It's 5-5. They are not having any good luck making rotates, and all these rotates look incredibly sticky. However, it will be cleaned up, and hopefully don't cause them any problems later on. Look at box position. Okay, he's drawn for the hard breach gadget. I thought he was going to launch her in and just send it for a second, and I was getting a little bit worried. But as it stands, just quickly getting rid of a castle, getting himself out of the way. A great little bit of phantom pressure there.
Seems to be a similar setup from NIP, though. We had Hates, I believe, moving around break room, got the castle inside. So yeah, SexyCake will hop in. Gotta be careful. That player across from him doesn't take the fight, but yeah, the castle just isolated. Ooh! Hates really on for that trade. I thought ENX might have had a better handle on it, and I gave them faith I should not have. NIP were ready for this push, and we'll give credit to them. But Bach's been out here the whole round, and Florio is supposed to be watching flank somewhere. Did the guy East die? What happened? Hates was in 90. Or did they castle this time?
It doesn't look like it was castled.
Oh, it wasn't castled. They just let Hates. They let Hates start swimming. Yeah, we had nobody East.
So we've gone from a feast to a famine on East.
So actually, hold on. I gotta look at this. One right around the corner. Bach. He ratting? Oh, I love this from Hates. He's just sitting patiently. He doesn't have to peek. He's waiting. Bach maybe checks it. Yeah, he does. Nice. Oh, nice pre-fire. Angle conscious is Bog's era. Oh, it is a 2v2 now.
I mean, there wasn't really too much that could be done there. You were always dead. You couldn't really rotate out of that position, so I guess you kind of just got to trust that your team's going to win the 2v2. Quite a lot of time left here. 45 seconds. Still got a Selma left.
Or drones.
Drones to be flicked into and repositioned right now as well. And they've got the time to really thoroughly check under the tables, round the corners. There's going to be a mute jammer which will save the day a little bit, but one player at least going to be found out there in archives. 20 seconds and neither of these defenders are in great positions to trade one another, especially given that both attackers are coming through Armory.
That's what I was thinking, actually. Khan's playing on this side. If he falls in the 1v1, no, Fancy finds him. Bach trying to find it. NIP end up being able to hold both angles. One watching through small office, one swinging around the corner. NIP close out the 2v2. And we can finally say, how are you going to rush CCTV and not have a guy watching flank east. You have, on 2 different clears of the top floor, you got a kill watching from east. Just a very, very basic step by ENX Skip there.
ENX taking their time out now. I'll be honest, I felt like they'd already used it. But no, they still have it. Each team gets 1. And ENX are using theirs right here ahead of what could be the final round of this matchup. They need to win this round to take it to an overtime. And looking to maybe try and drag a little bit of momentum out of things because NIP have been doing pretty well over the past couple of rounds. It hasn't been swimming though. As you can see on the graphic up there on the screen, they won 4 rounds in a row, dropped 1, won 1, dropped 2, won 1. If you're a pattern guy, you'd say they were going to drop the next 3.
Uh-oh, that'd be bad.
But, oh, that would be bad for the program for them. It'd be great for ENX and any ENX fans out there.
They'd be enthused. ENX currently do have 2 wins in the stage after their game against Liquid yesterday and also one against 9Z last week. Big win against NIP today, sitting at the top of the scoreboard. Maybe they won't be neck and neck in the standings at all, but NIP will certainly feel a little bit bummed about it as FaZe are nipping at their heels and they're still trying to claw their way over Black Dragons and W7M. Both teams still yet to play today. Win for ENX as the race for 6th place. It's getting harder and harder as Furia pick up points. Loud getting that regulation win against FaZe yesterday. ENX starting to find themselves in a rough spot and obviously can't get 3, but 2 would be very, very nice. So hopefully, if you do like your patterns, you're a numerologist perhaps, they win the next 3. It'll be a lot better for them going into the final week.
And NIP haven't been without their faults in the stage either. You know, the couple of overtime wins in there, so no stranger to an OT. It is expected, but it's definitely on the cards. And with the way we've seen this game go, it would not surprise me. ENX, though, they need to get a good handle on what they're going to try and achieve here, because so far we've seen them go halfway on some clears. We've seen them full clear in other ways where they've maybe not necessarily needed to. Belt and braces on the Claymores outside a break room door, and a slightly different lineup this time, it is fair to be said. They're bringing the Capitao and the Ying and a Deimos, so looking to get that information early on and see if they can guarantee that opening pick. It hasn't had a huge impact as to the game so far. It's not been like the team that gets the opening pick always wins the round, but it's definitely going to be something that's available when you've got someone like Fancy on the side of NIP who really will just throw himself at any early engagement he can.
Waiting for ENX to hit the go button. All outside the building, all on that teller side, opening up some barricades. I don't know if it's been so long, NIP might start getting wise to these tricks. Fancy's got an angle on that window. He can look at the hatch, though now with the Deathmark tracker watching that very player, he'll feel a bit worried about it. Candela's now go in. There's the follow-through. How are we pushing? What are we going to do? Are we clearing these roamers? Are we going to hop in? Nade goes around the corner, but it goes straight down the hatch. Alley-oop from the Deimos, but it doesn't result in literally anything. Now, it seems like they rotate up. Are they trying to clear this top floor? But Fancy just swings around, and there goes the Deimos. Nigel had info he was there, but 2 different players now go down. Hates Feld, Wizard down but not out. Fancy hopping out the window, gunning for his 3rd! Smacks Bach out of the entire lobby. Has given the advantage. Z-Ping on the next. Ooh, misses that pre-fire. Might be kicking himself he missed that one, as it's now a 2v2.
Look how much time's left as well. 45 seconds. Wizard should really get picked up here. Look at how much it cost ENX to get Fantasy there. They used 3 Candelas, multiple nades. Pino with a great long kill onto SexyCake, showing that patience really does pay off as 2 veterans go at it against each other. But still a 2 versus 1. Pino in the same spot right now, and Flo making his way down these stairs.
1 Candela goes in. Maybe try to bait some rotation, but nobody from NIP bites. 10 seconds remaining. He's got Diffuser. No C4 for Pino, but they can just play contact. They can play trades, or they can just sit on their hands. Don't even need to do anything. No points for ENX today. All 3 for NIP, who keep themselves in competition for the top 2 of SAL.
NIP starting the game in a fairly scrappy manner, it's fair to say, and it took them a while to warm up into it, but when they did, they looked electric. Big individual performance. You're always going to have big individual performance on that team, especially when you've got players like Fancy and Hates on there. Everybody is capable of putting in an absolute shift, and they did that today. And to be honest, they needed to, because ENX tested them. We can call ENX predictable. We can say that they did similar things round after round, but it still caused NIP a fair few problems.
It certainly did cause NIP a fair few problems, but not enough to result in anything less than 3 points gained for NIP. And I'm sure the Deskin has a lot more eloquent thoughts to give on the implications for the standings right now.
As of course we always do, Lynx, thank you very much to yourself and to Ollie and Is. We are back. NIP get it over the line and close it. And again, a close matchup we're getting today. Yeah.
Can't hear you just yet, pal.
Well, I'm speaking. This is what happens when I'm
reading
in
your
Discord
lips
instead of the rest. But all I was saying is, yes, indeed, it was a tight one. And this one, we actually get NIP crossing across the line. But yet again, another game that is so close to slipping away from NIP's hands, or really any big name team right now in SAL, the deeper we get in the stage, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very big win. Even if it was close, even if it got close to OT, they won 7-5. I mean, they got 3 points out of this. That boosts them all the way to second place. They are in such a good position. As for ENX, they really needed this win. Not coming away with any points today is only keeping them so much further outside of getting into that 6th place spot to allow themselves into playoffs. But again, I was actually really impressed at how well NIP were playing. I was talking, I wanted to see ENX try to be able to slow down the attacks from NIP, but Fantasy and Hates were doing such a good job at getting those first initial picks and taking that space. And then even on the defense side of things, we were just seeing Fantasy just go for big plays and getting a 3K in the round to almost solidify them the match entirely. I mean, a really great showing from this NIP.
Yeah, honestly, I want to give credit to ENX where credit's due. In the opening kill department, they definitely were going very close head-to-head. But in the rounds that NIP were getting the opening kill, I feel like NIP could have closed out a lot sooner. It was very brawly of a game, you know, a lot of back and forth, like there's so many 1vx, 2vx situations that NIP were put in, and of course that's where the players on the team are going to thrive, because you know, they have such amazing individual performers that any which one of them put in a situation is usually going to come out on top. But from what we've seen from ENX, I will say, you know, pretty good showing from them, especially on the map that they decided to go to, on a map like Border. You know, very aggressive map. They definitely held their own against NIP, which is arguably a team fighting for the top 2 right now. As for NIP, it could have been cleaner, but, you know, at the end of the day, they close it out. They got the full 3 points. And when it comes to them being able to correlate and convert opening kills into round wins, that's what I want to see them focusing on going into their final week, the final 3 play days, just because, you know, it should have been a lot cleaner of a game for them. They constantly were getting that opening pick, and they just would, that's what we were saying, they need to know when to slow down, when to relax, and that's not what we saw. They were just constantly going the whole way through.
Yeah, and it is a bit of a contrast if we're looking, because, you know, even on opening week, NIP had a close game against BD that went to overtime. They smashed Liquid, but I'm not really taking Liquid into consideration for anything good, if I were to say anything like that.
At least not yet.
Yeah, okay, but that's good for all the Copium viewers out there. But, you know, 7-5 against Furia. In general, it seems like NIP sometimes will take their time to really close out that game, but they will have a handle on most of it throughout most of the game.
I mean, I will say, you know, I am impressed with NIP being able to change up some things, especially in players like Fantasy. You know, they realized that the Blitz was being utilized very heavy off SexyCake's back end. And whether it was Fantasy's decision to make the switch to the Warden to try to have that counterplay, or it was just Pino making that call to let's swap to it, let's try to, you know, counter this Blitz. It does show innovation that this roster currently didn't have back in the day, where they weren't really focused on problem solving, whether that was on defense, on attack. So this is a good light of seeing NIP that they are making that change, because once you get to international play, you need to be quick on your feet. You need to be able to adapt and problem solve where the round is losing, where the round you're taking from, and how you can just keep them together. So again, I am very impressed with this NIP. And again, for ENX, I think they put up a great display here. Sure, it wasn't the result that they wanted, but again, they are looking like a strong team. Just more reps under their belt. I have no doubt continuing into SAL, they're going to get better.
Let's not forget NIP. It's been a while since they made it to that international stage. And speaking of which, Pino joins us on the interview. Let's bring him up. Hello, Pino. Thank you so much for joining us on the interview. Congratulations on your win today. A big game here against ENX. First of all, how are you doing?
Feeling pretty good. Like, it's been a long time since that we got so many wins the regular stage, so we're pretty happy with that result. We didn't know what is gonna happen because we are like without playing tournaments for 7 months, so we're a bit anxious about it. So yeah, everything going fine. We are evolving every week. So
well, Pino, it's good to hear. We were just talking about kind of, it's been a while since we've seen you in the squad in international play. We're hoping that changes in the near future. But before I let the gentleman talk about the focus on the win today, what happened over the last 2 play days, and what did you see? Okay, you know, taking the loss against Loud, in general, a very close win against Loss. How do you translate that into a better game today with all 3 points?
yeah, so the last day and today we have some problems on the defense side. On our attack, it was very good. We made 42 halves. So I think the main problem there was that we are a little too late to rotate on defense, like to help each other to stop some quick plays, some rushes. So in the pause today on 5-5, we talked about it. They made a quick play on PC and we refrag each other well. So I think that's the main point there. We just fix our defense against those pocket plays.
Sounds good. Well, Pino, congratulations first. Second, I would like to say, what are some steps that you as NIP will be taking to go forward to be more consistent and consistently keep, you know, this great performance, you know, because like we said, we haven't seen, you know, NIP at the top for a little bit now. So now that you guys are here, what are you guys doing to stay at the top?
I think that we need more reps, more screams, like with the method we're doing. Like we are what to do against 7 plays. So we were a new team, like new AGL, new stuff. So I think we are reaching a pouco ansioso depois que a gente perdia uma área assim, que a gente às vezes
for sure. You know, again, congratulations. You guys pushed yourself into second place. That's got to feel good, especially after last stage. I kind of want to know, I mean, compared to last stage versus now, you guys are far better at adapting and identifying. And in one particular round, I don't know who made the call, whether it was you or Fantasy. You guys realized that SexyCake was abusing the blitz, forcing you guys out of position. You swap to that ward and you make Fantasy hop on that. Was that a call on your end, or is that just a decision that's kind of made by the team?
Hello, the sound just stopped.
Aí foi mais isso. Então, tipo, a gente acho que deu uma ansiedadezinha assim, porque querendo ou não, esse tipo de jogo é meio chato.
Ah, there we go. Okay, you can
you hear me now, Pino? Okay,
Oh well. Okay, he can't hear us anymore.
Congratulations.
Gabe, honestly, I think the answer to your question would have been incredible. I'm just gonna predict it right ahead, right?
No, I mean, I like I said, I want to be able to give them the praise because with the stage that we saw prior, they weren't identifying problems. They were just always throwing bodies. They were always getting aggressive. Where this time around, we're really seeing them adapt and being able to make changes. And even switching to an operator, it just goes to show that a team is identifying something that they can take advantage of and counter against versus a team that just constantly wants to throw bodies. So it's little things like that that you do have to respect and appreciate teams that are making big strides. And obviously, it goes to show within their standing. They're sitting at second place currently.
Okay, gentlemen. It seems like okay, well, we're not gonna get Pina anymore to ask the question. I'm sorry, Gabe.
Oh, good.
That's how it is. Let's take a look at our MVP. It's Laxing in our.
Oh, I'm the MVP. Let's get it.
Pino is our MVP, 132. You can't have that one, Gabe. Look, Fox, this man has been playing since forever. Man's played on big stages for years. It's good to see Pino back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I remember when Pino was like just coming up in the scene and the first sets of events that we'd play against NIP. Coming to the events, people would always talk about, oh, Pino's crazy. Pino's the craziest player in Brazil. And obviously he's had his moments, and then NIP had their struggles, and now to find him finding success again, like he's such a talented player when he's put in these positions to excel. I mean, he's doing it all on that secondary flex support role. So when you have amazing entries on the team like Fantasy, who can just open it up, get that opening kill, and now you're in a position where you don't have to worry about anything. You get put in the spot and you just have to hold it down. You just have to do your job. I mean, Pino is definitely one of the best. He showed it up today, and he constantly shows up for NIP, being able to lock down rounds, close them out for NIP. He's one of the more consistent factors when it comes to NIP.
Absolutely so. Absolutely so. Well, we're getting deeper and deeper into our play day, which means it'll be time for a match of the day in just a second here. But quick look again at our scoreboard, 7-5, another victory for NIP, a close one still. First couple rounds got a bit tough, and then they started smashing through it. And well, as always, things get a bit more complicated in the second half of this game. As expected, attacking side on a border, usually favored Gabe.
Yeah, definitely favor, but it is hard, and you got to give the credit to Pino and Fantasy to be able to just make that headway within those rounds to bring these attacks into a winning position. But again, I mean, you also have to give credit to ENX. I mean, they did put up a good performance. Obviously, it's important to get points, and unfortunately, they fall short of getting that. So they're still sitting in a very peculiar spot where they need these points. They need to be able to clench that last place spot in sixth, because if you don't, you're just going to be watching. You're going to be watching the things that you should have done differently. You're going to have to reapproach it and reassess when you get back to it. But ultimately, they still have a chance. They still can bring it back, but for NIP, they're putting themselves one step closer to just solidifying their spot in top 6, possibly top 2, where they can just sit pretty and let games come to them.
Well, we're going to call it here for this third matchup of the day. We're going to take a quick break, but when we get back, it's the one we've all been waiting for today. Loud take on W7M. Will it be redemption, or will W7M grind higher in the standings of SAL? We'll see after the break.
How they say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back to SAL. Our match of the day is about to begin. A beautiful lighthouse overlooking Porto da Barra Beach in Salvador in Brazil, the capital of Brazil's northeastern state of Bahia. We are definitely not playing GeoGuessr here. We're focused up on SAL and what these games can bring for us today. Quickly, look at our standings. Hi, I'm Milosh with me, Relaxing and Foxe, beautiful experts from the North America League, joining us here on SAL. And our focus in this game is again Loud and W7M. Both squads that are looking, well, one of them to cement their position even higher in the standings, and the other to closely grind into the top 6 and recover for some lost time, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, W7M, this game is really on their shoulders to win, to just solidify their spot even further. They did come off of a loss yesterday, but obviously that loss didn't affect them too much. They've done such a good job thus far to be able to still maintain this first place spot. And I'm sure and positive after their loss yesterday that they're going to come into this game and right their wrongs and really bring it to Loud.
Yeah, the pressure is really on Loud's shoulders because obviously they're one game away from being knocked out of that top 6. You obviously want to be able to be secured in top 6 to make it forward, and you don't want to let the later games and, you know, potentially the point system where you need other third-party games to go a certain way just so you can qualify to the next phase. You want to be able to have it in your hands. Loud can start here, and so far I've been liking what I've been seeing from Loud within the last 2 play days.
Well, how about we take a look at our teams, and we can start with Loud, of course, because in the last playday, they pulled off an incredible feat of siege engineering, really. 7-4 victory against FaZe. That has to count when you're getting so close in the top 6 and in the higher echelons of it.
Yeah, we're finally seeing the reload Loud getting more comfortable into the stage. Obviously, they struggled a little bit at the start of the SAL. They were struggling against some of the lower ranked teams at the moment. I mean, losing to Los, obviously a close win to 9Z, but in the last 2 playdays, beating up on the big teams, huge wins against FaZe, huge wins against NIP, and not necessarily close games for to win either. 7-4 against FaZe. I mean, that is not an easy task to do. And so now, finally, Loud feeling a little bit more comfortable. They're understanding the map style that they want to be going for. They love going to these small maps where they can keep things close because they are very methodical in the way that they play. They like playing off of each other, almost as an SAL version of SSG. They do tend to be able to find success when they're forced to play off of each other because they are so team orientated based on the objectives, but they like to sprinkle in that aggressiveness here and there. And so, you know, obviously another big team ahead of them for today, and Loud has looked way more comfortable against opponents that they know what to expect from, that they can counteract, play their play styles to be able to you know, confuse better opponents.
Well, the question is now, what happens on the other end of that conversation? W7M, who have been topping SAL, they've been practically undefeated until yesterday happened. Their 4-win streak has been decimated by Furia, only just having lost here 6-8 in overtime against Furia, considered to be one of the top 3 in the world. W7M have an opportunity, though, to bring it back to day game.
Yeah, they absolutely do, and I absolutely think they will. We talked to them last week. We said, you know, going into your matchup against Furia, what are you going to be looking to do? Are you going to be changing anything? They said they knew it was going to be a good game, and sure enough, it was a very close game, an 8-6 on Clubhouse. They just let it get the best of them in the end. Obviously, we saw in the highlights, KZ had that huge ace that ended up cementing that round where that realistically was W7M's round. But I mean, as this team for a roster as a whole, I mean, they are just getting stronger and stronger with each and every single day, every single game that we're seeing from them. I mean, Volps, their IGL has really been doing dividends for this roster in terms of creating that success, but then everyone across the board has just been playing extremely well. And not only extremely well, Dota's yesterday going 21-10. Unfortunately, again, they get that loss, but realistically, there's not a lot that I can critique or say about this team. They are just firing on all cylinders. Yes, yesterday was a hiccup on their end, but I also contributed that to playing into Clubhouse, letting Furia play comfortable on a map. Sure, you can argue it's a very default map. It's a simple map. You aren't going to be caught off guard, but don't give teams that opportunity because realistically, they have a very strong map pool. So going in today, I really want to see them flex their map pool thus far because, again, they are doing such a good job. Given every other single map they've played, there isn't a lot of faults that you can really credit to this team.
I mean, I can, if I may add one thing that's more like a vibe check at this point here, just watching W7M and seeing Palu smiling has just been such a positive thing.
Absolutely.
For me, having like really followed him very closely over the past few years and seeing his development as a player, getting to see him now in a completely different squad with a different way of doing things and still keeping that energy up, it's something that really brings a lot of joy to my cold, dead heart. However, our map for the series. Which one will it be? A bit of variety, please, gentlemen. I am looking for it today. Please,
yeah, definitely
please,
not
please.
Clubhouse. I'm assuming. I mean, Loud.
Thank God.
Clubhouse. That's interesting. But
Interesting.
No, that is
it
wait a
is
second.
bang.
No.
Okay.
Stop.
All right. Well, they're definitely flexing their map pool. I said that's going to be the case. They're flexing their map pool. This is now the 5th map that they're showing in their map selection. And starting on defense, I mean, I like this for them. They get to sit tight. They get to sit pretty. They kind of been able to watch a lot of bank currently between all of the SAL teams. I have no doubt that they are going to put a stop in terms of what Loud is trying to do and dismantle their attacks. But for me, I'm really going to be looking at the bans. W7M bans a little different compared to some of the other teams. I think in situations, they ban similar to an NA style. So maybe they're going to get rid of the Habana Ace on that defending side. I am curious to see which route they decide to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for W7M, the strength for them is going to be that roam game, is going to be that lurk ability. But obviously, you can see it. The strength for Loud is going to be their executes, going for the plan all together as a team, focusing on the objective. Bank is a very big objective-based map, but to get to that point, you have to go through the lurkers, the roamers. And of course, I mean, with W7M being near perfect, I mean, they got 4 players within the top 10 leaderboard stats right now. Loban is one of the best lurkers in the game currently, so obviously it will be almost like a unstoppable force against an immovable object, so to say. One team focus on plants, but you have to get through Loban, you have to get through Volps, you have to get through these players before you can get the objective done. So a question will really come into tell will be if Loud can deal with the opening kills, being able to successfully get into the building to set up. If they can set up, the late games will go to Loud.
Now the question is, who is louder in this game, right? The team literally called Loud or the Bull in the China Shop, aka W7M. And for that, I'd like to open things up here for all 5 of us, including our wonderful casters of XR and Lynx. Actually, in just a second, all I'm going to say is Hap is not clicking the button. It's his fault. Absolutely that. But Gabe, what did you want to say?
I mean, I wanted to say, I mean, to Fox's point of just the entry, I mean, 3 players out of the top 5 leading in entries are Loban, Dots, and Volps. I mean, it really is going to be a game on getting those entry kills and turning those entries into opening conversion round wins.
Well, here it is, all open here. XR and Lynx. It feels like I am back playing Payday because I'm just getting big bank heist all day, every day here. What's going on?
I don't know. I mean, I gotta say I'm pretty conflicted. On the one hand, it's like, oh great, 3rd bank of the day, and the one interruption we had was the slowest border I've ever seen. Great. But on the other hand, to Gabe's point, this is a map that W7M, I believe, only played like 2-3 times, certainly not more than 5 in the past year. Yep. So if we want to see him flex the map pool, this is basically them doing that, and I feel really nervous for Loud now.
It's a very low preference map for just to tack on to Lynx's point. It's a very low preference map for W7M. It's right down there at 10th. And for some reason this list includes Oregon, so that's why it's not 9th. But yeah,
because it's SAL, it always has to include Oregon. Only you know that.
So yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that they're still taking things seriously and they want to finish the league in a top spot.
So where's it good? I'm very much looking forward to this game. It is, of course, our match of the day. Loud versus W. Sachi, Ollie, and Lynx. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Gassan. As he said, our game of the day will be on the same map as arguably our most exciting game before this point. Furia's very, very close OT victory earlier in the day. But even though 9Z came short, obviously, Ollie, now we have W7M going up against Loud. Do we think it will be that close? Do we think Loud have it in them? Or do we think W7M with Dota as highest rated player in the league, Loban, one of the best lurkers in the game, to quote Fox, and then also Volps, do you think they have a chance?
You need to throw some respect on STK, Perez, and Live, I think. And that's what we might need to do in this. I think that's what
they did beat FaZe yesterday.
I remember when Perez came into the league, and we were doing like little voiceover things for BR6, and I had to do like someone had written it, but they'd written it in Brazilian and then translated it into English. So the language,
it's Portuguese.
yeah, well, so they'd written it in Portuguese, and then they translated it into English. But it was really like, it was such emotive language. And I was saying like the young superstar Gunnar Perez and all this sort of stuff. I've still got the script somewhere. I should dig it out. But every time I see his name, all I can think about is that voiceover.
Well, me being such a Rainbow Six super fan, I of course remember that voiceover, and I'm thinking about it word for word, verbatim, right now.
As you should.
Ollie, as you said, it was such a good voiceover. You just really can't forget it. By the way,
as you should.
By the way, also, to go back to something Gabe said, he mentioned that W7M tend to ban a bit more like an NA team, and he was curious if they would do that on Bank, and he was correct to be suspicious about that. We've got the NA attacker bans. Hibana and Ace taken off the board. Meanwhile, for Loud, I would say maybe the NA counterpart Ollie be Azami and Castle, but Azami and Mira would also probably be right home in a North America game. Would you agree?
I would concur.
Reload. Currents established.
I'm surprised to not see the castle be played. Obviously, there's time yet. It's round number 1. Looks as though we have got a little bit of something going on upstairs. There's a couple of barricades have been placed out here for Loud, and we do have a player inside of Elevator. Now, Fulps goes unnoticed, and we will get droned out there, called out. Little bit of pot shots sent his way, but he's already made it back to the site. Now he's wasted very little time, if any, but it was a bit of presence, wasn't it? It was a chance.
Showing face, shooting some drones, falling back. The soft roam formula. Nothing broke, no need to fix it. Even if you're the Tachanka, just don't overplay your hand, you should be fine. Only player you got aggro. I was curious, I'm like, maybe it's the Warden. Sometimes you see the Warden shotgun hold that position in case there's like a Ying on the board, but it will be the Smoke holding that standard spot on top blue. Even though Jaeger is a lot better now that he can catch Capital bolts, we don't see any ADSs on the board on the side of W7M, so not exactly like the blue hold of old. Certainly not as easy to get these hatches when you're trying to Maverick it and you're using got a Zoto canister in the way, though. Did Volps try to flank?
He was itchy, wasn't he? He was like, he felt like he had unfinished business.
No, he wasn't even itchy. I think he was just like on cam in front of an angle and they found him.
Oof. Well, he can be on cams to his heart's content. Right up until the end of the round. Palu's still going to be in this blue stairs angle. He can hear the drones coming in. There's some fire up above him. With the Ying, it's a very dangerous position to be in. He's going to get droned out there, and that hatch is open. So the chance of him getting out right now, it's pretty slim to none. There's quite a lot that's going to get thrown at him. Toxic Babe canister hasn't gone off. It did get shot out there. Stuns come through. A Toxic Babe attempted, but he can't be long for this world.
What? What? Well, he's melee live. Now, obviously, losing both your plant denial is not great, but we've only got 13 seconds left. If Loban just drops this bomb on him, from gold or from wherever, they could win, but oh, Loban's all the way over in garage, and it goes wide when he tries to throw it. Perez holding down the angle all the way into server. This diffuser will go down safely. Dot's trying to hit a flank off now, but Loud have manpower surplus at the moment. They can watch flanks, they can watch insight, they can hold down the diffuser itself, especially now that we're in the post. Easy pre-fire for Daffodil. And Loban without many options, let alone good ones.
Said we had to put a bit of respect on Perez's name.
Ah, and I'll give you credit for that. You did say that.
Ooh. I mean,
nice shot.
Not too much, because Loban's going to rip his head off, but STK from the hatch secures the round for Loud. Not going for the super patient, let's psych him out approach on round 1. Instead, giving him an option and just saying, come on, let's get this round out of the way. You know we've won this. Let's just clean this thing up and get ourselves trucking into round number 2.
The kind of thing we want to see, though. Little structured take, able to find openings given to you. Really brutal that Volps, again, I believe sitting in front of a hole made in like the upper right ceiling of lockers, like facing marble. I think he was just like sitting in front of it. Either didn't know he was exposed or he was on cameras. That's how you lose your Tachanka, your main form of plant denial, and you commit the Palu, commit the smoke. Palu to blue stairs, so you lose your denial that way too. Kind of just like really just series of unfortunate events for W7M that round, but we'll see how they go next time. We move up to CEO. Volp's taking the smoke away from Palu, keeping his role as wasting time. We have a Maestro coming out. You can play so many Evil Eyes now. Here's where they're all gonna go. Oh. Oh. Don't DC. Don't DC. Oh, he DC'd.
Well, Ripperoonie. Unsure if we'll have a rehost for that, honestly.
He took so long to disconnect.
Well, it didn't happen in the prep phase. It happened in the action phase. I mean, okay, nothing really happened. Okay, SDK is leaving. Everybody's leaving. Looks like we are going to have a rehost for that. I never like to say, because I never know what the admin is going to decide.
Yeah, I'm not an admin, so I never make that call. I'm just always like, oh.
If I was an admin, everything would be a rehost.
You
If you have
think
1
so?
second left, I'd rehost that.
Round win? Rehost.
Just for the drama.
You won the round, but you should have lost? Rehost.
Rehost. No, I really don't envy that job at all.
I would not either. Feels like all the bad parts about being a lawyer, and it's just like, it's like, oh, I gotta make hard decisions. I gotta be careful. I gotta be attentive. Rough go at it. But you know what? You know who else had a rough go at it? Volp's getting domed in the head, and Palu's left on an island east stairs. Hope you're a big fan of Black Dragon's Liquid, because that's our next game.
And there's some spoilers in here. Obviously, this isn't how the next game is going to go.
No,
we
this
haven't
is
played
like
it yet. We don't know. This is just
up until this point. This
this
is like
is just up until this point.
It's just up until this point. Liquid obviously not having the best stage so far, though they have had two max overtime games that they did end up losing, which is
I think
always
that's an
quite
understatement.
unfortunate.
I really think you maybe need to rethink the wording on that opening statement about Liquid not having they're in 10th. They have 1 point. There's not having the best stage, and then there's being in 10th with 1 point.
Okay, well, you know.
As Team Liquid, by the way.
What do you want from me? I'm actually, hold on. I am curious. I checked this earlier, but I forgot. Is this worse than their stage 1 start to last year?
This has to be an all-time low.
I don't know. That was pretty low. Because I think, yeah, I was about to say, so let me check. Lost regulation first week, regulation second week, regulation third week, regulation fourth week. Then they had an OT victory, week. Then they had an OT victory day 5. And so, yeah, they lost 4 games in regulation in a row. So, yeah, in terms of sheer losses, okay, yeah, this is actually now worse officially as of yesterday. But 2 of them were in max OT, so was it worse?
I would argue yes, because look at the teams that we're playing against them.
Okay.
And now look at the teams that are in the league.
I know, but like, you know, Liquid lost to NIP in stage 1 of last year. That they were not very good last year, I'll have you know. They lost to Black Dragons last year, and I don't care how they did that season. That team was all over the place sometimes.
Black Dragons are just that team, though.
Yeah,
this is one of the times where I will excuse talking about the team for talking about the org. Talking about the org specifically for Black Dragons, they have always been that upset team where they'll play average Siege, and then out of nowhere they'll beat the top people in the league.
Do you remember when, like, for like what? I think one random event in 2022 they qualified. Was it Yongshiping?
Oh yeah, it might have been.
I think because they were only in groups and they qualified. I remember as a fan watching, like, how did Black Dragons get here? They didn't really do much. But you are correct. Especially since 2023, the past couple years. Black Dragons have had some upset potential. They peaked when they had Ask on the roster. They really peaked at stage 1. It looked like they were going to qualify, and then they just didn't.
Why don't we look at how Ask is doing now?
Well,
I only know because I saw it, because it's like a bookend to the stats. Typically, have a look at the player stats, And it's like, yeah, you can remember the first couple, you scroll down to the bottom, you remember the last couple, and everyone else is just in the middle. And Ask is 48 out of 50.
Big dog. Poor guy. Well, it's also like, I will say, obviously, you know, I believe Ask is calling on Liquid right now after they dropped Lagonas, and I saw that move. I think Ask is a very good player individually, but Black Dragons, even at their peak, we're never the most coordinated team on the planet, attack or defense. They were still very, very good when they were good. Don't get me wrong. Like they had a weird group stage 2, but playoffs, they were like a menace. Ask in particular, really good individually. But so when they bring him over to Liquid to call, I'm like, I'd bring him over to shoot. But I think we got bigger issues, as I think we can all see. Liquid kind of have some issues. And I think Black Dragons will probably take the dub today. We talked a lot about Black Dragons Liquid, which is the game not even happening right now, by the way.
I think we got sidetracked by the graphic, didn't we?
We did get sidetracked by the graphic.
I'll excuse us.
And to be fair, I am looking forward to that game. I do think Black Dragons will win. I think they're looking very good right now.
Well, that's the thing. Everyone that's here is already here. W7M versus Loud. So why not talk about the Liquid game that's coming up, you know?
Yeah, that's true. And plus, it's like, you know, what that first round weren't exactly doing anything crazy. We had a smoke and a Tachanka for plant denial. The Tachanka was like on camera in front of a hole or like exposed and died immediately. The smoke was isolated on blue stairs, died too. So all your former plant denial was a C4 and it missed. Not great. Maybe they could have run a Goyo. Did they run a Goyo actually? Let me check.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did actually. Actually, we could talk about that. Why did you not run a Goyo? It's the Goyo. No, they did run a Goyo. You're lying to me. I was gonna say. I was like,
I knew you were gonna check.
Okay, dude, you're the worst. I literally remember at the beginning of that round, looking at that lineup and thinking, is this all servers gonna be now? Is it just gonna be Smoke, Tuberau, Goyo, and then like some combination of Tachanka or Warden?
It has been a super popular map today, hasn't it, Bank, though?
I mean, that too. I meant the lineup, like, in general across the region, but Bank has been super popular. This is our third play out of 4 maps so far. And like I said on the desk, our third play was the very slow border. By the way, if you're curious, we didn't even not acknowledge the standings. As you can see, Black Dragons in third. I imagine they'll probably qualify for playoffs at this point. But yeah, a lot of Bank today.
Big game for W7M as well, really, if you think about it, because they can cement that top spot now. NIP, they've already played today. They already got the win. Black Dragons, even if they get 3 points, if W7M get 3 as well, then they're not going to leapfrog. So it's just another week in that top spot, and it increases that differential. And guarantees, I imagine, a good seed when it comes to the playoffs. That's usually how these things work. Would you look at the flip side? You look at Loud, you think there's a chance for them here. Whilst this game means a lot for W7M in getting back and maintaining a lead, Loud could leapfrog a few teams here.
Definitely. I mean, that FaZe game yesterday genuinely is a game changer. The fact that, one, you beat FaZe, which is always a team you're going to have to worry really hard about whether or not you're going to beat. The fact that they come out with 3 points over FaZe, it's not so much that FaZe are harmed all that much. Obviously, as you can see after their win today, they're up at 12. They're probably going to make playoffs. But Loud, if the expected result had happened where they lose in regulation, they're down with 9Z and Los. They're in the bottom 4. 1 behind ENX, who just got 0 points. And then they'd be going up against the #1 team in the league. We would genuinely be looking at a Loud, like, fighting for 6th place, which they still are in 6th. But now they could... I'm not saying they'll get top 2, but now they could cement top 4 by just cobbling together a couple more points.
I've been reliably informed we are only waiting for 1 more player. If you are wondering why we're on the standings, we are just in a small rehost at the moment. We did have one of the players from, I believe it was W7M, drop out.
Yes, it was
Doesn't matter
who DC'd.
Somebody DC'd at the start of the round, and the admins have decided to replay the round quite rightly. So we are going to be waiting for that 1 player to get in, and then we will get in a couple of, then we will test and make sure that we are in and everything's good and the bands are right and the sides are right and the bomb site rotation's correct. And then we will be going into the game. It does just take a couple of minutes, but guarantees less breaks. W7M versus Loud, of course. Bank for the 3rd time today. I don't know how I'm feeling about this because we saw quite a lot of Bank in NA, which is the region that we are primarily from, Lynx. it does seem to be
primarily
creeping.
region I'm from.
Well, okay, I was being polite, but you've only cast NA. Okay, is that better?
Yes.
It does seem to be a map that is becoming a lot more popular, and I don't know if it's mainly down to the new banning system that we've got. Obviously, banning 2 operators, playing 4 rounds, and then banning another 2. I'm unsure if that kind of is something that's catapulted it in, or are we just looking for a reason when it's just a random week where we play a lot of bank?
I think it's got to be said that the fact that you can ban Hibana, Ace, and then another operator, whatever you want to do, is crazy. Like, it is a game changer for Bank. Because the defense has had problems for a long time, assuming the attack has a minimum level of competence. The fact that Hibana can open up all those hatches super quickly, she'd usually get banned, but then you just bring hard breach charges, you can then ace the server wall, so teams start putting the mirror, or they can throw it open the wall, but then teams place the mirror window there, but you still have ace on the board usually. So you can just open up the server wall, but now that you can ban Hibana and ace, you basically force the attack to ban the Mira, and now the whole game is opened up. Ban Grim, Ying for your second ban, or third ban on attack. I think you are right. I think the ban system for Bank has been a game changer.
It's really opened it up a lot. Although we're yet to see it really nailed down as a real 50-50 map. I don't think that the games we've seen today would be a good enough representation of which side it truly favors with those bans.
But also have to see which side ends up coming out on top on this CEO defense. Volps is thankfully still here, and he's on the smoke. Always a bit clustered together are the defenders on this top floor. Not a lot of room to maneuver in the site, let alone outside of it. But this Clash has freed up the stock position. If she's unbanned, you know, you don't have to run the deployable shield with somebody sitting behind it. You can kind of move around, look in the vending hall, look out the double windows, put it down, fire a couple shots. We saw the Clash move up and destroy the ranged breach earlier by putting down the shield and taking some shots behind it. But now, Dota's cementing his position right here. I was about to say, yeah, you gotta be careful. Not any nades flying in.
Very difficult to deal with a Clash inside of stock. Volps is going to be holding a tight angle as well. The air jabs are going to go out there onto that janitor door. That's an unfortunate nade throw from Daff. That could be very costly when you've got so much to burn. Maestro got the Aruni gates to contend with. Even the Clash to an extent. A nade can be a really powerful tool, especially when you're only bringing 2. Bees now going to go in. I mean, you already know where the Clash is. The Clash can now place the shield down and swing for all the worth from behind it. Don't really feel like Loud are making the progress that they want at this point. There's only a minute left, which, whilst it's enough time, and they have some sense ROUs out in the site, they still need to try and do something here. Bass has the kit, and he's still outside on that rappel. Evil Eye camera's pointing into the position. Smoke grenades coming out. Now the thought about rotating below. It seems like Loud are very unsure what they want to do.
Loud tend to play very, very slow, and we can see the example right here. Ooh! Volps trying to take a peek out at a janitor with a shotgun in hand, and shocker, somebody's watching. He'll be kicking himself for that one, and that is what Loud needed. You can see the immediate change of tone. Somebody hops in stock, Clash pinch. Loban might find one, but with Dots finding a second, I was gonna say it's even. Or at least favoring W7M or Loud, excuse me. But now, it's a dead heat. Halu put to 1, but both players stuck on rappel. Loban will catch one, hopping in the window. Daffodil recovers, but his only covers Perez on that Zofia. And if the Aruni just creeps up, if the Aruni just finds an angle through the smoke, he could win it! With a shot sail right over his head, and Perez cleans up the remaining 2 for Loud's second.
Great use of the ROU from Sense. Perez out there on the rappel, holding it down. Loud were really slow. Loud didn't have too much control. And then what happens? W7M just get antsy. They start peeking things. Volps! I get the vision, okay? You feel like someone's breaching. You're thinking, right, I'm going to whip out of the door. I'm going to try and do something to try and make something happen. But you've got to account for someone watching that long angle from the top of square stairs. And he wasn't the only one. Multiple antsy players peeking when they really didn't need to. Loud didn't have a lot. Now, okay, The argument is if you don't peek and you just continue to let Loud operate, it's going to get more and more difficult in the site. So you've got to peek to get something. But when you've still got the clash up, use the clash to do the peeking.
Yes.
Send the clash first, peek behind the clash. A little bit more teamwork. You can't just be swinging these angles blind on your own. So whilst I understand the motive from W7M, and we have to make something happen here because they're dominating, they're getting too much out of this, we're giving them too much space. Do it in a smart way. You had the clash.
And it's not like because the Clash was obviously worried about stock, but to check that angle, it's not like she would really have to expose herself to the window all that much. You don't have to push up. And to be fair, maybe she did check, said it was clear. It's possible. We don't know. That guy was really far away.
A flomcom?
Saying it's possible.
That's a hell of an accusation. You better. I mean, you can't even check that on the VAR.
No. I'm not accusing. I'm saying it's possible.
Oh, we're just talking about what's possible now. Right.
Remember,
okay.
I did accuse FaZe of doing a flomcom earlier, which I believe there was very good evidence of. But it's possible that somebody maybe checked it and they didn't say it. I mean, live was all the way in the bottom left corner of square if you're looking from stock, like the complete opposite corner. Yeah, it was a rat angle. And he was Nomad too, so maybe he blended into the wall a little bit. It's entirely possible. We don't know.
Wall fortified.
But either we can say Volp's going down basically opened the whole thing up, as you could tell, since Loud basically started sprinting into the site the moment he did. After the timeout, W7M moving back down to lockers as neither of the two primary sites on bank have gone their way at all. The solution? Rat.
There's only one way for it, and that is denial. Look at that for a lineup. Okay, it's only got one C4, but you've got two Brow. You've got the Echo. You got the Smoke, the Goyo, and the Tachanka. A lot of stuff to burn out some time with Dudes picking up a great opener onto STK. That is only going to make things easier. If he can waste maybe a little bit more time, shoot another drone, or just get himself back to site, that's job done.
Not entirely sure, but STK might have been ahead of Perez's drone in open area. I couldn't quite tell if the drone was in open or not, but either way, clearly lacking some kind of info. Perez now drops, and very logically, Dodez will do the same. Lobin, his rat works. We saw him in lone office all the way at the beginning of the round, and he gets his kill. I was a little worried. I was like, oh no, they dropped the Warden Ollie, and they brought Ying and Sens. Well, now they're both down.
I'm reloading.
Volp's trying to get a bit frisky, is found out. And now you know somebody's top floor. This could be a very, very solid 3v3. Shots going through the wall, all collide into the indestructible surface. Lobin swinging out blind, somehow picks up the Deimos. You would never in a million years need the roam to work out this well. But boy, are you happy it has. Nade goes in, Lobin will swing out ahead, and he still gets it! We're just feeding this Goyo 1v1s. Now you've put live on below half HP in a 1v3. Good luck getting those hatches, buddy. Oh, they're open. We're good.
He's also Maverick.
Well, I know. That's what I mean. Like, good, like good luck, 'cause it's going to take a while. And there's a tuber out, as you can see. First round for W7M.
I love the way that Volps plays that final kill that he gets. Because he sees the nade come in and he's like, I've already got away with murder. Like, it genuinely doesn't matter what happens from this point onwards. He's stood on top of the nade. The nade indicator is red. And he's like, all I need to do is kill the Blackbeard. And the Blackbeard's going to peep me. Because guess what? He's thrown the nade. He needs to kill me because they're well behind. Like, they can't afford for me to just, it's
slip away.
It's beautiful. Sens ban. Okay.
I know. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, obviously, Loud have been relying on it quite a bit so far this game. It's been brought every single round. One more than the Ying, which I would think maybe the first counter argument would be Sens and not Ying. Well, Sens hasn't brought every round. Ying has only been brought on basement attacks, which are 2 of the 3 rounds we've seen so far. So for all we know, if it's not a factor on CEO, maybe it's not a factor on open area or tellers. Don't know if you could make that judgment, because it is Ying after all. But it's very clear it's an operator that Loud quite like. Makes sense to me.
I think it falls into that category of Loud play it a lot, and they're quite good with it. So let's just take it away, because there's not too much that replaces it. Whereas the Ying is just the Ying, and if they want to play it, so what? Like, we're just gonna have to
You
deal
can bring
with
the Warden.
Yeah, which they have.
You know the
It ain't
Warden's
gonna matter
not
'cause
going to be
there's no
high
Ying.
prio. True. Well, I mean, hold on, we got a few seconds. Ah! See?
Okay.
You can never be too quick with attacker repick, Ollie. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake.
Well, they already changed up a million different things.
Yeah, and they can change 1,000,001 if they want. Doesn't matter. Quite a lineup, though.
Nah, indecision. It shows a lack of confidence.
You're calling this round for W7M?
They need to be more convicted in what they're picking.
Quite a lineup, though. Dokkaebi, Grim, Blitz, and Ying. Eager to see what SDK is going to do.
Yeah, they're really throwing it at this round. Why not? There aren't many rounds of their attack left, and W7M picking up the pace in the previous round, the timeout being good for a round. It's as good a time as any to start to maintain, or to continue and maintain that lead. I swear, if we see another person rappel down this skylight today, I might lose my mind.
It's happened so often.
It's just happened too many times for me to be comfortable.
One guy did it, and now everybody on the planet is doing it.
I think I've done it once and just died straight away and was like, I'm never doing that again. That's such a bad idea.
When it works, it's so cool. When it doesn't work, it's like, why?
Yeah. It's crazy the footsteps in CJX. Even then, that little clip there, you just hear it sounds so different.
They're
sounds so much
loud.
clearer.
They're very clear. I was about to say, I was kind of curious if we were just going to do a smoke plant. And indeed we will. Candelas go out. Smokes go out too. Very, very late. As W7M entirely caught off guard by that quick rappel in. Blitz will likely just stay inside, maybe put down some pressure. STK, hello! Palu caught playing Angry Birds on his phone. Unfortunately, God's looking to try and pick things up, but W7M looked like the fear of God's been put in them. As with all that control and the defuse plant put down by Loud, W7M are shaking, quivering in the face of this SMG-12 in the post. It was a 5v5 when that diffuser went down, and STK, give him the Dokkaebi. It'll give you magic with that secondary. All 5 for the Doke. 3 attacks for Loud.
You got every single kill in, like, Janitor Hallway.
You got every single kill in 45 seconds.
You got 1 kill at the top of Spiral Stairs, and then everyone just started lining up for him, like... Oh, I mean, Palu didn't even know what had hit him. I have no idea. We were just talking about how good the sound was, but, I have no idea how Palu didn't hear that. He was right next to everything as it was happening.
Palu got backhanded by the SMG-12.
It was like, like you could feel like STK was like, this is just too good to be true. It's an absolute freebie. Good on him. Hey,
very good on him.
What did I say at the start of the game? Put some respect on that name. 5-2 right now.
You were absolutely right, because he's 5-2, and also Louder up 3-1. I know, attacking side on bank, but W7M have not looked like the most active participant in a lot of these rounds, and I think, as we saw in round 3, that was a big play from Lobin, but all he did was ratting in lone. That was it.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't the setup, wasn't the structure, wasn't like this crazy trading system. Lobin didn't get drone, which is a mistake from Loud. And then he got some really good kills, made some good individual plays, but that's it. Just a hero play, a 3K, a one-off. You gonna rat every round? You need something more convincing, because Loud are looking a lot better when it comes to these clears.
Loud are not only using their utility a lot better, but they're also winning their gunfights.
True.
Like, it's pretty dire on the side of W7M. Yeah, there's a couple of guys that are yet to get a kill, or sorry, only got 1 kill on the side of Loud, but we've literally got Volps with 0 kills. We've got Dots with 1 kill. Palu, 1 kill. That's 2 kills between 3 players. We're in round 5. It's just not good enough. Like, yeah, play behind your utility for sure, but you've also got to win a few gunfights.
It's scary. Like, you're gonna see a very quick clear of the top floor right here. Blitz gonna sprint in through that double door. Yep, Finka boost in. Seen Shopify run this one quite a bit. Run through the barbed wire. This guy doesn't even know. This guy doesn't even know what's about to hit him. Good night, Volps. How about 0-5? How about Lobin down too? Is that not the most efficient bank second floor clear you've ever seen? This might be the most efficient open area round you've ever seen. They've caught off another roamer. Dodes is squatting in stock. The rent is overdue by months, and he is still there. Dots is trying to cut off an attacker rotation of Marble, and they can just drop down the hatch. It's over. It's cooked. Unless we see the biggest throw of SAL so far, which, to be fair, KDS had a 1v5 yesterday, so that'd be actually pretty hard to beat. It's against Loud, too, so actually a little nervous now as the Nook creeps by. Castle on drone. They know now. Here comes the Blitz. Tagged up. He's keeping him. He's keeping him at bay. STK pushing forward. Hello! Okay. Little whiffage, but we can forgive him when they're up 4-1.
Oh, it was even worse than that. I did wonder when I saw Perez get that final kill. I was like, I didn't think Perez was on the Blitz. No, he wasn't. Like, he actually got the kill through the soft wall. The Blitz did, in fact, miss every shot.
Poor guy. Hey,
listen, a round's a round.
Another STK round.
Listen, a round is a round. And if Loud are going to go 5-1 up, then so be it. We are just here to watch and observe. They're playing some really good Siege at the moment. As you mentioned, such an effective clear of that top floor. Good pre-placed drones, really good teamwork. Everybody knew where they needed to be. And W7M, like, please tell me, you know what you're going to expect here. You know that this is something that could happen. Just be ready for it. It just seems a shame. Like, buddy up upstairs, play a little bit more utility. Bring a Malusi or something. Bring a Legion. Like, just stop these players from just being able to walk in at you. As soon as they walk in, they close the gap, bang, Blitz kicks off, and I mean, this is kind of what you get when you don't ban a single shield, I guess. You've always got the best shield for the job, so maybe that's a different conversation. Maybe that ties into this conversation a little bit. But it just seems a bit strange.
Especially when, as we mentioned, W7M don't play this map all that much. They played it at Reload, and before that, at least according to my notes, before that it was 2024 Stage 1. This is not a map they play often, so we see them bringing it out, and we're like, okay. They're cooking something. They got something in store. And it's been a lot of bank defaults. Not even played that energetically. The positions are all there. I think we can agree with that, Ollie.
I would agree.
But as you said, the coordination. The calming between those two players in the top floor. Not playing their trades. Letting Loud get all that control for free. They set up a plan, and to be fair, Loud are executing it great. And it's easy to get caught off guard by that rush on second floor. Everything just falls so easily after that, and for a team that was going toe-to-toe against Furia in the best game of the stage, not only in SAL, potentially in the whole ecosystem. They're getting run down by STK.
Which, as we've discovered, is, you know, not a bad thing. It's going to happen to people. Daffo, he's able to pick the first one. Lobin gets himself caught off guard. A chance for Dodes to drop the hatch there, but with STK on that printer window, finally some success coming through here for W7M.
Ooh. Arrows with a key kill right there. Potentially saves himself as he takes down Dots, but no, finished off by Dodes. Unlucky. Really strong fight back for W7M. Dodes sitting on that hatch, waiting for somebody to push up. The right kind of play to make there. See if they give you something, as you need to make a play once the man count starts dwindling. Might be a... Oh no, he just really did not know if somebody was behind Cafe. That's funny. Oh! I didn't know Paul was up here. He checks it, he's down! That is a hell of a play to make for Palu, and now he's chilling. It's a 1v3. Palu was so stealthy, I didn't even realize he was up here.
You literally have outlines. You could see it on the outline.
I was
were you locked in? Were you immersed?
I was locked in. Hey, 4-2 for Loud, though. Still looking really, really impressive. Against the best team in the league so far, at least the highest rated team in the league, 4-2 on attack is certainly good.
You'd be happy with that as Loud, wouldn't you? They've had some really good rounds in there. I think the last round, maybe they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew, going for something similar, you know, trying to take things a little bit quicker. I liked it more when we saw them sweep as a team on that top floor. But then again, Are W7M that team that are going to consistently give you that as an option? Probably not. So it's fair for them to get a couple of rounds, but realistically, you'd be looking at an even split, or you'd be hoping for an even split, especially with the way that things were playing out. The shields were available for Loud, though, and they did exploit them. Something that isn't going to be available for W7M are two of the primary shields. The Monty and the BB both removed, and as is the norm, Azami and Castle taken away.
Really going with the NA bans there. Hibana, Ace, and then Azami Castle. Also, do want to shout out, as the desk mentioned, W7M, one of, if not the best entry team inside of the league so far. Loud winning every opening duel except one in that half. Now, their attacks are typically the stronger side right now. They're 57% on the attack and about 48 or so % on the defense. Obviously, they can vary from map to map. When they played this against 9Z all the way back on day one, it was 4 rounds apiece for an 8-6 OT finish. But still do want to be careful, especially since W7M showed a lot of good ideas in their game against Furia yesterday. And you'd hope, again, with them willing to go to this, despite it being their 10th preference map, 9th preference, excluding Oregon. You want to be accurate. You think they have something planned, and we'll see if Dot's on the shield, a category of operator he's usually on. That'll get the job done.
Fun fact. Coming into today, Loud were actually the worst team in the league on entries.
They were.
Right down at 39%.
That's not good.
For anyone that knows numbers, they know that's not good.
Yeah.
We know our numbers.
I have dyscalculia, so.
What does that mean?
Like dyslexia for numbers.
Oh. We just call that number dyslexia.
Alright, well. I'll lose 4 and 3, I can tell you that. And he might be gunning for 5. SDK sitting on the hatch, very calm position. Shielder going for the kill, and he falls back. Understandable. Be careful, Dots.
Reloading.
Don't trip and hit your head on the way down. W7M not wasting any time with this. Clear that open area. Hatches are open. Hibana's on the board. Get a move on.
I think the move is on. I don't think they're doing too bad pacing wise at the moment. Flush the player out of open. We've got a couple of these hatches open. Got some good control, and we've been able to cut off these rotates for the time being. Now it's all about securing the flanks, checking server.
Oh.
Fairly thorough check of server will reveal that it is clear.
Ugh. I don't know about this lineup, though, on the defense.
The lineup's not great, I'll be honest. I would like to see the Goyo in the lineup. The mirror is pretty bad, though, and there's no way of dealing with that aside from those last 2 pellets that Paolu's got, and I doubt that that's going to work.
This is the benefit of the of Hibana Ace being up. Not only do you get all those hatches, now with the Ace you can actually basically just completely avoid this mirror window. You basically, you don't have to bring Thermite, you can just 2 Selmas, done. And now, there's one placed on that mirror window. Both pieces of primary utility for Perez destroyed. And now the utility drain starts. Live still has 2. Dots is low, so he's got to be careful, and the defense do have 3 C4s in pocket. Daffodil in particular can play around the shield and play a bit further up to actually land that lineup. Of course, he's holding the standard prone angle. Seeing if anybody takes a peek on that hatch. Dodez bites, trying to fish for something. W7M are struggling for a concrete way into this, but the last smoke's gone down. Dots will read the time correctly. Dodez drops, taking the fight to those C4s. Huge play from the Thatchers. He gets all of them! Every C4 in Loud's pocket dismantled by the L85, and the diffuser goes down successfully. Bassetto preoccupied with the players rushing up gold. That problem will continue to rear its head as Dots presses the issue. Knock him down, finish him off. Easy one for W7M, albeit with very low time remaining.
I mean, you say easy. Bassetto was so close to stopping that plant from going down, and the time was already 0. So he stops that plant, and it doesn't matter how many kills, doesn't matter what's gone on. If he's alive and he stops the plant on Echo, round over. Super close. It got shot out just at the right moment by W7M. We got a great view of it as well on the feed. W7M starting their attacks very strong indeed, though. Save that. They didn't waste any time taking control, and they had a great answer dealing with a lot of that utility. I mean, would you rewind and would you want to replay that if you allowed and maybe bring the Goyo instead? I'm sure there's something that you could squeeze it in there for. I don't think we saw too much value out of the two brow other than a decent gun and a C4. We didn't. It's not like you've got the ability to freeze the Hibanas forever. Like, yeah, so what? Hibana can remotely detonate that X-Kairos. It just doesn't really do too much.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And again, I agree. I agree with on the point with the Goyo. There's a reason he is standard on that site. There's a reason he's brought in basically every iteration of the setup on that bottom floor, and it's because you've got 80 seconds of denial in that kit. 80 seconds of denial. And the default strat is a plant on the border between CCTV and server. Might have overcooked a little bit. There's a reason he's always brought. Also, a very clear reason, because Ollie and I have become somewhat experts at this point, why you bring this Clash for stock. Just so flexible. Already saw it earlier. Already talked about it earlier. Not a big shock. Live will bring it. Low on this blitz. Saw how good that open area clear was last time, and I hope Loud are ready for it this go around, but we got no blue mines, got no banshees. Zotos might freeze him, and the C4s might blow him up, but aside from that, we want to save those for other purposes.
I like Dudes bringing the Zafira as well. And that's a nice little... Oh, unlucky.
Oh.
Can't drive your drone into the Cade Claw. Yeah, I think that's a good little change to deal with the Clash, potentially. You've got some of that stun capability. You've got some of those impacts. You can send that out as Zafira's launch, the lifeline, and maybe unseat the Clash, maybe get an angle. Could be an option, depending on what it's destined for. Also, the mirror. A key piece of util that's open here and not being brought. Mirror on CEO is a fantastic tool. So again, kind of bringing into question the lineup that Loud are bringing. Are they bringing the best tools for the job out of what is available? Time will tell. The next minute and 30 will certainly tell for this round at least. Palu looking to pop a smoke out there and give himself an angle to work with. Eris is on the Warden, so Palu does need to be throw a bit of caution toward that. Looks as though he's setting up for a little bit of shock and awe here as people are lining up to get themselves stuck into stock.
Ooh, nice play by Live. Swinging ahead of that flash, catches an attacker off guard. I thought they might need specialized tools, but SDK literally just put a toxic canister at the foot of that doorway. And that was it for the Blitz. And apparently that was it for W7M. There's Palu and... I don't even know who else. Is it Volps? All cut down. 5v1. 5v none. Loud up 5-3 at the moment on Bank. Not saying they will close it out, but with how rudely that attack was stopped the moment it got started, got to start feeling a little worried.
Got a flawless round, for goodness sake. They were setting up for like a serious 3-2-1 with, you know, Palu on the CO windows, players pushing in through Stark, somebody on the main lobby, Rappel, you know, somebody maybe walking up Spiral. They were really trying to set up for that big, like, right, let's hit it together. And it just never came. Loud were just like, okay, you're going to walk through Stock? That's fine. We'll find one.
Yeah.
Oh, Paolo, you're on the... Oh, no, you're not on the rappel anymore. It was just one by one by one. There was just nothing at all that they had. I was questioning Loud's lineup, but maybe we should have been questioning W7M's.
Or maybe at least questioning the strat overall, because Lobin was basically pushing Janitor by himself, and I believe SDK actually, I think he actually shotgunned him too, because he lost health pretty precipitously, and it didn't just seem like he was inhaling smoke. I felt like he would have lived a little bit longer in that position. But then Dota's also just pushes in. I don't think there was like any pressure on the players over by Checkers. Like, I think they had a smoke for it, and that was it. People were not really contested by W7M inside of the site overall. You saw the vision over by Janitor and over by Stock, but I think they were betting everything on that play, and when Stock player died and the Blitz went down, I was like, oh, well, this has gone very awry.
Something that hasn't gone awry is the lineup this time for Basement. Loud have brought the Goyo.
And the Clash.
Seto on the Clash as well. Clash, don't always see Clash for a Basement. Usually you would value other things, but in this instance, the Seto has opted for the Clash. I guess with the setting down the Clash shield, it kind of changes the way you would play Clash in Basement. You can play a little bit more aggro on those blue stairs, drop back, and give yourself something nice to peek from at a later point. Player's going to get found out here in open. Lobin, you can open that up, but the hatch is open and people are happy to drop off. STK, Perez, both happy to retreat back to site after that first minute, knowing that they've taken down quite a good portion of drones, really. 5 drones gone. It's not a bad opening gambit.
No, not bad at all, but you really do have to start worrying if you're W7M. You won Locker CCTV previously, and it was a pretty decent round, but while I did say that it seemed pretty easy, I think to be fair, I think I was blinded a lot by that Doda's 3K, which looked so masterful, but you did point out that C4 had to get shot out of the air. Doda's had to get that 3K, had to deal with all of those problematic players by himself. It was well coordinated, it was a good drop. There was still potential for things to go awry. We'll spot the clash. Walking around blue stairs, but that's a nice thing. The nade might stop her retreat. Oh, she has worked herself in a tricky position now. Really good timing, detonating the Vulcan pack. Gun comes out for Bassetto, taken down too. Doda's put to quite low HP, but I like that pinch from W7M.
I love the vision there from Bassetto. I think if he's given another couple of seconds and he can drop the clash shield, give himself a power pause, maybe it's a little bit different. The fire did do quite considerable damage to Dodes, but he's not likely going to be the one putting the diffuser down. It's very likely going to be Dots on that Ossa, and they've set up a nice shield deep inside of server. Got some good pressure on the hatches here, so a lot of this is going to come down to the utility. Perez on the Warden, still with a C4. Live, still got 3 Toxic Babe canisters. Vulcan packs, they've dissipated. No more left for this world. Perez activates the goggles. Another bait on a Toxic Babe. 26 seconds. It's still going to be fairly touch and go, given Live's remaining utility.
It's going to be problematic. It's going to be an issue. Even in the 4v5, Loud looked like it might be in a good position. Last smoke goes out. It takes down Dots completely. No missed utility this time. Volps hits the drop, though. STK finds him. Man advantage W7M, but time advantage Loud. Kills hitting for Live. Only 1 second to go. Warden just has to hold. Up 3 rounds, 6-3. Loud just 1 away from toppling our top of SAL.
Perez there, just doing the minimum, staying alive. You don't need to peek. You've had your moment. You've stayed alive in Red Corridor as the Warden. That is enough for the round. 6-3 now for Loud as W7M consistently struggle to find an answer for this team. What is the ban going to be? A blitz and a clash. Bassetto, been a bit of a nuisance on the clash. I can see why you remove that operator. Good thing for Loud is they don't necessarily need to go back up to that top floor. Open area hasn't been horrendous for them, and if they remove the blitz now, that's every single good shield out of the game. Now, it does open up King, it does open up Grim, it does open up Capital, it does up anything that's not a shield. However, from what we've seen, it's not always mattered what W7M have had access to, because Loud have just plainly been better on the night. STK 10-5, Perez 8-3, Live 7-5. No one's really slacking here too much. Even Daffo, who's only got 2 kills, he's only died 4 times.
It's a good game. It's a very good game. And now up 6-3. I mean, it's not like, it has to be stated how much of a game changer this is for Loud. Not only the win yesterday against FaZe, but then against W7M, 2 really, really strong teams in the standings right now. W7M's at 13 points. Dropping this game, to be fair, it's an upset, but it doesn't mean a whole lot from them. They're basically qualified for playoffs at this point. Top 6 at least. But Loud were at 5 yesterday, with 2 Titans of Brazil in front of them this weekend. They get 3 points out of 1 and another 3. They'll find themselves at 11, 2 ahead of Furia, the champs of Reload. A team you've always got to be worried about. And then right behind FaZe, the team they beat yesterday, who's only at 12 after a regulation win today. And if you're worried about just sneaking into that top 4, if you've got head-to-head over 2 different teams, depending on how these tiebreakers get close, this weekend could be so pivotal for Loud's not only future for groups, but even future into playoffs, depending on what happens.
It's a big week. Make no mistake. Loud have thrust a flag down into the sand and said, we are here to play, regardless of who they've gone up against. put up a good account of themselves. The game isn't over though. We've still got rounds for W7M here if they are able to clutch out here, and well, it'd have to be a fairly hefty clutch. Take us into an OT right now.
Reloading.
Ooh. The best start. Kara's going down. Smoke will keep SDK safe for a brief time. Draws for the shotgun, but it's not going to be good enough. W7M are on a different level here. You have angered the beast.
And the beast is hungry. Daffodil sent sprinting, panting, gasping for breath inside of E1. 2v5, Bassetto the only one in the sight for the moment. W7M even taking some time to reset. The Candelas go off. Doda's caught slacking, but you've got redundancy, critical redundancy in all of these areas. You can play the trades, you can play the waiting game. The manpower and the time favors you, but they're starting to drop. They're surrounding around Daffodil, but he vacates the area. Drops down completely. Don't want to see W7M lose it like this. Missed opportunity on the Legion. Spots the person beepers, but down he goes, and they all turn to marble stairs. Daffodil reveals his position, and Palu cleans up the last two. 1 down, 2 to go. OT. Just a couple more attacks for a close game against Loud.
Where has that W7M been for the past 30 minutes? Because, welcome, whoever this team is. You finally made it to the lobby. Good time to use a timeout for Loud. Take a little bit of the sting out of that previous round. With the speed and aggression that W7M came in on, it's no wonder that you see that timeout taken now. You're like, whoa, cool it, buddy. You just need to calm down a little bit. We have been on having the upper hand all game, and we've quite liked that. We don't really want you to come in now and start really sweating and trying, but it seems like that's what W7M did. It was an angry round. It felt like a lash out, and they were lauding their superior mechanical skill over this Loud team, which up until this point, I'm going to be honest, we have not seen. Loud, giving themselves an option just for a little bit of a conversation. But it also gives W7M time to go, okay, we've had our lash out round. Now let's build on it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Gotta get 2. Got the foundation set, not just the structure and the roof.
Located by attackers.
Not just OT. Auto guaranteed a point. At least 1 out of this, so they'll tie with Furia no matter what happens by the end of today's game. You gotta defend CEO too. Though this one, Ollie, can be deceptively, I feel, hard for the attack sometimes. You see the site right there, you're like, oh, it's CEO, just go on repel, get the diffuser in, pressure stock, maybe bring a shield, job done. With the defense also clustered together. The stock player with an arm's reach to the player inside of Conference and Marble. Marble guy, same thing. If you're in the center of the site, you got the player checkers behind you, janitor to your right. Everybody within trading distance on this top floor, and with how good Loud have been in these gunfights, if W7M slip up, I would trust Loud to take advantage of that and trade away any death that might come their way.
Yeah, I think it's on W7M to not make any silly mistakes, isn't it? With the Clash being banned, it kind of changes the dynamic of this site. Loud have consistently brought a Clash to try and hold on to the outside of sort of janitors and stock area. And it's a great, I mean, typically you play a deployable shield there, but what's better than a deployable shield that can't move? Oh, a Clash shield that can. So it's just a better option all round. You're still going to get that pressure onto the windows. And with the Azami being removed, there's not too much that you can do about that. So you've not really got that same level of strength. Again, bit of a surprise to not see Loud bring a mirror here to assist them for that. Even just a bit of info. Like, okay, we know that they're on the window. We know that they're throwing this, that, and the other in. I've actually had the IQ brought out in a retaliation for the Valkyrie. It looks as though Loban is doing a good job of spotting out those black eye cameras, and yeah, that's all 3, so they know exactly where the cams are now. Live, I guess what he brings to the round is now a C4 and the MPX, which is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? It's baited out the IQ at least. Might not be terrible.
Also what Cyber plays the op for. Doesn't really matter doesn't care what happens to the cams. He's just there for the gun. Roam around the map. Cause chaos for the attack wherever he decides to rear his head. That clash point you brought up is very important, though. Look at how much more space W7M have to work with. Loud can't contest this as easily. SDK might have to be more active in contesting the hall outside Janitor. Already letting a smoke go early on. That B makes him nervous. He knows he's vulnerable without that player pushing stock. You got the marble guy instead. But Live is able to find one. There he is. He is just on the roam. That's Loban down below. He was not a major factor in this attack. The bulk of the structure the attack's bringing is still quite solid. Now Smoke starting to push back. Thermite looks in. Perez spotted. Tries to transfer onto the smoke. He's easy pickings. Dots on for 2 and pushing quite deep with Diffuser. He doesn't want to overextend his hand. This aggressive line is good, but maybe it's time to reset. Daffodil losing a lot of HP. Baseto spotted by these bees. Holding on for dear life on the opposite side. W7M taking a brief breather. Again, he is on a tear. The 5-5-6 rat-a-tat-tat inside a CEO finds 4 separate players, and Live late to the party. Asleep at the wheel, 1 kill on the flank, and that's all. Loud will get that round, just 1 round away from overtime.
You've got to bring the mirror. If you've not got the clash and you've not got a solid presence outside of stock, you have to bring the mirror there for that defense, because it makes things so much easier. You could see how antsy Smoke was getting, imagining or thinking that someone's going to push in off the back of the bees. You got to remember, if the shields are banned, it's very unlikely that someone's just going to ball straight into Janitor. And he can't rotate properly because he's not got the mirror window, so he can't see what's going on the windows. And then as soon as the player gets into Janitor door, bang, the wall's soft, and he can just spray straight through into meat, and he kills Perez. It's a domino effect. You know, it's as soon as one thing starts to go wrong, as soon as you lose that little bit of, not even position, it's presence inside of Janitor. As soon as the attack feel like you've lost presence in that part of the map, boom, they're in. And if Thermite's placed down the exothermic and doesn't have the kit, then sure, why not? Why not? They're going to push through. Of course they will. See if they can get themselves a couple of kills. It'll open the round right up. That's exactly what happened. W7M, a really good stabilization here, and now they have brought this back to within 1 round. Basement still locked out. That's where Loud have looked good so far today. They've looked good on other sites, but if they had basement available, they would be feeling a lot better than they do here heading into this open area defense.
The site that started this comeback, where W7M won that first defense, and Ollie, that one was not close.
No, it was scary.
No, that was a super strong victory. A little choppy for me. Choppy waters.
Smooth seas a good sailor does not make.
Okay, I'm back now. I'm chilling. Nope, I'm not back.
Quite an interesting lineup here from W7M. They're bringing the Sense this time. I haven't seen them play tons of Sense. Loud, they play quite a lot themselves. Early use of that ROU as well. STK back in this Janitor position. Looking for a little bit of support from below. Just calling for Perez to shoot out that Selma device. Feels like he might have got it. That wall is still solid. STK not really wanting to stick around to find out. Still a thought from W7M that he could be up there, but he has since dipped himself back to sight. And they are left chasing a shadow on this top floor. They have a lot more control than I think they realize right now, but it won't take them long to make good on that. They've got breaching charges to rip this floor open. They've got a skeleton key in the hands of Palu. They should be able to start putting a bit of pressure onto anyone inside of Archives.
That'll be Perez. That'll be the Fenrir who's got to worry about the attack bearing down upon him. W7M have made very good progress. Loud rotated out at the right time, but oh no! He rotates out. I think W7M might know, and then he catches Dodes completely off guard. W7M have 3 opening picks. Dodes getting each and every one of them so far. It's not a necessity. But 21 kills yesterday, 12 today. That's 33 over the course of Clubhouse and Bank. And now with him gone, Ollie, it's a 5v4.
Not looking great for W7M. Although Loud have been very good in the opening pick, and they've still managed to lose rounds. So it isn't all said and done just yet. What is going to be the reason for players to move right now? Quad wall is open. A glimpse of a player there, but Live tucks himself right in. He's got a bit of support from Perez on those blue stairs as well. There could be a very good flank here if required.
It might be. As Live goes down, that close player, something else has got to add, but Palu's checking it. Down goes Perez. 10 more seconds in STK's pocket. A C4-2. The last bits of utility. The second line of defense before you got to start firing these guns. Daffodil's retaking blue. Do they check it? As Loban's pushing in, it's only STK on the site. He's got one, but it's all onto the yellow. Reveals the position, but Volps is going to be looking. Volps is ready for it, and there's no denying this defuse. He's rotated all the way across in the off spot. What a flick on the dots! And just one bullet. That's all you need to take down Volps. All you need to take down this Sens. But what intel do you have? The Beepers reveals his position. Reveals that he's crossed. He hit the goal mine! Does he know he's sprinting? He's gotta know! W7M drop it because Volp stubs his toe! He's got time. He's got more than enough time to rub W7M's face in this 7-5.
What a way to go. What a way for that game to end. A goo mine to finish it in a 1-versus-1 when both players are one single shot. I haven't seen a win like that for a long time. Not on a match point. Incredible performance here from Loud. But that doesn't paint the full picture. Yeah, you get a little bit lucky. Someone steps on a goo mine, you win the last round. But guess what? They played incredible Siege throughout the entirety of Bank. They had the lead for the majority, if not all of Bank, and they kept W7M consistently guessing and on that back foot. I loved the double flank. I'm going to be honest. As soon as I saw Daffo going for the double flank, he was like, they're not going to expect this. Don't worry, I got this.
I was nervous.
I'm just going to rotate up blue. I'm just going to rotate up blue. The pistol shot that he got, it was beautiful.
Dude, honestly, sometimes you see flicks that are like so quick and so like precise. I like blinked and didn't even realize he had killed him. I was honestly kind of stunned when it happened. But obviously you have that kill, and obviously you have the goo mine to end it, as we said. Kind of an unfortunate ending, but that's a super important series to win. It like, Ollie, Loud beat FaZe and W7M. How crazy is that? 6 points out of the weekend against massive teams, and now leaping ahead of Furia in a really, really good spot potentially to contest, not just for playoffs, but for top 4 even, it might seem. I mean, would you have predicted that? I don't think so.
It's a hell of a week, isn't it? You know, if you'd have said that this had happened over the course of a couple of weeks, or one at the start of the stage, one at the end, fine. But over the course of a week, to take down essentially 2 of the top dogs inside the region, let's not make any bones about it. These 2 are consistently at majors. They are performing. They've got real star players and great potential on both sides. And Loud have just come out there and said, you know what? We fancy a week in the sun. We're going to hit some highlights now and recap the game that we have just watched. It was that good. We want to see it all again. I think from my point of view, it started to happen quite early. And I think that Loud did what some teams fail to do, and it starts strong. How many times do we see a team drop 2 rounds and then come back to win the game? But Loud consistently had that edge from the start. They looked really warm coming into this fixture.
I would agree with that. And honestly, like, I know it might seem simple to like really credit an attacking half on Bank for the victory, but I mean, that 4-2 looked really, really good. And when they were winning those rounds, from start to finish, you get the opening pick, the 5v4, and they're converting them every time with 3 players alive, 2 alive. And obviously we got good performances from STK there. They'll be getting performances like that from a lot of people on Loud. STK, of course, but Perez alive also doing really good when on W7M, what, you had Dodez having a really good game like he had yesterday, but one of the only rounds W7M won was a Loban 3K, and he ended the game with 6 kills. Half of his impact over the course of the game was in 1 round on a side they lost. They played well. They played good. It's still a 7-5, and they're still at the top of the league, right? You're always going to get increased criticism when you're doing well. It's kind of the double-edged sword. You win, but we are going to look at you a lot more critically than everybody else because we think you're so good. But at the same time, unfortunately, sadly, they will lose 7-5.
I think that's it. We're always more critical of teams at the top, and it's only because we know what they're capable of. And it isn't to say that the teams challenging them aren't capable of the same, but when you've seen W7M do it on some of the biggest stages across the world, you know that that's something they've got in their locker. We don't always necessarily know what Loud have got in their locker until they do it, until they prove themselves. Now, yeah, it's an online game, it's a best of 1, but they've still come out here and given a fantastic account of themselves. And again, I just think it speaks to the power of the region, doesn't it? There isn't that huge divide between top and bottom. Anyone can beat anyone on the day, and it kind of goes back to what Felipox was saying in the interview. You know, you've got to throw respect on all of these teams because, you know, you are going to have to try for these fixtures. It isn't just a given that because you're a good team, you're going to come out here and get results, because Loud are scrimming the same people that W7M are going to be scrimming every week. So why not? Why not? Oh, that was the shot again. That was the shot again, man.
Can't believe it.
I don't know why. Well, I know why he went to finish the kill, just because he wanted a little bit of showboating and stuff. But I love the fact that he just sprinted straight for it. I think we're ready to send you over to our wonderful desk. They're going to break it down further, and they have an interview with Perez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ollie and Lynx. And I have to say, look, you might be seeing that it's just me and Gabe here because I just have to.
Couldn't believe it.
That's it. Fox
couldn't believe the
literally
last round.
Exploded because of that last round. We got an ace, and we got that last round, which was absolutely incredible. And I will say, I had to stand up. The last 45 seconds of that game is just me doing this.
I mean, I heard
it is insane.
I heard Tim in the back of my head saying, "Here comes overtime," but unfortunately, we didn't get to that.
He's
point.
going overtime, Gabe.
I mean, that was actually really good. That was impressive. No, I mean, the game was impressive from both these teams. I mean, it kind of looked a little scary for W7M in the beginning, but they did start to fight back. But I mean, it was so important for Loud to be able to close it out, gain those 3 points, keep that gap further away from the bottom 6. Unfortunately, they don't jump too high in standings. I believe they only jump 1 spot from that, but it's still important that they were able to beat them. And on top of beating FaZe already, I mean, they're off to a great start right now.
They absolutely are. I mean, this was definitely unexpected. And Fox, I'm glad that you could recombobulate yourself after the end of that game, because I have to say, I understand that you dematerialized because of how incredible it was, because it was just something else, unexpected.
Yeah, it really was something else. I mean, obviously, like Lack said, it was a matchup that, you know, we couldn't really believe what was going on. I had to disappear for a second and then reappear, essentially. So
you're a magician, Fox. You know that.
You know, I can do it all. I can do it all.
I want to know what I would be hiding behind my ears maybe one day, but here we're going to have a chat with one of the magicians themselves on the squad. Let's bring up Perez joining us on the interview from Loud. Perez, it's good to see you again. Holy hell, what a game. Oh my God, that was incredible. What happened in the last round? Walk me through it.
It's just a round of tournament. Like in screens, we would never have this round. It's crazy. Like I don't know how I left alive on the archives and killed the guy on green that we call in Brazil. And after that, the 1v3, so weird. Was nice glitch.
Well, Perez, I want to say congratulations. I mean, getting that 3 points is so important for you guys, and obviously being able to close it out, not pushing OT. I mean, you guys beat FaZe, and then now you guys beat W7M, the 2 top dogs currently, or were currently. I mean, what's kind of been the big change for you guys from the previous weeks, and then obviously to this week?
So the first week, I was really sick, so I know this affected us. Yeah. The second week, your first game, we were not playing your siege. We are focused so much on other things, thinking too much. And after that loss against Los, we talked about, and then we changed your how we were thinking about the game, how we were gonna play, the things we were gonna do, and 3 wins after that.
Oh, hey, it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it absolutely is working. Now, for you, Perez, obviously, going forward, you have, 2 easier games coming up. One, hard one the way that depending on how you look at it. How are you guys going to stay consistent going into your last 3 games?
I mean, just do the same thing that we did this week. Do the same preparation. Try hard on scrims. Nothing new. We just need to do your work.
I mean, you definitely were doing your work. It definitely looked like it in the results, right? You, like you said, you were sick. There were issues. Things all compounded together. It's unfortunate timing, but you recovered, and a perfect moment here in the league to jump up higher in positions. And I mean, to follow up on Fox, even more specifically, ENX next play day. Anything you want to say to them?
Nothing. It's just going to be an easy game. Nothing to say.
What about your skins?
Oh, and buy Loud skins.
What skin does Loud have?
Bug skin. Gives more damage.
I should just be the spokesman for every org
Bro,
that has.
thank you. Thank you.
Listen, I'm trying to get you guys more money.
Thank you. I'm gonna give you a code.
All right, there we go. Hey.
See,
I'll take it. I'll
Gabe's
take it.
blushing right now.
I'll be looking at my Twitter. I'm watching it. I'm watching like a hawk right now, Paris.
Gabe has been begging on his knees over the past week to get any of those extra codes, and honestly, I completely understand it. They're absolutely sick. Perez, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations on a massive win today for the Loud and Perez fans out there. Make sure you're tuning in for game number 2. Next Saturday, it'll be ENX against Loud. Thank you for joining us. See you next week.
Thank you, and hope to see you next week.
I hope so. And always good is we repeat ourselves to have these players and have a chat with them. Obviously, English is not their first language, as I think at least 2 of us here understand what that's like. But then again, Fox is kind of, but you're English first language, aren't you? You're from the other end of Montreal.
Yeah, I mean, Lax is English too. Wait, what do you say?
Yeah,
2
I meant
of us?
you.
No, but
yeah,
he's talking about
you
you
and
guys
me.
speak different languages.
Oh, okay, yeah, we do speak different language. I mean, English was still like my first language growing up.
Then there you go. Well,
I had 2
I'm not gonna
languages at
brag.
the same time.
Not gonna brag, but you know, as someone who English is not their first language, it really is kind of helpful here, and I understand how difficult it is to get these players on here and the coaches, support staff to talk about things in English to elucidate, make things clear for all of us foreigners, and really trying to understand what goes on in their heads. We really do appreciate that. Fox Laxing, let's wrap up what happened in all of this game here. I think with our MVP for this matchup first. Why not? It's Perez. It's good. Maybe we should do that. You know, in the future, if the person who's being interviewed is the MVP, we just celebrate him like that. What do you think?
Yeah, he's been having a blowout performance. I mean, obviously, first week, you know, like he said a couple of times that he was a little bit sick, or a little under the weather, so his performance wasn't necessarily at par of what we have been seeing the last couple of play days. He's been firing on all cylinders. I mean, up until this game, he was the fourth highest rated player in SAL currently. I'm assuming now it's going to be a little higher. So obviously, if he can just keep up that consistency, he's slowly becoming a surefire, consistent standout for the SAL.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I mean, if his excuse is that he was sick and that is, you know, what put a detriment in terms of their success. But I mean, when you look at his own success, he's still competing at a very high level, being top 4 rated, which maybe he jumps up after today to a top 2, top 3 situation here. But as for the roster as a whole, I mean, everyone was playing extremely well today. I mean, it was a very ping pong match between these two, but everyone's stepping up in their moments that they needed to. Sure, Basetto might not have had the best showing, same with Dafo, but I mean, still, there were moments from each and every single one of these players where they were coming alive. And then on the sides of W7M, I think, you know, we highlighted Loban, how pivotal he is. He didn't have the best game. And then even for Volps being their IGL, you know, I don't know what comms are like. I'm sure it plays a factor when your IGL isn't having too much success. But again, it was just a really good game for Loud. I think W7 maybe took a little more than they could bite off. Showing Bank, where maybe they could have, you know, fell back on an easier map that they had a little more comfort on. But again, very proud of Loud being able to scrape 6 points away this week.
Gabe, I think what Perez meant when he said he was sick is that he's actually sick, like incredible player, not that he was, you know, under the weather.
I'm pretty sure I said that
right.
joke like last week or something like that. But I'm glad you said it again, Milosh, just so everyone could hear the genius behind that joke.
Thank you, Fox. Thank you. You're with friends like you. who needs anything else? That's absolutely true. Anyways, Fox, thank you so much for your wonderful humor that keeps us alive and our hearts beating every single day. And for Gabe, just existing. That's it. Anyways, we still have one more game to get through today, and I'm excited for it in different ways that you may expect, because it's Black Dragons versus Liquid. We'll see you after the break.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everybody, to South America League. Our final matchup about to begin as we fly over beautiful Rio de Janeiro. I don't know exactly what beach it is, but maybe we were at... Yeah, actually,
that was the one that we were swimming. I think we were just down further.
Is it not Barra de Tijuca on the other side of it, Andre, or not? Or is it too far? Arpoador. Okay, because we were somewhere that looked quite...
Similar.
Quite similar to it. But anyways, it is Ipanema, the neighborhood in the region. It's actually quite close to Copacabana. There you go, learn something new. Wonderful beaches and of course wonderful matches we've had so far. My God, the way that the last game ended, you have to go back. You won't believe the final round is how the usual thing with the YouTube thumbnail that goes with it. Black Dragons versus Team Liquid is where we turn our focus to, because Black Dragons look to go even higher, and Liquid, they just want to exist in the bracket right now.
Yeah, no, Black Dragons is one game away from just easily taking that first place spot, especially with W7M falling out in the last game. I mean, I'd feel like Black Dragons, for them, it's a proving moment. It's just a statement game. They obviously have it in their grasp. It's their game to lose because they've looked amazing. Liquid, on the other hand, I mean, any day is a good day to step up for Liquid with getting points on the board. It's not that far away from still getting, 6. They would need 3 wins to get up there. This is their fourth, they have 4 games left. This is their 4th one, so it would be a long shot, but any day is a good day.
Yeah, again, and for Liquid, and I believe it was 6, they're on a 6-game, 7-game losing streak, counting Reload coming into the SAL. I mean, they haven't currently found success with this new iteration of bringing on Ask, bringing on Diaz. I mean, something's gotta give, right?
Yeah.
Thankfully, they got 2 points. Sure, it's better than 0, but if you want to be able to get into top 6, when you're not winning these games, you're just pushing yourself further and further away of getting even close to that top 6. I mean, right now, ENX, they're at 6 points. They're currently at 2. Even if they get a win today, that only puts them at 5.
This is going to be a tough one here for our squads, and I think we should just go ahead and talk about them. And why not just start with Team Liquid? Because if we're being very honest, they are the ones that have to put the pedal to the metal. And technically, it might be too late already, given the result, but maybe trying to recover, maybe if stars align.
Elosh, stars have to align. I mean, they're in a situation where, one, they not only need these wins, and they need them in regulation fashion of getting 3 points, but then they also need to rely on other teams to lose to even propel them up higher. And when you look at the roster, there's so many things you could talk about within this roster and players on this roster, for example, of Nesk and Maya. Now, this is very interesting because astronomically, when you look at their stats and where they're sitting currently in the SAL, Maya and Nesk are currently within the lowest 15 rated players in the league. Now, if you've been in SAL, you've been in Siege's history, the fact you're seeing Nesk out of all players in the lower 15 of all the standing players within the league. That is insane. That is not a scenario where you ever find Nesk himself throughout the majority of his career. And then again, you compile the rest of the roster. They just can't find success. I don't know why they can't find success. They brought Askin as the IGL. They're still not being able to find a headway on their attacks. Majority of their rounds come off of defense. It's certainly not the same Liquid that we saw back in the day when it was Palu and Nesk together with the iteration of Maya. They just don't have that same force on their attacking side, where again, statistically, defense is always going to be easier. So of course you should be finding success on that side, but you need to be strong on two sides of the coin, and the horse is not strong at their forefront.
Go off, King. Go off. Just go off. At this point, I'm just living for it. I'm excited for this game because I personally get some vindication after 2 years of kind of aligning slowly but surely with the Liquid hate group, which is, what the hell are you guys doing? I want you to do better. Why do you keep torturing me so much? And this is saying it as a Liquid fan that has turned sour in some ways because of all that has been going on with the squad. I want them to do well, and yet every time, just for the sake of being the squad that we have so much hope behind, it just breaks my heart. And I'm sure it has broken the hearts of many, as I've heard over the years in the team. However, there's a team that is on the up and up and kind of stolen that luster that Liquid has had over the past 6 months, and that's Black Dragons on the other side, Fox.
No, absolutely. I mean, if you want a new team to have hope in, Black Dragons is slowly becoming a favorite in the SAL, especially with their strong performance. They have looked so dominating, coming almost out of nowhere. A lot of these players have been playing for a long time, but finally all together under the Black Dragons banner, they have just been unstoppable throughout the stage. I mean, they've earned this potential spot to get that first place. They've earned it every step of the way that they play consistently with their entries. I mean, having Muzi and Machina always on that entry. I know Machina is a fan favorite, especially for Lax, but their backline is equally as strong. I mean, they have Flastry on the back on that hard support role, and he is easily topping the charts when it comes to leaderboards. He is the third highest rated player currently in the SAL on hard support, the only hard support in the top 10, I believe, besides Souls. So obviously huge improvement from him. And it goes without saying, they're out for blood. Their win after win is constantly, it's amazing to see. I mean, a 7-2 win against FaZe. They're absolutely slaughtering teams that are put in front of them. It doesn't really look like anybody has really had a response to their surge recently. So if they can keep up the consistency, they have a really well-rounded unit and that really good map pool. I don't really see any other team right now being able to slow them down, let alone Liquid in their current state.
Yeah.
Well. The Dragon versus the Seahorse is the matchup that we're getting, but what map will it be on? Unfortunately, we can't have Coastline or any sort of fantasy-inspired map here in Siege. This Coastline is no longer there, which definitely does break my heart, but that is a question for another day. Border Bank and left with Consulate, a bit of variety today as we go to this map that way back in the day, even before Nesk had won his first Pro League, even a year prior to that, actually 8 years ago, he was dominating on, and then he got destroyed by the old Penta roster and kind of didn't really pop off on Consulate much after that. It's a bit of a trip down memory lane for all those with back pain.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with Liquid is just the identity crisis that they're in. Obviously, the roster changes that they made, picking up two supportive, passive players, has completely shook the core of the team. They don't really have a clear-cut entry besides really like Nesk, and even then, the confidence behind the team is just not there due to the lack of losses and just losing consistently. So obviously, they're in a rut at the moment. They need a just drastic rehaul of how they want to play the game. Consa is a good map because you don't necessarily need to have one clear entry. I'd say it really comes down more to the shield player aspect. So hopefully that gives Liquid as much of an edge as they could possibly have going into it. But at the end of the day, firepower is the name of the game, and Black Dragons has so much of it.
Yeah, I mean, going to Concert, I'm not confident for Liquid because their bigger issue here is their attacks and trying to understand what their approach is, what they want to do within it. And again, when you have Maya and Nesk, you know, arguably the two best players on that roster in terms of just sheer gun skill and mechanics, being the 15th lowest rated players in the league, there is a lot of worrisome issues within this roster. And then again, you're going to Consulate, a very small map. And that's all they seem to be losing is the smaller maps. Losing labs, losing cafe, losing clubhouses, losing borders. I would almost just want you to try to go to bank or try to go to a lair if you can, just to allow yourself some breathing room. But now you're going to go to a very claustrophobic map. Like you were saying, sure, there might not be some entry points, but you're going to rely on the shield play. But even then, their shield play hasn't really been impressive. So, I mean, I'm kind of at a loss for words here. As for Black Dragons, I mean, I know they're going to be confident. They play extremely well off one another.
Glaze up Machina, Laxing. We're all here for you to glaze up Machina. Just get with the program.
Listen, I have no doubt Machina at some point is going to be just completely picked by one of these top tier rosters, unless Black Dragon just stays together, which I'm all for. But again, Black Dragons, you're going to be comfortable here because you're going to just completely just rip apart the Liquid attack because they just, like I said, they have not looked convincing on their attack side whatsoever. So I don't want to keep beating a dead horse here at this point. Funny enough, Liquid.
That's it,
I'm just gonna let you guys take it from here.
Yeah, actually, we're going to bring up Lynx and Extra Troika here to join us on the desk and have this quick chat before getting into the game. Lynx, is there anything you'd like to speak about?
No.
Okay, Extra Troika, you're back on here. Ollie, you get to talk about Liquid one more time. How have things changed from past Liquid in your days in BR6, you know, basically back in the day, to now in SAL?
Excuse me. It feels like a crying shame, doesn't it? You know, like you look at, you know, it's like, what did you do to my boy? Like, my beautiful boy, what did you do? It just isn't the same team. And yeah, it's been through some, you know, some changes. And I mean, the fans of Liquid are going to be there no matter what. Like, they are die-hard fans. So as a Team Liquid player, you're going to feel that. And I think some of the performances, it's kind of reflected in maybe the mood that they're feeling at the moment, because it is a little bit uncertain. They did lose a player that has been with them for a hell of a long time in Palu, and let's be honest, they've struggled to find their feet since. And that was a change that happened a while ago now, but it's had long-lasting effects. And I think that Liquid are still trying to find the transition through that, and it might be something that does take some time, but it is difficult to see. You know, no one likes to see Liquid in the 10th spot.
No, nobody really does. No, I fully agree with.
Sorry, but like I want to say this real quick is like something that has just occurred to me, Gassan, is like,
yeah,
a year ago Liquid were in this same spot, like they were literally bottom of the league. And to be fair, like, did they make a miracle run? Yeah, but it's quickly becoming where stage 2, at least in terms of the regional performances, is like kind of the exception to the rule. I'm really worried that Liquid are starting to become a bottom tier team.
LCQs do not exist anymore. You do not have that saving grace as Liquid had back then a year ago before Manchester, which they did go on a huge run in Manchester. We've seen it for ourselves, and yet that is not the team that we see today. However, I want to throw that by the wayside because right now Liquid can upset, if anything. They can play gatekeepers, and we love a bit of slate cleaning and gatekeeping in here. Anyways, let's get into it.
Sir.
Extra Troika and Lynx, take it away.
Thank you very much, Gassan. Ollie and I on for the last game of the day, last game of the weekend. But will it be more of the same? Will it be another loss for Liquid? I think we do have to say, Ollie, we got to be fair. 2 max OT games. Did they end in a loss? Yes. But 2 times Liquid have been 1 round away from at least getting another point on the board, doubling. Well, no, not doubling. No. Increasing by 50%. Their current points. They'd be at 6 if they had won those 2 games in OT, but they have not. Still looking for their first chance in the SAL, and they have to go against a Black Dragons that is frankly looking like one of the strongest iterations of this roster to date.
Something that really impressed me yesterday and throughout the previous weeks of SAL is Black Dragons' teamwork. They look like they have got that dialed at the moment. Some brilliant synergy being displayed, and you worry then when you look at a team Liquid that, let's face it, struggling to win gunfights, a lot of very low-rated players, especially considered you know, as to where we are expecting these players to be rated. Like, no one's expecting Ness to go out and throw the numbers that he was doing 5 years ago, because it's unlikely, isn't it? Everyone gets older, everyone gets a little bit slower, but you can, you know, you can still get good. You know, you still be good. And Neska's, I mean, I've spoken about this a few times, but he's definitely not going forwards anymore. Let's put it that way. And it's being proven time and time again with the numbers that he is putting up. But we will have to see what happens in this fixture in particular. Team Liquid starting off on the attack. Consulate, a bit of a strange map. It's a refreshment for our eyes, given how much Bank we've watched today. But it isn't, let's say, the most popular map between these two teams. It's a map that Black Dragons used to like, and now they hate. It's their 10th preference map. And Liquid, on the flip side, Liquid have always kind of liked it, I would say, but their recent record on it doesn't really suggest any sort of dominance.
It dominates rare, at least in the early bout. All right, that wall's electrified. We're giving up that Selma pretty quick, but Liquid see a pretty big opening on the bottom floor split site at the moment and think they can exploit it. Ask on the opposite side, though. It's not the Blitz with the diffuser, it's the Monty creeping in. Machina tags resets up quite heavily. Flashtree then cuts him down. Two players on the bottom floor, stopping Liquid's entrance. The Maya finally breaks the stalemate. Nesk might go down. This diffuse plant should go off successfully as Black Dragon struggling from behind. Consulate is a map where you need only a couple attacks to get the victory. It's very defender-sided. And if this is Liquid's first right out of the gate, they're going to feel very, very strong about their chances overall. Bottom 15 in the league, despite at one time being called one of the best players in the world, but Maya showing why he still should not be slept on.
4 kills for Maya. Bit shield play for Liquid as well, running the Monty and the Blitz, which of course made available by the fact that it was a Deimos and a Dokkaebi that was banned. Happy to just walk in and take the site for what it was. Very free. Nobody really contested on there. Yeah, sure, Blitz died, but, I mean, who cares? They got the plant down, they win the round. Maya grabbed 4 kills. That doesn't show good communication. I don't know what does. Black Dragon stunned into a bottom floor site, and again, you kind of bring into question the map choice. Like, surely if we're going to Consulate, we're not just trying to catch them out with a split site. Surely we've got a good game upstairs. Like, surely we defend the top floor, you know?
It's the first one. Calm down. Calm down.
But then they go down to the basement.
Start questioning the site choice like, oh my god, it's the first round, Ollie.
Oh, listen, I had an early vibe in the loud game, and I made that very well known. I'm getting the early vibe. I'm getting the tingles.
You did. Oh no, don't get the tingles. I will say, something we talked about very briefly. You're like, Black Dragons used to hate or used to like Consulate, now they don't like it. Well, when they play it, it was when Ask was IGLing. It was when Ask was leading the team. When he was with Hornetow, Rare, not Muji, not Flashtree. Hornetow in particular is a player that I have really, really enjoyed watching over the past year or so. First event ever, I believe, was actually Montreal, despite the fact that he has been grinding in Brazil for a long time. See how he's able to do in this round. It's a very quick clear of this middle floor. Resets immediately barging on in. Maya find another one again, on for 5. Rare stuck in this corner. We got 3 attackers on this mute problem, and that's just GG. Hornet will find one, but if you call the retreat at this point, seems like you might. Blitz around the corner. All right. Well, that's not great. That's even worse. It's a really good start, but it seems like Flashtree, ooh, just a little too far to the left, but separated from the rest of the defense. Resets might know that, might have spotted his rotation across. But no, instead he decides to push the issue. It is a 2v3. Not much else you can do, but an important kill to find. You can fully train your sights towards the front now. Uzi on low HP as well. Liquid likely favored in this 2v2 as Black Dragons try to reset.
Good confidence from Liquid, really. They know exactly what they want to take. They're getting good information in the early part of the round, and they're really leveraging both the Blackbeard and the Blitz to get that done. Have they got sufficient information here? No drones for either player. A couple of drones out around the building, but are they going to be any use? maybe not. They have the flexibility on the Blackbeard to make some rotates and barge their way through, but Diaz really needs to link up with resets right now. And they need to try and separate one of these engagements down into a 1 versus 2. Bit of damage there on resets might do just that.
Ooh. Sneaky F-Naught being triggered. We did see Hornet throw a Gergemont on the soft wall earlier. I wonder if he might pick it back up and just throw it at him. Oh, Moosey down. That's big right there. Hornet revealing his position. So difficult to deal with this Blackbeard. That AR can pop up at any given time, and Hornet's working off bit rough intel. He'll sneak around the corner, though. Yes, is such a patient player, such a leery player, but he's caught off guard. It's a game of ring around the rosy. Hornet's getting the best of him. Resets, trying to hunt him down. He's got Diffuser, but he's had it for so long. They've been in the sight for a whole 30, 45 seconds. As Hornet pinned himself in. Shots go out. Intel still slipping! So are the chances. Black Dragons might just tie the game. But as Liquid seem to have momentum building rapidly, Hornet House stops it in its tracks.
A big round 2 there. 2 versus 2 that lasted a very long time indeed. And the 2 versus 1. I'd like to have seen a bit more of that confidence that we see from Team Liquid in the early part of the round for that 2 versus 1 later on. I feel like they had a really good position. They had a great crossfire. Maybe just back it up. Get the plan down. Take some of the pressure off. Black Dragons can breathe a sigh of relief. But if Liquid have played 2 rounds quickly, you kind of sat there with it in the back of your mind like, are they going to play quickly again? Or are they going to play slowly this time? Do we extend a little bit, or do we turtle? Do we have someone on the site ready in case they do? And then if they don't, we maybe try and rotate that player off? It does leave you guessing a little bit. Based off the lineup, it isn't going to take a genius to work out that Liquid are likely going to go for some sort of a quick play again. Resets, 6 picking onto that blitz. Ask already locked in the Blackbeard. Does look like this is going to be Liquid's game plan here tonight, is just to go quick and go fast. And you know what? It's worked out quite well for them. Sure, they've just lost a 1 versus 2, but it happens. The early part of the round didn't exactly go their way. I mean, well, the mid-early part of the round, let's say. Flastray really threw a cat among the pigeons with a couple of kills that he got, and he got some nice flicks at that. You're not going to be able to rely on that as Black Dragons for that to happen consistently, though. You need a better plan dealing with these rushing players.
I never heard that saying. A cat amongst the pigeons?
Oh, you need to get out more.
You know, to where? Leeds?
No, please don't go to Leeds.
Not another split site. Reloading! Haven't even gone second floor yet.
Maybe it's intentional. Maybe with the shields that are being played, they're thinking, well, we don't really want people just dropping skylights and rushing at us, and people playing on windows. So that's the only rationale that I can conjure as to why they're maybe not doing it.
And I see that logic. That's understandable. Especially with Ying on the board, throw a couple Candelas in, maybe a Dokkaebi call. Just kidding, it's banned. But Alliance scan can work too. Not sure. Team Liquid not going as quickly as before. Much slower progression through the middle of the map. Before they just opened up Garage, ran straight on through. Looks like this time they'll actually reckon with the defenders on the middle floor as well, instead of finding a very free bottom floor site. You gotta commend them for the progress they've made, but now just having to deal with the Black Dragon setup they evaded last time.
Nice bit of pressure coming here onto the service stairs. Super Shorty has been drawn just in case anyone gets up close and personal. It's a bit of a stalemate at the moment. Ask's actually going to get caught out on his own on the Monty. Hornet just gets that kill for free. Nesk falling and the plant going down. This is a mess for Liquid. What's going on? How are they getting the plant down and losing 2 bodies?
I actually have no idea how that has just occurred, but Maya did do a good job at keeping those defenders distracted, keeping them concerned. DS Lucas pushing all the way through. Very good angle to watch. Hornet sprinting, slamming into the wall as he rushes to try to get back to the site. Now it is firmly in the control of Liquid. Nice spot on the hatch, but Moosey actually dealing a lot more damage than he takes. Liquid might just have 2 attacks already on Consulate. Yeah, you get DS, that's fine, but only 5 seconds remaining, and now you're the only one left. Liquid with these quick hits, whether they come at the beginning or come in the middle of the round, at this point, it is a theme. It's a consistent one. It's given them 2 attacks. And I know what that third's ban's going to be for Black Dragons.
Almost looking a little bit like old Liquid when they had SexyCake on the roster and everything was about getting the plant down. Because Liquid have been so focused on just getting in and getting the plant down and dealing with the post. It shortens the round. Gives you a lot more opportunity, gives you a good focus. I'll take that trade for 2 players getting killed and the plant going down at the same time and winning the round. I think anybody would.
I would.
Is it the Blitz or is it the Blackbeard?
Ooh,
it's the Monty. Okay.
Neither. Kind of ironic that it's the Monty that gets taken down when he was the first to die in the previous one.
Like, it kind of goes back to what we've talked about, where, okay, you can't remove both the Blitz and the Blackbeard. You can only get one. So do you just try and deal with it and take something else away? That's the only reason for not trying to take out. I mean, if it was me, I would have probably taken out the BB. I think the Blitz is a pain, but I think the Blackbeard's a bit worse.
You think so?
But to go after the Monty. And then the Clash ban from Liquid. We haven't really seen any Clash so far from Black Dragons. Were we going to see it? Maybe. But again, I'm not sure entirely what you would choose to remove there. Based off the last game, probably a Legion. Lethal Operator.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I will say, this is a big change for Liquid. They have played Shields before, and usually when they do, it's Ask bringing them, whether it's a Blackbeard or a Blitz. Did see it a few times in the game against Furia, and I don't remember it all that much yesterday against ENX, so it's not been a huge part of their strategy and not so comically present as it is right now. I mean, 3 shields at one point. Blackbeard, Blitz, and Monty. I mean, listen, constant attack is hard. I get it. I'm not blaming them. It's got you too. Liquid in a really strong position, especially since their attacks have been the weak point. It's been that attacking side that's been so problematic. So to get this so early on a map where you weren't going to get any handouts, where nobody's going to do you any favors, really just glad they're here. The defenses sure still need work, but, I mean, both sides going to look bad when you don't have a win.
Big drone game in round number 4 from Liquid. Got the Twitch and those shock drones. Brilliant value.
Third.
See you later, BPs.
2 gone. That's both of them.
The Maya on the Brava as well. Just in case they didn't have enough drones to be rallying around the map. Ask. Needs to be cautious. Hasn't really got too much support with him at the moment. And whilst we credited Black Dragons team play their game yesterday, so far the team play that we've seen, it's been shining through on that Liquid side. He doesn't want to get too far ahead of the pack. You can see he's just going to take a moment now, get some more drones out there and see if they can navigate around these mute jammers. Doesn't look like anyone's paid too much attention upstairs yet, and that could be a bit of a cause for concern.
As if that were not evident, C4 rips open the ceiling above Maya. Liquid win this round, you start to get really concerned if you're Black Dragons. Are they going to get this defuse plant down again? Rare's down below, but no, there's nothing. He's still got the C4. But again, because those BPs got shocked, he's got no active information. Liquid are playing so dogmatic about these plants every single time. Shield, control, plant, Black Dragons getting a lot of kills. And Rare down on the floor. That's one player not a factor, and Hornet Flash Free both worse for wear. Diaz has been here before, often on that back line with that head of VODs, bobbing and weaving between the railings. It's just Nesk. Age of 30, but only 5 seconds needed until this round goes over the line. He's got so many bullets, so much of a chance. Can they get there in time? No, they don't know where it is! He's too late! 3 attacks for Liquid. Nesk doesn't even need to get a kill! We really got a problem on our hands.
That's how you win the round as a 30-year-old. You just fire some shots and stay alive. I'm speaking from experience. What a round. I can't believe Black Dragons didn't know where it had gone down. There were so many people alive. What were they doing? The fact that it took until Nesk had died for someone to get on the diffuser. No surprise to see the timeout brought here. A narrow round win in round number 4, but another round win nonetheless. And Liquid dominating this fixture. Are we the secret sauce? Have we brought Liquid like newfound luck?
I mean, don't take a look at my bank account because that Liquid stimmy to rig the consulate attacks.
Or is it just the fact that Maya's got 9 kills?
That probably has something to do with it.
I think that's got something to do with it.
I mean, in the first round, what, he got the first pick
4
and
kills.
single-handedly opened it up? Yeah, 4 kills, exactly. Then I think, what, 4 kills? He got 3K in the last one, didn't he? He had a double kill in that round. 9 kills, obviously, but 4K, 3K, and a double. That means only going to get 1 kill next round. But Maya is basically, not obviously the shields and the plants, but the defining factor, arguably, for
I think it's
Liquid
the
in
team
this
play,
round.
though. Maya's hitting his shots, and you can't take that away from him. But everybody else is performing their role as well.
True.
The diffuser's getting put down. Ask's opening up the game on the shield. And you can't... you got Nesk in the backline. Nesk and Diaz were in the backline that last round. They were just, you know, watching the plant. What's my job? I'll watch the plant. No worries, I can do that.
10 seconds remaining.
Let Maya go off like a Beyblade and get all the kills. Fine. Does feel like a good team performance at the moment from Liquid. I really hope they can keep it up. Hope that timeout from Black Dragons hasn't knocked them off their stride. But of course, that gives them a time to just say, look, we're doing really well. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Tighten things up a little bit. Black Dragon's really looking for some answers right now.
Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm running the numbers on something real quick. I was really curious about this. You know how Muzi, Rare, and Machina all have like 0-1 kill?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure Maya's been the one to kill them every single round.
Ooh.
Because that was true last round. He killed Machina and somebody else, and then in the round he got the 3K, it was Machina, Rare, and Muzi.
If he's killed them every time, they must have 1 death from someone else. But even still, he's rent-free.
Honestly, he's feeding off the bottom 3 players on Black Dragons right now, and unlucky. Hate to be against Maya when he's on a heater. It's gonna be another quick one. We know how this goes. Candelas go out, he hops in. Obviously, you got to worry about the smoke. Look at this off plant spot. Like it, but oh, they still smoked all of it. That's very good foresight from Black Dragons, and it probably saves them from a post. Now Diffuser's dropped inside the site, and now Maya might have to... Not might. He will have to hop in and recover. 9 kills so far. 10 is not in the cards. Black Dragons will not go down 5-1. It's likely a 4-2 in the making. Resets creeping, and, well, won't even weird resets out all that much. Flawless round for Black Dragons. Very, very necessary round, because it was already getting scary, but if that plant had gone down, I am shaking for BD.
So, Liquid have just pulled off brilliant attacking rounds on every side that isn't the top floor. Black Dragons take a timeout and go, hey, you know what? We'll try the top floor. Let's do it. And then they still just try and run in. What the hell was that plant spot that Nesk was going to, by the way? Like, what the hell was that? I thought, oh, he's pressed space, but he's like gone to repel in before the Toxic Babe's gone off, and he's just going to turn around and jump out. And he's going to bait it, because that's typically what you'll see people do.
Yeah.
Nesk goes, no, hold my drink. I'm going to jump over desk and try and get tucked somewhere.
Dude.
And it's like, what? You are tucking into a lesion, my friend.
And you're tucking in front of the full double door and like front desk of Consulate. Once that smoke grenade vanishes, you are cooked.
I'm tucked.
Do you think that was the comm? Hey, I'm doing the tuck plan. I'm tucking.
I'm tucked. Don't worry.
I'm tucked. I'm recoiled.
I was waiting for him to spring.
And well, you didn't. It's hard to spring when you're choking down toxic gas from smoke.
Maybe he'd already sprung.
Maybe. Potentially sprung in rounds 3 and 4. Which if he did, it still got Team Liquid a 3-3 half. You won't be complaining all that much. Lobby and exposition for the final site. Thank God we are not going back to split. I've already seen too much of that site for one game. Don't need more of it.
Same setup here from Liquid. They're really going to be trying to brute force with those shields. I feel like if Liquid are going to continue to keep doing this, it's really on Black Dragons to just get a little bit smarter about it. Util getting thrown into the site now. Potential for a bit of a jump out here. I really like this. Oh, it's beautiful from Hornetow. And he hops himself back in. Got a scratch of damage.
Not a scratch of damage. Oh, Rare demolishes resets. You got a feel for the Blackbeard on that one. Thinks he's got the angle, got the drop on him, then just one pump, and there goes one of your shields. Still got two. The third might have been removed by the ban, but Ask is still a factor. DS still in play. Second player on Liquid to go positive now with that kill. Not 9 and 3, but 5 and 4 might be enough to get the job done when the team plays so good. The plant seems so consistent. Has been one round. Just a brief gap since we got into another post. Ask is like, who the hell made this rotate? There we go.
That's not an approved rotate.
No, not at the code.
I like it as a bait though, because it's like a bad rotate for the attackers, and it's one that the defenders are really going to seldom use.
It's not, that's not what happened. Okay.
It's part of the setup.
Okay, we're still pushing. Ask is really concerned about this top floor, but they're just face checking right now. The defense is gone.
Not really got. Well, they do have some breaching charges to open up the floor. Losing two players, you lose the ability to try and catch them, and with the diffuser cold, it isn't going to be too straightforward. Black Dragon's going to know the location of that diffuser. Diaz, waiting for the blitz to clear the way down this yellow stair.
Oh.
They only accounted for Muzi, though. Muzi makes this rotation at the right time. He is seriously going to play spoiler. Toxic Babe isn't going to find anything. Diaz really worried about the site, but it's the behind that he ought to be scared of.
Might be the behind with that util missing. Ask still gets off. Oh, Ask ready for it! Whips out the pistol, now it's all on to Muzi. I was like, why is Ask not planting? What are we doing? He's watching his own back. Put the shield on it. Now it's all Maya to cover. This angle could be Muzi's. Oh no, he rotates around so good from Ask, not leaving anything to chance. Nade goes out, round goes their way. You're worried about their attacks? Well, Liquid have an answer. How about an uncontested victory, up 4-2 at the side swap?
Who is this Team Liquid? And where have they been all stage?
I can tell you what's gonna happen when they play. Oh wait, who did they play next week? I was gonna say Furia, but they've already played. I was thinking of Furia Loud. Liquid play Los next week. Well, actually, might be whipping this out at the right time because I don't know if Los are banning any shields with Arthur on the team.
Exactly. I mean, that's just going to be like shield versus shield, right? Who can do it better?
Crazy. I mean,
we
after
got that game.
We do have that game. Yeah, after that, 9Z though, I don't think they're letting the shields on the board.
No, I think we'll get rid of those.
4-2 attacks, Jesus. Pretty simple read though, Ollie. I mean, it's just like not read, but like pretty simple evaluation. It's like, well, Liquid were like, we aren't good at clearing. The droning's a bit of a problem. The coordination when we're doing like normal full clear, util clear is a problem. How about, since we don't play shields a lot, let's bring all of them and just try to force a plan every time. And by God, it worked. It could be 5-1 if Hornet doesn't have a 1v2 in him.
I really like it. It's like, right, what are we struggling with? Everything. Okay, what can we do to make the round shorter? We can plant sooner. Brilliant. Let's run with this. Let's make the round as short as we can. How do we do that? Oh, we rush? Oh, we bring shields? Yep, say less. We're just going to make these rounds as short as possible and try and maximize our opportunity of success because we are not very good at the moment. And look, they did it with confidence and they did it with conviction. Sometimes that's all you need. The teamwork, it's going to come. And it really came in a big way for the first 6 rounds here on Consulate. I just only hope that Black Dragons can compose themselves. They've used their tactical timeout, but I can only hope that they compose themselves and play with the same level of teamwork that they had yesterday, because they looked really good yesterday. And hopefully the fact that Liquid have got a 2-round lead on them won't dishearten them, and I'm sure it won't, going into this second half.
I'm crying. What's our problem at everything?
It's true though, right? It's true.
That might be the hardest I've left uncashed in a while. Oh my god. That was so funny. Oh my god. No, there's even a shield on Liquid's team.
The problem, well, I guess not the problem nowadays because you can place the class shield down, but the fact that Maya's on it is a worry. Like, give that guy the best gun in the game.
I don't know. You've given Maya a portable mirror window. Like, I'd be shaken. Oh, they were clearing him pretty quick though. Got his feet locked down. Oh, good play from Ash. Good coordination actually. You talked about this earlier on attack. Recognizing Maya's weak point, they get the support down below. Liquid up 5-3. Might only be Nesk's second, but what an important one for this round. If I were on 1 HP, I would not be playing this aggressive, but Maya is putting a lot of faith in that shield. Having a lot of confidence that makes him one of the scariest players when he's popping off. Bro, getting on that with the shield?
They've got nothing, though. What have they got to disrupt him?
I'm gonna smoke ball them.
Like, Black Dragons have used everything to try and take control of admin here. Like, literally, they've no bees. The Selmas, they've gone. The Ace is dead. They've no nades. They've got a singular flash.
Uzi's got the backstab, though. Check this out.
I'm waiting.
Oh, there's a barb there, and Ask is watching it. Oh, man.
Ask is tucked.
Ask is tucked.
This is Liquid's definition of tucked right here.
Here's the peak. 5v3, you're chilling. Ooh. I mean, it is a difficult spot for Black Dragons with how poorly that admin clear went. Maya such a problem. And also Liquid playing around that clash so well, using him as bait, and Maya clearly buying into it. Ness gone for 2. Make that 3. My boy is back. Did he get 4? Not if DS anything to say about it. You're betting on the Liquid train. Yeah, you're betting on the Liquid train. You're still looking quite good for the end of this game because the momentum has not stopped.
It really hasn't.
It's like, how do you
Black Dragons spend everything to get control of admin. Like,
what's happening?
I just don't understand. There was a clash in it.
I like every single B gets expended on like the character that's the loudest in the game.
I wonder where the clash is. Hold on, let me look.
I mean, to be fair, like the bees were used. The bees were used to like give info to the buck down below, which I think is a good play. And then that's just on Ask for coordinating really well with the clash and understanding the weak points in the strat. So it's not that Black Dragons did something necessarily wrong. It's that they put in a lot of resources, and when it doesn't work out, you're kind of screwed. And it didn't work out because Liquid played well off each other.
I think they just went a bit early because if you see the clash inside of admin, and then you're like, oh, we can deal with this really quickly. We'll just send the book below. Like, the other teams thought of that. Like, you're not one step ahead. You need to take a step back.
In all fairness, Liquid on playdays 1 through 5 might not have.
No.
But this is a new Liquid. This is new.
Yeah. I appreciate that, Com. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I was wondering if you'd get it or not.
Hopefully Black Dragons will give the respect over to Liquid and realize that, in fact, they may be a step ahead in this game. Maybe they won't cut corners so much. Cade being used to keep control of the secret entrance. Surely that can get found out on the shock drone. Only the Hibana. Hard breach. There's always a little bit of a worry. But there's not too many, well, there's no impact, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Instead, there are a wealth of C4s. We've got 4 of them.
Bevy.
Got a BP. And maybe a Mozzie drone? Maybe a pest?
Uh-oh. You can see this guy is running. Dokubi call goes out. C4 in turn. I was about to say, Rare, just keep pushing. Don't need to worry about it. Good play right now. Might not find the Cade, but he's certainly keeping them on their toes. Ooh, smoke through the wall. Black Dragons giving Liquid a taste of their own medicine. 2 early kills for a very strong advantage. Some fight in Nesk, but Liquid still have a bit to go. DS repositioning, recognizing that with the Blitz pushing forward, the site is lost. Very little support. This is where the round gets tricky. Rare's got the diffuser. Nice flank by Maya, but in all likelihood, this is going to the post. Your time to react is running out. Uzi and Flashdoo starting to pull back. Flashdoo still on that top floor. C4 again sent towards Rare, who again dodges it. Finds the Mozzie. Damaged up a little bit, but doing so good. Whiffing quite a bit, but ends up downing the Mozzie. Now DS with 3 players to contend with. This Shield, who has been causing a storm of destruction inside of the site. Black Dragons not at all worried by that loss. As it seems, if you're attacking on Consulate, You might not be winning all the time, but you're not nearly as scared as you otherwise would be.
Liquid need to ban the Blitz and ban it immediately. Rare is a menace on the Blitz. He's fearless. He ran through 2 C4s. I really thought that the first C4 was going to get someone because before we flicked into Rare's POV, it was like there was somebody waiting on those back stairs. And I was like, oh, brilliant. There's going to be someone behind him. So the C4 is going to... No, that person just backed up and was like, yo, Rare, I'm just going to give you a pat on the back and send you on your way. And you can just run into site and do all of the dog work because he was just running people down. I can't believe how long he stayed alive for down there.
And the funny part, too, you could see him learning in real time because that first C4 goes, he's like, oh, wait, what do I do? Oh, I should keep going. Then by the time that second C4 hits, he's like, I know what to do. Like, I'm not scared.
It was just machine learning, wasn't it?
Literally. He's like, I was here literally 2 minutes ago. Your C4 does not scare me. I was about to be like, is this going to be like a shield for shield attacking side of Consulate? Everybody bringing the shield every round, but no! Black Dragons will back off. The Blitz just a one-time thing on basement. Not another split site. Is this the most split site plays we've had at this point in a Consulate match, like, ever?
Oh, we've seen top floor once, haven't we?
Yeah. No, we've seen it twice, technically on both sides.
Oh, we saw it. Okay.
But this is the 3rd time we've seen split, I think. Yeah, because we saw Exposition twice, Basement once, and CEO once. I'm sorry, on the other side. Now we've seen one of each, but this is the 3rd time we've seen split. There we go. I'm all caught up. Could have phrased that better, but you know, it's fine.
That's going to be bringing the Echo this time. Forces out an IQ pick. There should be no shortage of information for Liquid here. A BP, Maestro Evil Eyes, 2 Yokais. There's almost going to be too much to flip.
Yokai.
It'll get whittled down.
Kind of sucks you lose that Yokai so early, though. I mean, it's fine to use the Yokai early. It's like a little drone for the defense, but caught on CEO with like nobody nearby. Unfortunate loss. Oh, what a drone from Rare right there. Inside of the site, Ask tagged up, potentially as a result. And Flashtree immediately dipping out. Really like the pace from Black Dragons. Quickly seeming like they got stopped by that clash to be sure, but when there's nothing in their way, they will not stall out of their own accord. Nothing nearly as complicated as round 7.
Black Dragon's showing they can operate at different levels right now. A real rush round in round 8, and now they've taken the pace right out of it. Ripping open the floor with the sledge. Seeing if there's any defenders that are going to be caught lacking or on cameras. They do have to be mindful, with this being a split site, yeah, you can take control of the top floor, but you've got to be mindful of this mid floor as well, and who's going to be underneath that? There is 1 C4 in the hands of resets, but plenty of impact grenades. They can also be used to deny the plant, open up new lines of sight. Rare maybe looking to see if he can find a way in, but not today, not under the cover of Nesk.
Good trade. Liquid maintained the lead. I was going to say, I wanted to see something come from that Dokubi call. Both have been used, and all that's acquired now is 1 kill. Boozy's by himself. Diaz just swings out, takes him down. Boozy might get the 1-for-1, but a 2v4 plan. They think that Liquid are distracted, and oh, they actually might be. The Maestro's not even on the cam. Diffuser goes down successfully. Hornet gets 2 and the Evil Eye down. Might finish off Machina, but Hornet's already done half the work. 13-5. Make that a 3-0 KD, and you narrow this lead to just 1 round. 1 more kill remaining as the nade goes out. Nice little reaction. Around the corner comes Diaz. So many bullets. He's got a large room for error. Match point for Liquid in the counter diffuse 3-round buffer for their first win in SAL on the opposite side.
I really thought Hornetout had that then. His shots were looking super crispy. But not under the watch of the Maestro. Kind of poked a bit of fun at how many cameras Liquid were bringing. Turned out to be a real good thing for him, because they had the Evil Eyes to whittle those attackers down, and in one case even finish an attacker off. We're going to see the Blitz removed. I believe we should. There it is, the Blitz and the Clash gone. Now, it's not to say that Black Dragons are fully hamstrung right now, but they have made brilliant use of that Blitz. Rare in particular has been a menace It's whether he or anyone else is going to pick up the mantle and choose to run that Blackbeard. But this is an incredible buffer for Liquid. I don't think anyone had this kind of a scoreline with Liquid 6-3 up. A handsome advantage and plenty of time to close this game out before we start thinking of an overtime.
I mean, if you had told me that Liquid would be up 6-3 and they were starting on their attacks, I would call you insane. I mean, I literally looked at the ban sheet before we got in the game. I was like, oh, Liquid picked the map, giving Black Dragon side choice on Consulate? Oh no, we're gonna see a 4-2, 5-1 defensive half because Liquid can't attack. Knows what I know. 6-3 is obviously a crazy scoreline in general, but given Liquid's record coming into this, giving the side they were starting on right before we got into the game, and now where we are, this seems inevitable. I mean, Black Dragons dedicated their final defensive ban to one bomb site. Liquid brought Clash once, and it was so oppressive, so brutal, Black Dragons had to ban it. You still gotta worry about split. You even gotta worry about basement.
And to be honest, I feel like you've still got to worry about admin.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they had a clash, but even then you couldn't really deal with it. If it had been a gun, would it have been much different? Myra would have probably just popped all your heads. So, I don't know how much different it really would have been. Maya going to be rocking the Wamai this time. Going to soak up anything that's thrown on in. Speaking of thrown, Muzi will nade through the skylight there as the early drones start to move through this admin area. Those bees aren't going to get through the magnets. The bees have been placed quite close. Liquid happy to contend for this admin control. And, well, Maya with an opening pick onto Rare. That's Diffuser cold as well.
Like you said. Is Maya just going to pop all your heads? You might have banned the shield, but you made him more threatening in the process. He's worse with the MP5 than he was with the shield in hand. That time you wasted all your utility, but now just like before, you're out of bees. You're running out of nades. That's your last one gone. For Muzi, at least. Flashtree still got 2. But you dump all of this twice now into admin, and you get nothing for it. Not one bit of control. Not a single player enters admin and comes out alive until Liquid give it up.
It's crazy. Because Maya can now just play vending machine. They can just sit back, play half court on admin. Maya can swing on contact. He's still got magnets kicking around. Probably got some form of intel. If not, his teammates are at least going to assist him somewhat. Nesk could come to his rescue right now. Ask playing on the CEO desk. This looks chalked for Black Dragons.
Chalk might be the word of the day, especially with Diffuser still outside. Machina will find that one. Is a 3v3. Gotta respect that. But Ness good for that trade. Playing off the contact. Still even. Muzi hops back out. Diffuser is still stuck outside, so this is a 1v1. But remember, Muzi's low, and planting is not an option. He cannot cross the map and recover it. This is gonna have to be by the kills. And Neska has the info. F not being triggered. Don't peek. You don't have to. You don't have to yet. You know where he is. Be careful, Neski wins it anyway! First win, and it comes in regulation. All 3 points. What a show-stopping performance to at least seal the doubters, seal their lips a little bit, just for one glorious day.
I absolutely love how Ness gets that final kill. Like, that is the icing on the cake for a Liquid fan. For Nesk to be the player to pick that final kill up. Sorry, I was trying to get my camera to focus. Apparently, I just don't exist.
Ollie actually got so excited he fogged his camera up. He was panting at the monitor.
I just don't exist, apparently. Lynx, what did I tell you? I told you I had the tingles.
I told you I had the tingles. I'm so mad.
What you got to understand is, I've been here before, right? This is just like, this is a day in the office. This is another day for me. This is like being back at home. And I absolutely love it. SAL, Brazil, LATAM, whatever you want to call this region, it is electric. It's very unpredictable, and it is a very exciting region to watch. It's been a pleasure to cast it today, but to see Liquid get their first win of the stage, icing on the cake.
Icing on the cake, indeed. And I know the desk is very eager to take a bite because O has victory, especially for Gassan. Never tasted so sweet.
Honestly, I'm completely fine with that. I am completely fine with that. If all it takes to light a fire under the butt cheeks of everybody at Team Liquid is to tell them, what the hell are you doing? Then great. And no better way, as both Ollie and Lix were saying at the end, than unconsolate, a victory comeback to be held by Nesk playing Valkyrie of all operators, a throwback that well, actually not on Valkyrie, but on Warden, fair enough. With the MPX, still good enough for me, if anything. That was good. That was good. I have not said the combination of Team Liquid and good in the same line, Foxay, in so long. It's incredible.
No, I mean, it was great. It was a great experience to be able to watch Liquid play a little bit better. Obviously, the map, I feel like, really respected their play style of how they wanted to go about it. Like we said, Console doesn't need one direct entry. It's all about taking your time, using those shields, and that's where I think Liquid's strong suit was, using the Monty, using the BB. They were constantly so oppressive on taking position away from Black Dragons, and there wasn't many avenues for Black Dragons to roam around it or shoot their way around the problem. They had to deal with the shields head on, and they didn't have a response to it. Also, can't go without mentioning that Maya had an amazing performance, that every position he was put in on that support role, once the shield was able to get him in there, he was shutting it down. The objective style of Liquid, where they were constantly getting that diffuser down, even if they lost a round, that diffuser was going down. And that was just really well sought out. Didn't have to worry about who was going to be entering, have the Monty push Black Dragons back, focus on the execute, on getting the diffuser down, and then play the post plants. That's exactly what Liquid did, and it was a really good performance from them, something that we haven't seen this stage so far.
Gabe, we're in shock, are we not?
I mean, I'm just glad they finally got a win. I mean, we know that they have the talent to get a win underneath their belt. I mean, my God, you have Nesk and Maya that have just done tremendous work. Same with resets. Obviously, for Diaz and Ask to be able to come in and now to actually get a win underneath their belt. Thankfully, the bottom half still is pretty close. So, I mean, getting these 3 points knocks them all the way up to tied in 8th place at 5 with 9Z. I mean, it's very realistic that if they can somehow still get a few more wins in regulation, they can find themselves in a top 6 and try to make that run to making their final push into playoffs.
There it is. There it is. The equivalent for those EML viewers out there of what's happening right now is basically watching Virtus Pro a year ago, where, oh my God, they're going to make it. They're going to make it because they got a win out of it. And really, it is still a technical possibility. And like we said before, it's all about stars aligning. So looking forward to just good gameplay in general. And that's what we got today. However, we have our MVP for this matchup. Let's pull them up on the screen and see who it was. Oh, wait. Wow. It's Maya. Maya who? Maya the MVP.
Yeah, he easily has to be Maya. I mean, he was, I think he had double digits at the same time as 3 of his teammates only had 2 kills. So he was just amazing all throughout for Liquid, specifically on attack, just consistently backing up the shield. Once the case was down and he's putting those post plants, it was just phenomenal work from him. And that's what we talk about when we talk about Liquid's transition to how they've been playing and the roster change to now. They picked up Ask and Diaz. They've become a way slower paced team. They don't have the capabilities on entry to be able to set up players like Maya for success. The only entry they really have is Nesk. Now that they've been able to hopefully figure out and understand how they can approach setting Maya up in a different light, maybe we'll start seeing them with more confidence, because the Maya we all know and love has never left. He's always been there. He just needs to be put in the position to succeed. And today he was succeeding every time he was put in that spot.
What can I say? What can I say other than an impressive showing today from Team Liquid? Of course, as you see, our MVP Maya here. But very briefly, what was that piece that was so dominant for Liquid today? Because it looked like a huge shift. Yesterday, they were close to crossing the threshold. What do you think really swapped from your outsider point of view, Gabe?
I mean, it was just really the teamwork. It was a lot more cohesive in terms of their takes and even their defense side of things. They were just doing a really good job getting that first pick, playing the trades off of one another, not really allowing Black Dragons much headway into the site. But again, even on their attacks, like Fox was saying, being able to use Ask on those shields and just Maya playing off that, able to get those plants down, playing the post plants perfectly. I mean, sure, you could argue that the map played well into what their style of play was, as Fox was saying, but I think they just came in today understanding we still have a chance. We still can make playoffs, but it's going to start today, and it's going to have to start with the teamwork. And that's really where we saw them come alive.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it really comes down to the objective-based style of Siege that they were playing, just using those shields, playing behind them, and then going for the executes. I think that's something that we haven't really seen out of Liquid. And the rounds where they get opening kills went that much smoother, but even in the rounds where they weren't getting those openings, they were still focused on a goal, and that's something that we haven't seen Liquid do yet. You know, in previous games, Liquid loses their entry, and it's all chickens running around with their head cut off. So obviously, today was really focused on one goal. The whole team was united under it, and it was a new and improved Liquid. And you know, the cards are definitely still in their possibilities. They end up playing Los and 9Z in their next back-to-back play days, so obviously anything is possible. They could easily still skyrocket themselves back into that 6th spot.
Before we get into our interview, there's still a couple of minutes before we go in there. What about Black Dragons here? Because they are on the up and up, and today seems like a bit of a thing that none of us were expecting.
I think Black Dragons really lost in the ban phase. They got rid of the Dokkaebi. They got rid of the Deimos, which, sure, you could argue Deimos does apply that vertical pressure. As for Dokkaebi, I'm not really too understanding of why the Dokkaebi ban. I mean, it's a very claustrophobic map anyways. You're going to be droning out majority of the map, or at least majority of the side. I mean, sure, you can cut time with the Dokkaebi, but it's not a map like Bank where I really think Dokkaebi is going to be too much of a hindrance. And what we were seeing time and time again is they didn't really know how to deal with the shield, which that was the more oppressive factor than a Deimos or a Dokkaebi could bring. So for me, I just think they didn't really understand the ban phase and what they truly wanted to get out of that. Because again, the shields were far more oppressive. And then on top of it, I don't really think they gave the respect to Liquid just due to their performance so far, where Liquid was just capitalizing and punishing them off of that.
Well, gentlemen, we can dig into it ourselves, but how about we just invite one person on the set here? Sensi joins us on the interview.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Sensi, of course, from Team Liquid. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always good to have you on here, even though it gets rare over time. Everybody excited around Sensi in here. First of all, Sensi, I wanna dampen the excitement for a moment. What happened over the past few play days, and what changed for today?
First of all, hello everyone. Thanks for the support as always. Our fans that still loyal to us, because yeah, it's no secret at all that we are facing a very tough moment. Honestly, I would like to come here and tell what are the issues, because, well, we've been facing some communication issues, some in and outside of the game, but I think every team goes through these bad moments. I think it's no secret to anyone that we have 5 players, exceptionally very, very good players. We have Diaz, we have Ask, Maya, which been showing a very good performance from these past games, but we just feel that the team is not clicking together as a team, as a unit, despite having such very good screen sessions. We always been, very good at practices, at screens, tactics, and all of these kind of things that usually happens during our routine. It's just, I don't know, one might say that it's the pressure, and once you keep losing, the pressure keeps raising. But I'm very glad that we could improve after each game. Finally, we have our first victory in the tournament. We don't want to go much deep into calculations and math to get to playoffs or to qualify. At least the players, me as the manager, I need to keep that on track, just to make plans and all of these things. But I would also like to thank Team Liquid for the support. It's no surprise that it's very tough, but as long as we have staff support, the player support, they trust themselves, I think that's a way out of this hole that we put ourselves in. But yeah.
Right. Right. Well, I'll try to keep it on more of a positive note, or I guess maybe to get some insight on your guys' brain a little bit. So obviously you guys went to Consulate. You guys played an amazing in attack that was focused on objective styles of Siege, getting the diffuser down, playing behind the shields, forced to kind of play off of each other, which is something that we were happy to see. Obviously, going to a map like Consulate, was that the game plan that you knew, okay, we go to Consulate, we can focus on the objective against Black Dragons? Was it something that Black Dragons exposed themselves and you were like, we can take advantage of their playstyle, that it's very aggressive and very chopped up? Well, what did that ideology look like on the map bans?
I'm gonna be totally transparent and honest with you. I'm not the part of the coaching staff anymore, but what I can say is that actually no, it wasn't planned to go for us to play Consulate today. I mean, we don't have a bad map, you know, but at the moment, all of our maps that we are showing on the official matches are not great. But we were not comfortable to play Consulate, and I think that's one of the things that we need to keep track, because we just showed that despite not being our comfortable map, we just showed a great performance. So I think that's I don't know, maybe we can learn from today. But to answer you, it's no, we did not plan. Of course, we had contingency plan to play these maps because we knew that there is a possibility, but it was not like something that we chose. But in the end, everything went up smoothly. I think Maya showed a great performance. Resets, despite not fragging up, he was a very, very great duo with Reset or with Maya, with the communication. Ask the same thing. So yeah.
Great.
Sensei, look, next play day, which is next Saturday, you guys get to play against Loss on the one after 9Z on the Sunday. What would you like to say to Loss in preparation for that game?
I don't feel that we are in the position that I can trash talk or, you know, talk something bad. But what I can say is that I'm very, I'm feeling good with the posture the team has been taking to try to take this pressure and use at their own advantage. There's nothing much I could say. It doesn't matter if it's against Lowe's or Novice or Loud, or, you know, I think our posture should remain the same. We are not in a position that we need to talk about other teams, but rather just to look to ourselves and, hey, we are messing up and we need to fix this.
Yeah.
And I think that's our mentality.
It's on you. Like, all of these next games are all about you and not about any other team that you play against. And I think that's a very healthy way of seeing it. Completely understandable. Sensei, thank you so much for joining us here on the interview. It's always a pleasure to have a chat with you, my friend. Go relax. We'll see you next Saturday when you go up against Loss, and that will be game number 4 on Saturday, July 5th. Till then, take care. Have a good night.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
And there it is. We got it from, well, one of the many mouths of the horse is, of course, Liquid is known for having many, many persons on their support staff. And there it is. Against all odds, they come back and they show that now we can do something about it. And I like the end. You know, these next games are about us. I think that's a crucial point that Sensei put there, Gabe.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when your back's against the wall, I mean, you either keep digging that hole deeper or you try to get out of it. And I believe them getting the win today in the fashion that they did it is only going to boost that confidence. At this point, that's what was really lost, was their confidence. When you're having communication error, when you're having errors outside that maybe, you know, be out of your control, it definitely instills a little bit of false confidence. But now, like I said, getting that win, looking as good as you did doing it, I mean, it's got to boost your morale as a whole, when, especially when you then, like Sensei was saying, we aren't focusing on the numbers, we aren't focusing on, you know, what the results might look like, we're just focusing on ourselves. I think